Now, before we get started, I want to give an example of what this is all about and the quantum leap theory that I've developed. There's a lot of guys that have made a lot of money in the country, and there's a lot of guys that have written books or tried to write books to illustrate their methodology. But there are very few, if any, that have really, in a measured way, put that methodology down and are touring the country and explaining what they've done, how they've done it, and giving, and at the same time give you a model to follow. Now, there's a gentleman here today named Casey Stevenson, which I think he stepped out to go to the men's room. And I want to show you exactly, a week ago, he attended the seminar on May 22nd in Los Angeles. He's in the jewelry business. He's been successful in his own right, but he wanted to make that next leap, that quantum leap, which we're going to talk a lot about. I received a fax when I was sitting down for dinner from him, this fax. I guess it's a week ago, not even a week ago, 5 days ago. I need to talk to you as soon as possible. It's very important. Thank you, Casey Stevenson. He's in the jewelry business. I received this next fax. This is at my home at Guthrie Castle in Scotland. I need to talk to you as soon as possible. It's very important. Thank you. I called Casey as I'm getting ready to go out to dinner, and as confident as he is, there was a little, shall we say, panic in his voice. And he said, "My effing deal is collapsing." And I said, "Are you using the manual? Are you following the credos?" He says, "Yeah, but my effing deal is effing collapsing." So we talked a little bit. I gave him a little encouragement. I go to dinner, and I said, "I'll think about it. I think I might have another idea when I get back." When I got back from dinner, this fax. There's no need for you to give me a call back. The deal went through, and I'm signing the papers right now. I'll talk to you about it this weekend. Thank you. Now, there's Casey. We've been using you as an example here. Now, Casey is intense. Casey is motivated. And he went to our seminar in January, or excuse me, in May 22nd. My primary goal in getting in this business, the personal development business, is to change the personal development business so there's really permanent, long-lasting change. A lot of you have been to all the gurus, read their books, listened to their tapes, and you're still having to go listen to their tapes and read their books. And what I want and what I will accomplish in the next few years is, once you've gone through this process and once you've replicated and continue to reinforce it, you won't have to continue to buy the books, listen to the tapes, and put your derrieres on seminar seats. So that's what I really want, is to evoke permanent change in the industry as a whole, not just the people that attend. Okay, Auntie? Now, those who couldn't join us today had a lot of reasons. I don't need a coach. I don't need a seminar. I don't need to listen to tapes. I don't need to read a book, and I can do it. And then I asked them, why in the hell haven't you? It's estimated that 95% of the people in the world today do not fulfill even 10% of their potential. 10%. Not 90%, 10%. We always have a reason or an excuse, from when we buy a car, if we're going to get married, if we're going to get divorced, whether we should expand and grow our business or why we're not, our life, buying a new house, giving bad news. One of my pet peeves is when people call me, "Is this a good time to talk to you?" It's always a good time. And it's always a good time to give bad news, just as it's always a good time to give good news. Taking on new responsibilities. One thing that we all as human beings frown upon or have some repugnant feeling is when we've got to change. Nobody likes change. We like the status quo. There never is a right time to do something that will expand or grow you as an individual or your business, because all the time, every minute of the day, and as you'll see, some of the things that I profess and some of the things that I've done, and some of you know how I got started, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, with nothing, and I built a company that was worth over $400 million. It's because it was always the right time, because I ate it, I breathed it, I slept it, much to the chagrin of my wife on many occasions. I consumed it. I had passion. I will speak with great passion today. One of the things that I'm really excited about is 3 of the top motivational gurus in the country are now, we'll use the word mimicking, my methodology. Quantum Leap, you'll see in their advertisement now, Quantum Leap, laser beam focus, you can do it. And I don't think that's a coincidence that all that's happened just in the last few months. Now, this is a list, we're going to go through it very quickly, of all the reasons why you're not more successful. Now, just kind of put a little check mark, one check mark down for everyone that applies to you as an individual. If I didn't have a spouse and or a family, if I had enough pull, if I had money, if I had a better education, if I had good health, if I only had time, if times were better, if other people understood me, if conditions around me were only different, if I could live my life over again, boy, that's a great one. If I didn't fear what they would say, if I had been given a chance, if I now had a chance, if other people didn't have it in for me, if nothing happens to stop me, if I were only younger, God knows, if I could only do what I want, if I had been born rich, if I could meet the right people. You're meeting the right person right today. So, okay. If I had the talent that some people have, if I dared to assert myself, if I only had embraced past opportunities, if people didn't get on my nerves, if I didn't have to keep house and look after the children, if I could save some money, if the boss only appreciated me, if I only had somebody to help me. You do now. If my family understood me, if I lived in a big city, if I could just get started, if I were only free, if I had the personality of some people, if I weren't so fat, if my talents were known, if I could just get a break, if I could only get out of debt, if I hadn't failed, if I only knew how. You're going to know how now. If everybody didn't oppose me, if I didn't have so many worries, if I could marry the right person. God. I get emotional over that one. If people weren't so dumb, if my family wasn't so extravagant, if I were sure of myself, if luck weren't not against me, if I had not been born under the wrong stars, if it were not true, what is to be will be, if I hadn't lost my money, if I lived in a different neighborhood, if I didn't have a past, if I only had a business of my own, if other people would only listen to me. If, and this is the greatest of them all, if I had the courage to see myself as I really am, I would find out what is wrong with me and correct it. Then I might have a chance to profit by my mistakes and learn something from the experience of others. For I know that there is something wrong with me, or I would now be where I would have been if I had spent more time analyzing weaknesses and less time building alibis to cover them. All of the above are fatal to success. How many in the audience checked at least one of those alibis? Now, I'm not going to ask you if anybody checked all of them. But I have had people that checked a majority of them. Now, most people take the path of least resistance. That's why rivers and most people are crooked. Now, I borrowed those words from Napoleon Hill, who I have a great deal of admiration for, and I wish that I could have met him. We're not going to talk about the path of least resistance, because the path of least resistance isn't the path to super success. Now, why do you think The personal development business is at an all-time high, a peak now. It's a $5, $6, $7 billion business now. In the 1950s and 60s, it was a $100 million business. Why do you think? And times are unsure. For the first time, companies like IBM are laying people off. For the first time in memory, in history, Japan is laying off people in their companies. When you got a job in Tokyo, it was for life. For the first time, we're having people have to worry about making a living in the Iron Curtain countries. Times are tough. So what we're going to do today is we're going to get real focused. To overcome these kinds of circumstances, you have to get focused. You have to get what I call laser beam focused. Now, how many of you saw the British Open on television a few weeks ago? Greg Norman won from Australia. Does anybody remember the interview that the very dry British fellow conducted with him, and what he said, why the difference from all the times he almost got there and now he made it and he won? Well, what he said was, I got focused this time. I got in the zone, and I stayed in the zone, and I didn't allow myself to deviate. We're going to talk about getting in the zone and what I call getting in the alpha state. What we're going to talk about is doing things against conventional wisdom, doing things against what, and we have at least one father-son team here, against what your father had taught you for 40 years. I mean that 2 and 2 make 4. 2 and 2 don't make 4. And you're going to see that. So we're going to get laser beam focus. We're going to develop your laser beam focus, because this is very important. How many family people do we have? Virtually everybody. Almost everybody. You let yourself, family, business down when you lose focus. Now just think about that. If you don't learn anything else from today, every time you lose focus in the future, every time you stop thinking about what you started, just think about all the people and all the entities you're letting down. You let yourself, family, that's your sons, daughters, etc., grandchildren, and business down. It's very important. I venture to say that if you thought about that in the last 5 or 10 years, every time you lost focus, it'd be easier for you to get refocused. Okay, we have a handout. Now put these face down. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to look at these afterwards, and don't pick it up, Chalk. Okay. Flip over the handout and read it quickly. Turn it over. Okay. John Allen, what did it say?
Carries to the screen, the word in the hand.
Jim, what did it say?
Prepare from the screen, word in the hand.
John, would you read that for me, please?
Carries to the screen, word in the hand.
No. Chalk. Paris in the spring. Bird in the hand. Now everybody flip that one over and look at it. Now, leave it on. We're not expected, this isn't a semantics game that we're trying to do right now. But when we look at situations, we don't always see what they really are. In fact, I'm going to teach you, or coach you today, to believing that almost never is what you see what you think you see. What we're going to attempt and be very successful at today is getting you to step outside the confines of the norm. For those of you that are engineers, it will be the hardest. For those of you that are lawyers, it will be the second hardest. For those of you that are accountants, it will be almost impossible. But we're still going to get it done. For those of you that are ex-evangelists, it will be easy. Hallelujah. Okay. Okay. What is growth? Casey?
Big question. In what arena?
In the arena of jewelry.
For me personally, it's going from $1.5 million a year in total revenues to potentially $3 million this year.
Okay. So what Casey just described in a personal way, it's the process of growing. It's the process of developing. How many of you think that you as an individual, forget business, grew as a person, and I don't mean in the metaphysical or religious sense, in the last 24 months? Okay. How many of you think that are in business that you've grown in the last 24 months? I'm here to tell you didn't. I'm here to tell you that was a Pavlov reaction. Because my definition of growth and the reason that you're here and your definition of growth are like at two different ends of the continuum. And when we get to goal setting, I'm going to tell everybody just to add 3 zeros to the end. If it's a financial goal, just add 3 zeros. Or 3 knots, as they say in the UK. Some of you, I will suggest, multiply times 10. Some of you, bless you. Some of you, I will suggest, multiply times 100. And some of you, I will suggest, multiply times 1,000. Now, I asked this question before, and I don't want the psychiatrist to answer it. For this example, we're just going to assume everybody's got 100 IQ. Now, for some of you, I'm giving you a little with 100. And for some of you, I'm taking away a little. And for this exercise, we'll just assume I've got 100. I'm probably giving myself a little bit. Okay. Now, Marcia, can anybody be 10, if we're all 100 IQ, can anybody be 10 times smarter or have 1,000 IQ? She's right. Okay. Master Stewart.
I don't think my voice is loud enough.
Okay. So would you agree that nobody can be 10, if we all have 100 IQ, nobody can be 10 times smarter than we are?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, then why are there people that make 1,000 times more than you? Are they 1,000 times smarter? Are they 10 times smarter? Are they twice as smart? There are people in this country, myself included, that have made 1,000 times more than anybody in this room. Why is that? Goddamn right. Boy, from your lips to the Lord's ears and back to them. Now, there are several ways a business can grow. There's several. Arithmetically, 1 plus 1 equals 2. Geometrically, exponentially, and what I call quantumly. Now, I'm not going to get into definitions because there are differences between geometric, exponential, and quantum. There are differences. But exponential growth is increasingly rapid growth. Geometric is progression with a constant ratio between successive quantities as 1, 3, 9, 27, 88, 81. And these are some examples. Most of your businesses grow by 5 plus 5. What we're going to talk about and what we're going to put together by the end of this evening is a plan, a work plan, so you can grow at least by 5 times 5, or 5 plus 5 squared, or 5 squared plus 5 squared. But our real aim for today and for the rest of your life is to grow by 5 squared times 5 squared. Now, those are all the same numbers. And the way we're taught in the B schools, and by the way, I didn't go to a fancy school, and I'll talk about where I went to school in a few minutes. I went to a school you have to explain. I mean, it's got 22 campuses, and it's got this and that, and I was on the... I mean, we'll get to that later. I didn't go to, like, Harvard or any of that. And by the way, God hasn't talked to me. A lot of the guys that could do this, God talked to them. I know at least one person in this room I think God talked to. Probably not recently, but a long time ago. But God didn't talk to me. He didn't come down and touch me and say, Dan, I want you to go and do this. He didn't do that. Some of the guys that you pay a lot, and gals, that you pay a lot of money to, they'll tell you about how God told them to come and help humanity. So I don't want to make that, I want to make that differentiation very clear. But that's the kind of growth that we're going to talk about. Quantum leap is sudden, high, significant advance. It's a breakthrough. What we're going to do today is we're going to teach you to think how to break through, not at 5 plus 5, but 5 squared plus 5 squared. And there's two books that I highly recommend people read. One is Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, who I'm a big admirer of. And the second book is called U Squared by a gentleman named Dr. Pritchett. He's in Dallas. And he wrote this book 3 or 4 years ago. And I just found out about it about a month ago. And I would highly recommend it because it's about quantum thinking. Thinking that is breakthrough thinking. I mean, some of the things we're going to talk about are the exact antithesis of how you built your business and your life. The dead opposite. The absolute opposite. Being at the absolute other end of the continuum. No, I haven't. I'm still working on it. Now, physicists studying quantum mechanics note that particles make these jumps without apparent effort. And this is going to be hard to understand. I was able to grow Great Western from $820 to $400 million with no apparent great increase in effort. We're talking about marginal shifts in effort for quantum results. I don't like using this example, but because a lot of the other purported gurus use it, but until I think of a better one, I'm going to continue to use it. The difference between being in the National Baseball Association, batting .250 and .350, if you bat .350, you get paid $3-4 million a year. If you bat .250, you get paid $300,000 or $400,000 a year. That might be wrong, but that's roughly it. Now, if that .250 batter and that .350 batter, the difference is 1 hit per 10 times at bat. That's a 10% increase for the difference between making $300,000 and making $3 or $4 million. Just 10%. That is a marginal shift in effort for a quantum difference. That's what we're talking about. From 1986 to 1990, I was one of the highest paid executives in the United States, 5 years running. 5. I didn't work 100 times harder than anybody else. We're talking about marginal shift in effort. Now, certain industries I know more about because I was part of them. Brokerage industry, I was part of it. I know, and my examples will run about along the lines of industries that I've been a part of. Every example I give you today, every page in that manual, I personally did. There isn't one goddamn word of theory there. I personally did it. I didn't borrow an idea. I didn't borrow a theory or a notion. So when I talk, I'm telling you what the Lord knows because I did it, not somebody else. And that's a big difference between what you're going to hear today from me and then what you've heard before and what you've read before. It's important to remember, quantum leaps require you to take the offensive. You cannot achieve exponential gains in your success from a defensive posture. Most of you in this room, if not now, have at one time run your business from a defensive posture. I'm not even going to ask the question because a lot of you will just lie and tell me you didn't. You can't remain in a passive stance and make a quantum jump. A quantum leap is a move you're already prepared to make. You just haven't done it yet. Everything that I'm going to tell you today, you're already ready to do. I'll use the phrase, and it's not meant to be a chauvinistic phrase. And by the way, I'm very graphic in my examples, and I talk about religion, and I poo-poo a lot of things, and I'm not here to offend anybody. I'll apologize up front. But what I'm going to ask you to do is suck up your pantyhose. I mean, if you want to be big-time successful, ladies and gentlemen, you got to suck up your pantyhose. There's no other way. There's not an easy way. And my examples, I know that people want to balance life in the 90s. Children, church, family. That's great. I do that now. But when I was building the company, I didn't do that. I don't know how to do it that way. Quite frankly, I don't know anybody that knows how to do it that way. They write all their books after they made their tons of money, and then they spend time with their family. I don't know. I just don't. And so, if it sounds like I'm dogmatic about it, I am. But I only know how I did it, and quite frankly, the other very successful people that I know, they did it the same way. So I don't mean to offend people that it doesn't sound like a 90s kind of comment. So I'm apologizing up front. But I think that, I know by the end of the evening, you'll have an appreciation for being super successful isn't for everybody. Talk's cheap, takes money to buy whiskey in West Texas, or at least it used to, John Allen. Okay. Now, because what I'm going to get out of you, drag out of you, pull out of you, kick out of you if I have to, is so you can be all you can be. Does anybody recognize that saying? It's the Army commercial. Does anybody recognize the name Joe Batten? He's the one that wrote it. Now, Joe Batten, for those of you that don't know, is the mentor of a guy that's been pretty successful. His name's Ross Perot. Joe and I were on the dais together a few weeks ago, talking for the Center for Entrepreneurial Management at one of their CEO clubs in Los Angeles. He was the main speaker, and I was a guest. Really, I was being interviewed. And wanted to, I guess, see if I could talk, which they found out. And Joe is 70 years old, and the book, Tough-Minded Management, was the Bible for Ross Perot. He made all his 45,000 employees carry one every day. And Joe wrote it. And he's been a management consultant since the 50s. And he's a very dynamic man, and he goes around the country, the world for that matter, and talks about being all you can be. And the Army borrowed that. I don't know if they pay him for it. Really, I forgot to ask him. I hope they pay him for it. Be a great residual, great royalty. But Joe now says, and as does Ross Perot, and for those of you, everybody in Texas has got to know who Ross Perot is. But I mean, Ross Perot did it the old-fashioned way, what I call the Vince Lombardi way. I mean, and God knows Ross isn't considered a 90s guy, I don't think, by anybody in the whole wide world. I mean, I just don't think so. So I'm at Ross's end of the continuum. I mean, but if you want to be all you can be, and you don't want to let down your family, your business, etc., what you're going to learn here today you will benefit, and it will be of incalculable value to you. Okay. Because contrary to what you've been taught, you are paid in life not for what you know, ladies and gentlemen, but what you can do and what you can get others to do. You're not paid for what you know. If I was paid for what I know, it's shuddering to think where I'd be today. But because I've been able to do and get people to do, because what we're going to talk about is your maximum leverage in life is other people. You can't do big things without other people's assistance and motivating other people to do your bidding, your wish. Ideas are a dime a dozen. The person who puts them into action is priceless. And we all want to be, in my judgment, that person, the priceless person. Okay. Now, I've often said, when people ask me if I was ready, I always tell people I was born ready, but that's not true. It's not being ready to be successful. It's being comfortable with success. And we're going to talk a lot about the trappings of success. And they're heavy. Whoever said it's lonely at the top is a smart guy or a smart gal. And we're going to talk about it's even harder to stay at the top, which I have some personal experience that I can relate to, that I can't in too much detail because I go to court on the 16th in Houston, Texas here. But I mean, it's tough. It's tough. And although I will coach you to, you should surround yourself with as smart people as you can find, because being a CEO or being an entrepreneur is like riding a bucking bronco, and everybody's trying to knock you off. And the trick is to stay on there. But I prepared myself over a series of years to be successful and to be comfortable with the trappings. Now, I'm going to real quickly run through some of the main points that we are going to cover today. I've already briefly touched upon the many faces of conventional wisdom. There's a few opportunities to change your life, to lead to the next level. We're going to redefine your formula for success in a geometric sense. Half of it, in my judgment, is recognizing the proverbial knock. This may be yours. We're going to establish quantum leap goals. Not any kind of goal that you've ever thought of before, I assure you. We're going to talk about confrontation with the doomsayers. The name of the seminar used to be called You Can't Do That, because there's 86 times in this book manual that people have told me I can't do it. And all 86 I've done it. In fact, there's about 93 or 4 now, but the book's not up to date since I started this business. But almost by definition, when they tell you can't do it, you ought to do it. I just recently saw the movie Alexander Graham Bell, The Life Story, with Don Amici and Henry Ford. Henry Ford looks like his bar mitzvah picture. He looks about 19 years old in the movie. And the famous scene when he spills the acid on his leg and he talks through the wire and the telephone was invented. But that was his 10,000th experiment. He was wrong 9,999 times. Now, I have to admit, I'm not sure that I could last 10,000 times. And I'm a pretty persevering guy. I mean, I don't know the word no, you can't do it, give up. But, I mean, I think Alexander Graham Bell was a psycho myself. But, I mean, 10,000. Everybody said he couldn't do it. And then even after he invented the damn phone, he had a group of all the people of wherever city was in at that time, all the industrialists and the money people and the bankers and other inventors, and then they thought it was a joke. They thought it was like a lounge act from the Reno Casino or something. They thought it was a big joke, and they just said it'll fail. Nobody will ever do it. And then ultimately, 1 or 2 guys put up money, and then as soon as the deal worked, of course, Western Union stole it. And so then he went to court and fought in court, which I can relate to this. He fought in court, and he almost lost it. All his money, all his time, all his effort went into defending this idea. But 10,000 times. Now just think about how many times you started something and done it once, twice, 5, 8. I use an example. The last year I taught pro bono at the school I went to. I teach a workshop. And it's a 10-hour workshop. It's on Saturdays. We started with 415 students. We cut it down to 80 students. They had essay contests to be the final 15. And then I was going to take a group of them to the castle for the castle seminar. The essays from the, and I read the essays. I didn't grade them, a professor did. And when I read the essays, I thought these were the ones we rejected. But these were the cream of the crop. These were the winners. I was appalled. In my judgment, with the greatest respect, college students of today aren't worth powder to blow them to hell. I mean, they have no perseverance for the most part. They've got little intellect for the most part. And it's a good thing the Iron Curtain crumbled, because they'd eat our lunch. I mean, but anyway, so I teach this workshop, and the more pressure I put on the students, the more of them dropped it. The more pressure I put on, the more of them dropped it. Until ultimately, we went from 415 to 1. One student who now works for me. His name is John Macias, who Auntie, my assistant, knows, and who Leanne's talked to. Now, the point of the story is, they were looking for internships, I think they call it, jobs for the summer. And they sent out resumes, and they were all down in the dumps. And we have them over to my house. We have catered, and a lot of them have never been to a catered event. And my housekeeper's black, and Ruth, who thinks that these kids are worthless. She doesn't like even waiting on them. But she says, Mister, as she calls me, they all want to work. No, they all want a paycheck, and none of them want to work. They wouldn't know bad times if it bit them in the ass. She says, working is picking tobacco. She's from North Carolina. Cotton was easy. Tobacco is hard. So we're talking about resumes, and a very good friend of mine, the youngest mayor in the United States, his name is Fidel Vargas. He's 23 years old, Harvard. He went home after his undergraduate degree at Harvard, and he saw that the city that he lived in was in chaos, so he ran for mayor and won. 23. He took a respite between that and his MBA. And now because he's a Democrat, he's on Clinton's committees and all this. But he came over to my workshop as a role model. And he's talking to the students. We're talking about resumes. And how many did they send out? 6, 8, 11. Not one of them had got a job offer yet. So I bring in Mayor Vargas. I said, Fidel, how many resumes did you send out? 700. 700. How many job offers did you get? 1. Did you take the job, Fidel? He says, yes. Now, when he said 700 to these students, I can assure you, their faces turned as white as this paper. They couldn't believe it. The most resumes any of those students had sent out was 30. 700. 10,000 times to make the phone. How many times have you, and I don't ask the question anymore because I've learned after doing this a few times, because I don't like to make people that uncomfortable, because I can already see people getting uncomfortable because they're starting to figure out why they haven't been more successful. But you're going to feel real comfortable by the end. Okay, we're going to talk about the 5 credos and how and why they'll work for you. And these are credos for my success and for your success that I developed from 1976 to 1978, which we'll talk about. We're going to talk about managing growth, preparing for diversification, big dreams, big problems, big rewards. If your life is not, and I know challenge is the 90s word. I still call them problems. If your problems are not being replaced by geometrically greater problems, one after another, you're not growing. Now, in the last 48 hours, as I told somebody last night over a few drinks, the last 72 hours, I had a series of challenges. Each one was 10 times bigger than the one before, and I had 10 of them all in 3 days. Must mean I'm growing. And I told my wife that on the phone yesterday, because all these plans she has with the kids and people visiting the castle, and basically she's got to come here right away. And she says, well, Dan, what about your dying grandmother, my dying mother and father? And she went through a list of about 25 things. I said, Linda, I know you can handle it. I know you're up to it. And she says, who's going to take care of the kids? We just, the nanny, we just let take 20 days off. The housekeeper was in Vegas, Ruth, the tobacco pickers in Vegas, which is her favorite place to go. She says, Dan, where? I said, you can handle it, man. I got to go now. I got to go back into the, I'm getting ready for trial. She says, okay, I'll be there. Click. Now, if your business is not experiencing that kind of what you'll call chaos, then you're not testing your limits. You're not pushing the edge of the envelope, as they say. We're going to talk about managing for unexpected events. We're going to talk about what you can probably already figure out. Do the ends justify the means? The answer is yes. And we're going to talk about why a racehorse wears blinders. Why does a racehorse wear blinders? You're damn right. Stay focused. We're also going to talk about exit strategies. Most people's exit strategy in this room, a lot of these questions I don't ask anymore because people raise their hand and I know it's not true. But most people's exit strategy in this room is dropping dead. That's your exit strategy. And hope that there's enough insurance to cover your estate tax. By the way, how many of you are partners in business with somebody? Okay. Okay. Do you know you got another partner? IRS. They own 55% of your business. The government. Yeah. Financial planner, Brad here sitting in the front from Chicago. You've got another partner. I've sat in audiences where people say, I don't have to deal with that kind of stuff, Dan. I have no partners. I said, yes, you do. 55% is, unless you plan and do certain things, is going to the federal government. Pardon? Yeah. Now, and you don't have to sound like me to be successful because there's a Henry Kissinger way of doing it, and there's the Norman Schwarzkopf. Now, you already know which one of the two I am, but Henry Kissinger is very effective. There's two different ways. So don't get the idea you have to sound like Dan and pound the table and rant and rave and scream. Because I've seen people be very successful in doing it the Henry Kissinger way. Ignorance is a steep hill with jagged rocks at the bottom. That's me. Dan Pena said that because a lot of what I'm going to say today, and you're going to go out and put it into practice, people are going to say you're crazy. There's a lot of ignorance out there. A lot of ignorance. They're going to say you're crazy. And again, it's how much you want to suck up your pantyhose. This isn't a case of taking a big chance. It's a matter of giving yourself a big chance. It really is. It's a matter of giving yourself a big chance. Now, as I've already mentioned, most of everything I say is against what the normal conventional wisdom tells you. It's a different way of decision making. It's not a get-rich quick scheme. There's no elevator to the top, I assure you. It's one form of opportunity, and it's not for everybody. But because I did it, and because there are people in this room, which I'm going to ask to talk, maybe they will, maybe they won't, that I know they've done it using that black book in just a matter of months. And I'm not one for extrapolating out how successful one's going to be, because if Casey doesn't stay at it, I can tell you where that success will go. Down with a tidy bowl man. It'll just, down with if Casey doesn't stay at it, even though it's worked for him, that's where it's going to go. You have to stay after it. And or you have to get people to stay after it. For you. With you. Now, for those of you that are engineers, again, this perfection equals paralysis. What we're going to talk about is doing it good enough. I was a detail-oriented person until I was 31 years old. I took more notes. By the way, I kept more records. I was successful by normal standards. I made quite a bit of money. Then I attended a seminar, which we'll talk about a little later, and I stopped being detail-oriented, and I took on the good enough. It's good enough. Since I adopted the good enough method is when I've attained all my success, 95% of it anyway, and I built a successful, very large company. Most successful people do it poorly until they do it well. Just keep blundering. You cannot wait until the time's exactly right. We're going to talk about, it's not being ready, it's being comfortable. You're never ready. Norman Schwarzkopf was not ready to lead Man at Desert Storm. Norman Schwarzkopf was comfortable with his ability to succeed. I was not ready to be a CEO of a large company, but I was comfortable with my abilities. You are not ready, for those of you that have had children, which I have sympathy for. You're never ready to be a mother. You're not ready to have that thing, that come out of your body. You're not ready. You're just not. You're not ready when they make a cardinal a pope. It's not a matter of being ready. It's a matter of being comfortable. And there's a big difference. And for those of you that get comfortable with it, it's going to be a lot easier for you. Because success leaves clues. And the one thing I do agree with that all the speakers, or mostly all the speakers, talk about is to pattern themselves after somebody that's been successful. Most of us, through life, pattern ourselves after our father, our mother, our older brother. And unless you're blessed with a super successful father, mother, older brother, or older sister, I'm afraid that I got bad news for you. You're going to wind up just like them. John Allen Chalk, many years ago, gave me some advice. This is, I think, before I had children, and he has very successful children, and I take my hat off to him. And maybe John will share a few things with us a little later. He said, "Dan," he says, "I learned a long time ago." He says, "If I want my children to grow up this way, I have to put them in that environment." And that's what he did. If you want to be successful in life, in business, you have to put yourself in that environment. This is that environment. I'm one of those kind of people. I will stay here tonight and answer questions till the wee hours. I talk to the participants, just as I converse with Casey. He faxed me at the castle. I do that. Some of the motivational gurus that I know, that I consult with and talk with, they say, "Dan, that's a bad precedent to set, talking to all those people." He says, "You won't have time to do that." I said, "Why not?" He says, "Dan, the thousands, and that's how they think, unfortunately. I will not have a masseur or a metaphysical psychic here like some of these guys do, and I won't tell you I have a migraine and I just not with it today. I would be up here, unless I drop dead from a heart attack today, I will be just as motivated tonight when we end as I am now. Because I owe you that." Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and it's important to understand. Because people are looking for a balanced life, especially now in the 90s. Napoleon Hill stated, gotta hit him. Things should be done poorly because it's normally 17 times. You have to do something 17 times before it replicated 17 times, statistics prove, before it becomes a part of you. Tennis, with me, more than 17 times. And golf, with me, more than 17 times. But 17 times. Now just think of the things that you tried to accomplish that you did less than 17. Probably most of them. question. Mike, here.
Hey, what I want to ask kind of goes along with this frame, but it's more from that other one. And that's about being comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand not being ready because I can think back all the things I've done. I don't think I was ever ready. But being comfortable with quantum growth, what did you do? How did you know you were comfortable when you were undertaking quantum growth steps? Like with the $50 million deal in the UK. When did you know you were comfortable?
All through my career, most of the time, people told me, and through my childhood, which we're going to talk about a little later, you can't do that, then you're basically worthless. And for a while, I think I probably even believed that. Not too long, but I think I did at a time. And what I tried to do, and I think I was very successful, is that, and we're going to talk about the mentor mastermind theory, and how I don't think the mastermind theory is so good, and I think the mentor system's better. I tried to, wherever I could, associate, be around, even in a peripheral manner, around very successful people. I wasn't much for reading. I read 250 words a minute. I mean, I didn't read. This is a hard thing to say, but I've only read until recently 3 books in my whole life, and one of those books I read twice. I read the Life and Legend of Che Guevara twice. And this is even a more awful thing to say. I read Candy once. So that was the extent of my literary background growing up. And but I went places to see people that were successful. And they didn't always want to see me, believe me. But I made it my business to be around them so I could be comfortable. When I bought things ahead of the curve, I had a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Well, no, I had a Rolls-Royce when I was 25. I mean, I still remember Linda and I driving in my Silver Cloud, this is a long time ago, and taking it to a 49-cent car wash. Drinking beer in the front seat. And Linda wearing cut-off jeans with pigtails. Linda looked about 12 at the time. And then I still remember them breaking the antenna off. And I still remember getting irritated with them. And then Linda says, well, Dan, we went to a 49-cent car wash. Maybe we should have taken one of those places they hand wash it. But I've always been ahead of the curve. I bought, and when in the goal setting, I thought about owning a castle before I owned one. In fact, one of the things that I will suggest, and I'll show you and I'll pass it out later, is that I used to read the Robb Report in the late 70s, and this is a magazine that's got only a subscription of about 18,000 people or something. But the average net worth of the people that subscribe to this magazine is $4.5 million. The average net worth, the prospecting tool. The average net worth of the people that read Forbes, does anybody know? 270,000. Fortune, Forbes, all those are between 170 and 260,000. 4.5 million. I happen to know Maury Povich and Connie Chung read this. I happen to know a lot of very successful people read this. And I have, before I had any money, I was reading it, and I was, looking at Rolls Royces and Rolexes and things like this. And this issue, the reason, and you can look at it during the break, is because this is where rich people, the people that subscribe to this magazine, pick the very best from cars, restaurants, investment bankers, books to read, country clubs, vacation spots. I used to go to vacation spots that where successful people would be, way before I was successful. I remember being at La Quinta. Linda and I, I was 26. Linda was 21, 22. We went to La Quinta to stay to play golf. And I remember sitting in the bar, in the men's grill, and they came to me, and the bartender said, excuse me, is there a Mr. Pena, Mr. Pena? And I said, yes, yes. They said, he's whispering, says, there's a woman that purports to be your wife at the front gate, in the lobby. And I said, well, what do you mean purports? And she says, yes, because Linda had pigtails. She looked about 15 at the time. And and they weren't going. They didn't. They were afraid of some kind of scandal. I said, well, she's got pigtails, she's blonde, she's got blue eyes. I think that woman that purports to be my wife is my wife. She says, oh, so she comes in, and it was but we were staying at La Quinta. She comes in the men's grill, and and everybody looks at her, and everybody still probably thought she was my daughter. But the point is, we were staying at La Quinta, and I was playing golf with guys that were 60 and 70 years old, that had been members there 30 years and played with Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. I used to caddy. I caddied for Bob Hope when I was a kid. I used to caddy. The regular person I caddied for was Alice Marble. A lot of you are too young to remember Alice Marble. Was U.S. Open tennis champion. And I used to like caddying for her because she used to tell me about Wimbledon, things like that. Unfortunately, it didn't roll over onto my tennis, Jim. But I used to do those things. And I suggest my children do those things. There's a fine line, though, with raising kids, which I'm no great expert at. But, there's a fine line because now my kids think everybody lives in a castle, everybody's had chauffeurs. And my daughter thinks she's going to get married at the castle, and she's going to have a 100-foot train. That's the thing. You walk a 100-foot train, walking up to the walled garden, and she expects a cardinal to marry her. When she said the Pope, I said, I'm not sure I can arrange that, the Pope. I don't know if the Pope marries anybody. But you put yourself, just as John Allen Chalk said about raising children, you put them in that environment, you put yourself in that environment. And it's always when you can't afford it. I couldn't afford La Quinta, but I was there, and I got used to it. One of the reasons my wife and I are still married, because we've grown together, is because Linda thought this was a great idea. And we've accepted these challenges. My kids, my kid could fly from London to Los Angeles by himself today. My two sons, 10 and 11. We don't have to go get pay $25 to have the flight attendant walk them from here to there, because they feel comfortable, because they've been exposed to those things. So what I did, because we're going to talk about where I live in the graffiti, you're going to see some pictures here in a few minutes. I put myself in that position so I felt comfortable. So the Great Western story is one, especially here in Houston. And I would ask you, for those of you that are in Houston or downtown, just go up to the 17th floor of the Texas Heritage Building, press that button, and walk out of that foyer. And that's what I visualized when I thought about it. We're going to talk a lot about visualization. Auntie? And these are the other major things, and I think a few of them are important to focus on, because it's important about how you can take your business to the next level. Now remember, I had a $2 billion idea, $2 billion. So we did our deal with Leggett. We found a New York Stock Exchange member firm. Because we had Leggett, a New York Stock Exchange member. Now all these, it's because we had this, we could do this, and that's how it works. We were able to get a New York Stock Exchange member firm because of our track record to sell our next deal. In December '83, the next deal was $5.4 million. On New Year's Eve, we bought a little UK subsidiary from John Allen's company over the phone. We didn't go to check the assets. I think we signed the papers weeks later. Then we now moved into an office with 2,000 square feet. We agreed to drill some wells. Mark then left the law firm, and he got his 10%. Now we went over to visit UK assets that I bought from John Allen Chalk over the phone. They had tax reasons, and I can't remember all the reasons you had to sell it. But as it turned out, there was more money in the bank than we paid him for it. Yep. 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 There was more money in the bank, and it was a little deal, but they had to do it, and they didn't have time, and so we did it over the phone. Now, while we were there, we saw a window of opportunity. They were taking little oil and gas companies public that couldn't have got the time of day here. And we said, I decided that I can find assets first of all, our company was bigger than the ones that were taken public. I could find assets and we can go public here. There's a window of opportunity, so we decided to go public. And we got a letter of commitment from a company called Brown Shipley. And we came back to the United States. This was in March of 1984. We had the letter of intent. We also opened our Houston satellite office, and Leanne was hired on April Fool's Day, 1984. Right? April Fool's, kind of apropos to what we've been through together over the last 9 years. Then we decided that the stuff that we were going to take public, I gave a $60,000 option for $2 million worth of property in March of 1984, and I took that $60,000 public. We also, at the same time, did another drilling fund. We went public on my birthday. I had visualized going. My exit strategy was to bail out on my birthday before I was 40. Taking Great Western public was my exit strategy on my 39th birthday. So we turned $60,000 into $50 million in 3 months, 3.5, March to August, or 5 months. Now they told me you can't take an option public. Just another time. We worked hard at it. We were there day and night. And a lot of people followed our lead. The people that bought the company, the public shares, we sold 25% of the shares for $10 million. We decided, because we wanted to be perceived, track record, even though we didn't have it, we started paying a dividend from the very beginning because we wanted to be a trustee stock. We wanted to be a widows and orphan stock. And even though we were only 1 year old, people saw that we paid a dividend. People invested in us. Nobody went and checked to see that we had just been in business 5 months. All they looked is down the dividend sheet. Great Western pays a dividend. Must be a good company. They didn't have smart stockbrokers to tell them any different. But I would have sold you anyway if you had been in the business by then. But because we were thinking ahead, I moved to Scotland. As soon as we went public, I changed investment direction because I saw a better opportunity, and it was the difference between external growth and internal growth, and we're going to talk a lot about that. And then we had our first large asset acquisition, which was a Fortune 200 company, Whitaker Corporation. We bought their oil and gas assets. Next. We moved into a 3,500 square foot office. We made a series of small acquisitions. We changed brokerage firms. And then our first major acquisition for $55 million was a company here in Houston called L&B Oil. We moved the headquarters to Houston. Great Western was now a player in the hunt. And then our first super major acquisition was $155 million of Bow Valley USA. Bow Valley was a Canadian company. Now, every one of these things that I'm just walking through very casually, they said you can't do it. You're not an engineer. You're not a geologist. You can't run an oil and gas company. You can't do this. You can't do that. Every single one of them. I wonder if the place is on fire. Okay. Now, Charlie dies January 26, 1987. I come back to the U.S. In 1987, I was away from my family 242 days. I didn't see my wife or kids. 242 days. Some of you in this room know my wife, know my kids. Big sacrifice. Big money brings big problems and big sacrifices. It goes with the territory. I come back. We do various bond offerings. We move into the 44,000 square foot office I told you about, which was part of my dream. I moved back to California after Charlie dies. We continue to grow the company. We do a series of other acquisitions and deals, bringing us through to September 1990, just after the Iraqis invaded Kuwait. We were the first money offering done, major money offering, only money offering after the war. They said it couldn't be done, as a number of the other things. We had become a trustee stock because now we had paid dividends for 5 years. But the perception was that we had been a trustee stock because we paid a dividend, because normally brand new companies. A lot of success in your business is perception. the perception of the people you do business with. Now, okay, Auntie. Okay. Now, this is what it's all about. This separates the men from the boys and the girls from the gals, or the women from the girls. This is the crux of what made the Great Western Story possible. This is the crux of what the various other things that I've done in my life possible. This is something that I developed between 1976 and 1978. Just as I hope and wish and pray that today is a revelation for a lot of you, in 1976 I had the pleasure of attending a seminar put on by a very bright man named Jim Newman. Jim Newman's, some of his stable are Dennis Waitley, Dreyer, to name a couple. Jim Newman is now semi-retired. He had a seminar called PACE, Personal and Company Effectiveness. And he is the man that is credited with the comfort zone. He invented, if you will, in the late 50s, early 60s, the comfort zone. Now, I'm going to give you an example of comfort. If I had $1,000 bills, and we had a 2x12 here on the ground, and I had $1,000 bills over there, I'm sure everybody in this room could walk back and forth on this 2x12 all day long and pick up these $1,000 bills. Is that probably true? Now we put the 2x12 50 stories up. Is there anybody that walked 50 stories up for $1,000 bills across the 2x12? Okay. Okay. I think I'd crawl. Yeah. Yeah, it's windy. It's windy up there. It's windy up there. Now, but a lot of you, the comfort changed. You're not as comfortable, right? Okay. Now, what if your child was over there and your child was on fire? Somebody had just doused gasoline, you know. More of you would be able to get across that 2x12, you know. And see, I walk 50 stories up now. It's hard for me to think of being on the ground floor. I can't think. Well, first of all, I don't want to think that way anymore. It's like when I was presented a year ago to the Queen Elizabeth, I was very comfortable. A couple years ago when I met President Bush, I was very comfortable. I am not daunted by business situations, by problems, by challenges. I feel very comfortable because I feel comfortable with it that I can accomplish and do almost anything. To me, yesterday's dreams are today's realities. I'm very, very much a believer, and these aren't new concepts. These are my words for my 5 credos, that what you think about the most is what you will be in the future. My mother used to tell me, you go to bed with dogs, you get up with fleas. Now that was her way of saying the same thing, I think. She was referring to some of the girls I dated in high school, but at the time. But she meant, I think she meant something else. But they become your realities. Seeing your dreams ahead. How many of us as a child practice asking somebody out for a prom? How many of us as a child practiced asking our parents for something that you knew they were going to say no to? A lot of us. I mean, how many of us have practiced our tennis?
Lots.
Yeah. How many have practiced? See, we practice everything, you know. There's a reason why, you know, when Joe Montana gets in the last 2 minutes of a football game, and they go into the 2-minute drill or whatever it's called, and he has practiced that, 1, for real, and 2, in his mind, millions of times. When people in athletic events, they're going to run the sprints or they're going to do high jumping, they visualize, they see themselves going over it and accomplishing it time and time again. But see, we make life too difficult. Business is no different. Practicing, and I call practice within yourself, when you're without. I practice. I gave the commencement speech, and it's in the back of the book here. 2 years ago, where I went to school, I had practiced. I was comfortable because I had been there 15 years. I'd been there 15 years. The first time I ever addressed a group of 6,000 or 7,000, I was comfortable because I had practiced. The first time that I gave a sales presentation in the UK to convince people to give me $50 million for $60,000 worth of goods, I had practiced. Athletic teams practice. Why do athletic teams practice? Why, Jim, why do tennis pros practice?
Well, every once in a while you're going to get in that situation where you spend a lot of time practicing, but you're going to get in those tight situations every once in a while, and that's when all the hard work pays off. You know, there's not that many times when it's going to come down to the crucial element, but you got to get ready for it.
They practice because then they're comfortable with it. Why don't you, as individuals, practice, for those of you that don't, the crucial situations for your business? Now, I know trial lawyers that practice. I mean, they go to the extent of even having moot courts and stuff like that, shadow juries in the audience. I mean, why would you think being successful at business is any different? Everything I do well, I practice. We have a karate master in the audience, Master Stewart, and I mean, I don't need to talk to him about practice. I mean, he understands probably better than anybody in the room. But we forget the things that worked for us as children, we don't do as adults. We just don't. It's just like when I talked about the alpha state, being in the zone, and why kids can learn easier things. They can learn foreign languages easier. They can do a lot of things easier because they don't have all these filters. They don't have all this conditioning. It's the same in business. I act as if I have no limits to my abilities. None. And when I was a kid, people called me cocky, pompous, arrogant. Then as I had some success, and then lucky was added on. Okay. Lucky. And then when I got into my early 30s, it was cocky, braggadocious, still lucky. When I got into my 40s, and now I'm going to be 48 in a few days. Now I'm eccentric. I'm not lucky anymore. I'm eccentric. And they certainly don't say that he was at the right place at the right time because they know that I rode oil from 40 to... So, I mean, they know that. But see, my attitudes have not changed. I've always, when I went back to give that speech at Cal State Northridge, there were still some professors that were there when I was there, and they asked Dr. Shirley Teeter, who's one of the senior, she's a dean, I believe, and he said, Dan has not changed 1% since the late 60s. Just in the late 60s, he hadn't done anything except flap his mouth, which was true. A lot of truth in that. But it's how you act. Earl mentioned, again last night, I keep pointing back to her, but you acted differently when you went in and talked to these people, and their attitude changed, didn't it? And it's something different. It's contrary to how you have done your business and how you've been conditioned. When I was a successful stockbroker, and I was one of the big hitters in the early 70s, I assumed now a share order of 1,000 shares in those days was a big deal. And my nickname was 1,000 shares at the market. Because if you put limits, then a lot of times you don't get the order off. And I just assumed when I used to call on people, I didn't ask them whether they thought it was a good idea or not. I told them I had an opportunity. And I was only calling 25 people. And you're number 6 on my list. And I just assumed. When I sold real estate, I had a 94.6% closing ratio. When I sold real estate. The only way you left my office is if you died without buying. You either went out on a stretcher or you bought. Because I assumed it was a good deal for them, and I ultimately became a closer. Well, I don't know if they still have closers, I just assumed. And I remember the first person I ever saw was William Lundigan, the actor. Yeah, and he went out standing up because he bought. Priests, nuns. I used to do a seminar for real estate where I used to liken Lake Havasu to, and me presenting this investment opportunity to them, to Moses coming down with the tablets. And I had this part of the seminar. I'd get down like this, and I'd say, and there he was. And Linda, my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, used to be in the back of the room going like this, trying to make me laugh, trying to get me unfocused. Because, for somebody that we used to take our Rolls Royce to the 49 cent car wash. She thought it was all funny money anyway. What the hell? So I was down there trying to be serious, and here I still remember, we had a Carmelite priest, we had a Jesuit priest and 2 Immaculate Heart nuns crying in the front row. And I'm down like this, and Linda's in bed like this. And that night I did lose my focus because the thing turned into pandemonium. But I was focused, and I believed, I believed in that product at the time. Lake Havasu is there now. It wasn't when I was there. I was a visionary, boy. Those view lots on the ocean, or the lake view lots. I was a visionary because, boy, it came 6, 8, 10 years later. But I acted as if I had no limits to my abilities, and we tend to be cautious. We tend to not trust our instincts. We tend to not believe in ourselves enough. We tend to come up with a myriad of reasons why it can't be done. One of which is conventional wisdom. One of which is your best friends. Your best friends, most times in business, are your worst enemies. Your best friends, because unless, and it's a sad thing to say about human nature, but very few of your real friends will revel in your success. Very few. And that's unfortunate. And I've got the same friends, I've had the same friends 15, 20, 25 years. And one of them who I wanted to be here was Thelma Box. God bless her. She looks like a miniature Dolly Parton. And not miniature in one aspect, but kind of a shorter Dolly Parton, I'll say. And she was a very successful real estate person in Midland, Odessa, got a divorce, moved to Graham, Texas, and became very successful and built a motel, and then the oil boom killed her. And now she gives motivational seminars to people that wear prosthesis. And she doesn't wear any. And I always but she's a great salesperson. But Thelma is a very focused lady. And probably somebody told her you can't sell that unless you really are missing a limb or something. And she's running around the country doing that. She was going to be here, but she's in Europe. And another person I wanted to be here who's from Houston, Candace Knoll, was my prized pupil. I write about all the time. Who went from, when I met her, she went from renting. She has a service for executives. She moves in family. She takes care of them, puts them in school, and does all these things for an executive who moves into town. She went from leasing properties to now she owns 55 properties here in Houston. And when I'm in town, I stay at one of them, one of her condominiums. She lives in River Oaks, drives a Rolls Royce. She's 42 years old, single, good looking. But now she's so focused. Men are not part of her life. She said they're just a bother. They won't last long. And she's going to kill me for saying this. She meets him. I'll meet you for coffee. And she drives up, and she keeps the engine running, I think. And she sits down, has a cup of coffee, and if she likes the guy or doesn't like the guy, she says, well, it's real nice meeting you, and just signs the check and says, gets up and leaves and drives off. I said, Candace, you're tough. She says, well, you taught me how to be focused. If I don't like it from the beginning, it ain't going to get better. She says, Dan, it's just not going to get better. It can only get worse. But she's I think she's out of town, and she couldn't be here. But she's my prized pupil, and for those of you that are here, it'd be a real pleasure to hear her talk, because she's been doing these longer than anybody. I've been giving these lectures and workshops for a lot of years on both sides of the Atlantic. Only recently do I get paid for it. But she knows, as do some of these others in the room, and that enthusiasm, most of the people you do business with, and most of you in this room, are not enthusiastic about what you do in business. And I haven't even been there, but I can tell. And the reason I can tell is because most people aren't enthusiastic. Now, enthusiasm is a word that comes from the Greek word God within. I'm going to give you a couple examples. How many in the room have played college football, high school football? Some of the guys, okay. Now, when you were playing sandlot football, and we're playing touch or tackle, and it's us three against those three, and you come back and you tell me, I can beat this guy in the flat. This guy's a tub of shit or whatever. I can beat him in the flat. And the other guy, but you're confident, but you're not enthusiastic. You come back jumping up and down. Hey, damn, I can beat this. Ooh, throw me the ball. Now, even though you may be a better athlete, I got one, I'm probably going to pick him up, go down and cut in, because he came across with enthusiasm. Not, well, I think I got a 60% chance, 50-50, I could beat him in the flat, maybe, but it's raining and I could drop the ball. And, your arm hasn't been as good as it usually is, Pena. And we've all got hangovers from last night cavorting around. I mean, now who are you going to throw the ball to? Now, you go into a banker. Now, John Allen could teach this part of the class. You go into a banker enthusiastic about your product, about your subdivision, about whatever. And enthusiasm is infectious. Instead of coming into the bank with your tail between your legs, going, oh God, banks are loaning money right now and I need it so bad, and my husband's out of row, shit, what am I going to do? And who's going to give you anything? But most people come into bankers just like I described, I'm ashamed to say. Most people come into your employer, your superior, with a project that you want, like this. Oh, I know he's going to say, no, I've spent 9 months working up these numbers. Now, I can tell you right now, which you already know, I never have gone into anybody that way. I am surprised, stunned, shocked, chagrined when somebody tells me no. I can't believe it. But I also know, and you've got to know, it's my fault if I can't convince Auntie, my boss, of ABC. It's not Auntie's fault, it's my fault. I didn't do it right. I go back to the drawing table and I regen it and I do it again. And I keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it 17 times, like we said earlier. With enthusiasm. When I used to watch Master Stewart give my son's karate lessons, I mean, he was looking for enthusiasm. He was looking for some of the forms that they do. He was looking for them doing it with conviction, with enthusiasm. And I've seen him chastise black belt, which his son is a black belt, down for not doing it enthusiastically. Isn't that right? And it not only holds true for sports, it holds true for business. The reason why people want to do business with me, there's two. One, I've got a track record of success. A lot of that track record I borrowed from other people like John Allen Chalk and other people, but it's my track record now. And number two, because they know I'm enthusiastic. And the deals normally get done by enthusiastic people. Not normally, always get done. Unfortunately, most people confuse wishing and wanting with pursuing. Wishing and wanting with pursuing. Their desire for a dream may be desperate and deep, but when the desire fails to produce, they conclude the dream cannot be theirs. Actually, the only proof they have is that the longing is not enough. The data at hand merely prove that desire alone cannot deliver. And what we're going to talk about is a framework, a methodology. Now, it's been said before that the greatest success in life, man becomes what he thinks about most of the time. And Henry Ford, one of my idols, the original Henry Ford, said, if you think you can or you think you cannot, you will. You will. Other people have said it much better than I. James Allen. But the end is what I think is important. You will become as small as your controlling desire, as great as your dominant aspiration. Now, what we are going to produce out of you in the audience, because people follow the fellow that follows a dream. You will find people more willing to do deals with you, transactions, more willing to go out with you, more willing to marry you, more willing to whatever you, if they feel that you are a person that pursues your dream. People come and listen to me talk because they know that I pursued my dream and that I've been successful at fulfilling my dream. And as Napoleon Hill says, a fearless man thrives on far horizons. Now, it has also been said that if you will do the thing you fear, boy, this is important, if you would do the thing you fear, death of fear is certain. Courage is not the absence of fear and anxiety, it is proceeding in spite of those feelings. And if you haven't already got it, most people don't succeed because they're afraid of success. They're afraid of failure. They're afraid of the things that are attributable to not succeeding. And what we're going to do is we're going to, Auntie. Now, speaking of far horizons, made me think of a little story. Again, Napoleon Hill. Does anybody remember reading or hearing how Napoleon Hill got his first Rolls Royce, or visualized his first Rolls Royce, or how he set his goal for his first Rolls Royce? He was 7 years old. He was dirt poor, I guess in Tennessee, where he's from. And he was sitting in a creek. When he used to feel lonely, he used to go down to this creek. Is that how they say it? Creek? Creek. And he used to sit on this old log, and he used to sit down there and cry because, you know, his mother had passed away, and his dad wasn't doing well, and it was poor times. And he sat on this log in this creek, and he says, someday I'm going to be rich, and someday I'm going to have these things. And he says, and he used to close his eyes and visualize a Rolls Royce. And in that time, there were the old boxy big things that looked like a truck. But he says he visualized it. Then, when he got into his, I guess, 40s, and he had worked on the project for Mr. Carnegie for 20 years, and he had written, in fact, no, he had not published Think and Grow Rich yet. Pardon? Oh, he had not published, I believe, Think and Grow Rich. And he got his first Rolls Royce. And it happened overnight. Some guy gave him a Rolls Royce, his first Rolls Royce. And he took that car and he drove it back to Tennessee, drove it down into that creek. And he parked it right where he saw it when he was 7. 35 years later. Now, he visualized that goal. And an important concept that I have to get across is that when these goals come to fruition, it's extremely important to put them in that same context that you first visualized it. He went back and he drove it there because that is validation of what he had desired. That is why when professional athletes, golfers, even when they hit a good shot, first of all, they visualize the shot they're going to hit before, then they hit it, then they visualize it again, and they relive those positive experiences. When you do things right, revel in it. No matter what your husband, wife, friends, parents, revel in it. Pat yourself on the back, blow smoke up your you-know-what. Revel in it. Because one of the things I'm going to talk about later is glory is fleeting. And it's much easier to replicate successful occurrences if they're vivid in your mind. Revel in your success. Be they small or be they great. I mean, take the time to, when you do something right and you have a success, I mean, think about it. Some people say that, talk about it. And if you got nobody to talk to and nobody to listen to, talk about it in front of a mirror. Get used to it, is what I'm trying to say. Get used to being successful. Get used to being right. Get used to getting people to do what you want them to do. Get used to it. And the more you're used to it, the easier it becomes. I can't envision people telling me no. It's hard for me to conceptualize that no is no. No is yes to me. No was yes to me when I sold real estate. No was yes to me when I sold stocks and bonds. No was yes to me when I was got to the investment banking side and just sold deals. No was yes to me. No, I can't understand that. In 1983, I was invited by the Israeli government to go back and bid on a deal by the Israeli National Oil Company to drill for oil in Israel. And there is very little oil. They've only found a little gas. I could tell you some great stories about why the Israelis say, how could the oil, I mean, what the hell happened? I mean, I could tell you all kinds of stories. But I went back and I said, I need an official invitation from the government. So Charlie, Mark, and I got on a plane. The three of us flew round trip, TWA, from Los Angeles to Tel Aviv for $3,300. I still remember. We hired a high-priced consultant, like somebody like Chalk. He had to fly first class to New York and rest, Concorde from New York to Paris and rest, then first class from Paris to Tel Aviv and rest. I still remember. His ticket was $10,000. So we're there, and Minister Modier was the energy minister at the time. He was a lawyer. That's the only thing that was wrong with him. He was a lawyer. And Arm & Hammer had been there the day before bidding for the deal. Superior Oil was there, a bunch of big companies. So we met, and I had already visualized on the plane that they were going to keep us to the last minute. They kept us waiting in a hotel where I met Mark Spitz, by the way. The only thing good happened, he's quite an interesting fellow. But talk about visualization, when he won those 7 or 8 gold medals, I mean, we used to talk about this, and as we were slurping down drinks in the bar, which not many people see that side of him. But so I visualized being in there. I visualized they were going to say Arm & Hammer, and I visualized all this, and I was trying to think what I was going to do. So we're there. And of course, I'm dressed like this, and they're dressed in short sleeve shirts and cotton pants because it's hot. And here Charlie, Mark, and I go in our Brooks Brothers suits, and we're just dying from the heat. And I go through this presentation, and Minister Modier says, Mr. Pena, just explain to me some rationale why we should pick Little Great Western Energy, was the name of the company, as opposed to Arm & Hammer, Superior Oil. He says, you're not even Jewish. I mean, I don't understand. And I stood up, and I said, Mr. Minister, with the greatest respect, do you know the difference between chicken shit and chicken salad? Now, Mark and Charlie slide. Now, Mark's Jewish, and Mark is just dying. And the bodyguards and everybody, they're all looking at me, and the minister looks at me, and it seemed like an eternity. But it was maybe 5 seconds. He says, yes, I know the difference, Mr. Pena. And I said, well, you've been dealing with the chicken shit, and now you're dealing with the chicken salad. And again, it seemed like eternity, but it was 5 or 6 seconds. And then he starts to laugh, and he turns to Dr. Elazar Barak, who is the managing director of the Israeli National Oil Company, who is also a 2-star general, PhD, MIT. He says, Mr. Pena's got the business. That was in. Presentation, I mean, no more Arm & Hammer, no more anything, okay? And Rebecca in the back has got a similar story about how she got a big advertising deal that she maybe will share with us later after lunch. But I acted as if I had no limits, that was a ballsy thing to do, but I could see that we weren't going to get any place. So I acted as if I had no limits to my abilities, but I had already thought it through before I got there. And then I had also visualized, from a negotiating standpoint, what they were going to do is they were going to stonewall us till the Sabbath, because in the Sabbath they can't work anymore. They go, Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown. And I knew that they were going to do that to us. So I also knew one of my goals, and I told Mark and Charlie, we're going to get them to sign it on the Sabbath at 10, 11 o'clock at night, Friday night. No way, Dan. These guys are, Orthodox is the right word, right? They're Orthodox. There's no way. So during the negotiating process, their head lawyer was a guy, Harvard educated. His name sounded like Elazar, who's the head of the PLO? Arafat. It sounded kind of like Arafat. And so I knew that it would be insulting if I called him Arafat. I called him Arafat 5 days in a row. And finally, at the end of the 5th day, he said, Mr. Pena, my name is Arafat, or whatever it was. And I said, Arafat, I mean, what the hell's the difference? And he says to me, Mr. Pena, I can't begin to explain to you how insulting that is. And so, but we got them in the mood that they did work through the Sabbath. We signed it at 11 o'clock at night. We drank. I have pictures. We toasted. And I have a picture of the clock, and I have a picture of a calendar to show what day it is. Then they even took us. They sinned even more. They took us to a Bedouin restaurant that night where they had rats as big as cats running around. And John Allen will appreciate this. Mark didn't like sitting on the pillows on the floor because you could hear the rats outside the tent. And in those days I drank Johnny Walker Black Label, and these guys aren't supposed to drink. And they had 3 or 4 bottles of Johnny Walker Black Label on the table, and Charlie looked at me, Solidain, and I looked at him. I said, I guess we're going to have to drink all those, Charlie. Of course, they drank with us, but we did the deal. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that we acted as if there weren't any limits to our abilities. I have another story. The Los Angeles Police Protective League, when I was in the brokerage business, they had a small account. It was only $260 million. That's probably not much money in today to have a managed account for $260 million. So Merrill Lynch and everybody and his brother were bidding for this business. So I went, and there used to be a restaurant called the Dynasty Club in Los Angeles, an after-hours club. The policemen and FBI and gangsters, too, used to frequent. When you checked in, you had to check your gun. Everybody's checking their guns on the tables, and I'm the only guy in the place that didn't have a gun. So I started hanging out with the guys on the Police Protective League. They were on the board of directors, and I became friends with them. And we drank, and we got the business. I mean, it didn't take a genius. I mean, now when I went to the next presentation, these guys I had helped into cabs, told lies to their wives. I turned the situation around because there was no way that we should have succeeded. And the Great Western story and the successes that you will have from here on are going to be places and doing things that are out of the ordinary, out of your old comfort zone. 10 stories up, 20 stories up, 100 stories up. And the more you think about it, the more it will feel comfortable, the more it will become natural. That's the word I've been searching for all morning. Natural. And the more natural it becomes, the easier you'll do it. And just as when I used to play tennis, if I could call it that, with Jim in the back, the more I played, the better I played.
Correct.
It was that. Yeah, correct. And he used to ask me before we'd start, have you been out on the court since we last played? And I never lied. Most of the time I said no. But a couple of times that he didn't ask and I played much better, it's because I had played 4 times that week. And he obviously knew. He says, yeah, you've been out here. You've been hitting the ball with somebody, Dan. Because tennis, I had a workout, to say the least. I was asking him earlier, I like to take my tennis lessons at 2 to 4 in the afternoon on when it's hot. Because one, he was always available because nobody else wanted to take tennis lessons, and it was a better workout. And
Got to practice under the worst conditions.
that's right. You got to practice under the worst, and that's a very good point. Even though I tell you to practice successful occurrences, you also have to practice and simulate in your mind when things are what could go wrong. In your mind and in your dreams, you overcome them, but you cannot visualize perfect scenarios. For those of you that are married, you know that there's good times and bad times in married life. And I don't ask these kind of questions anymore. I've learned over the years because we have married couples sometimes. And Dean, I was going to ask you, but I'm not going to. Okay. But you have to simulate successful transactions, successful happenings, but you have to also simulate problems and challenges and how you've overcome them and what you do. Now, let's see what time it is. We're going to take another short break, get some coffee, water, and I will ring the bell in a few minutes. Yep. No. I want to go back and address a point that I thought of during the break, and it's quite important. This no, not being no, but being yes. For those of us that have children, we've all told our children no, and you told him when he's a young man, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now, my mother never told me no growing up. My mother is kind of goofy. She still is a little goofy, but and I don't think that's why. But I mean, when people ask me, well, how did you develop no meaning yes to you? Well, one of the reasons, when I was growing up, my mother never told me no. She would always phrase it a different way. She had read a book in the 40s or 50s, or I don't know when it would. She read some book, because my dad was forever telling me no. There was not one thing that I could ever do that he said yes to. So my mother, in desperation, not wanting me to be warped or something, she said, Doctor, we'll talk about it later over a drink. You can give me some therapy. Anyway, so she never told me no, and she would phrase things in a different way. She also, when I was growing up, I didn't crawl around on the floor. My mother carried me on her hip till I was 2.5. I walked. I never crawled as a child. And you can have a field day with my mother. You could have a field day with my mother if she was here. And because people ask me, well, are there anything different than when you were growing up? You know, I had a lot of problems. I was in trouble. That one time I got expelled from school, I dropped an aquarium from the second floor of that building, trying to drop it on my teacher. And I missed them. I got thrown out of school. Another time I got thrown out of school because I got in a fight, and a guy with glasses, in those days you had real glass, said, you won't hit me, and I did. I busted him and shattered the lenses in his eyes. And then another time I got in a fight and I broke a kid's arm in 7 places. When he was down on the ground, he had fallen, he broke it, and he said, my arm is broken. I said, no, it's not, but now it is. So I was a troublesome kid. But, so those two things, never getting said no to by my mother and carrying me around like I was a growth on her hip, I don't think those had anything to do with why I don't hear no. But it's important that, see, the way we've been conditioned and taught, no has a stigma. It has a big stigma. No, Marshall, you can't have that region. You've got to stay in this region. No, you can't do institutional business. No, you can't do this. No, I mean, no, you can't do this, Dan, because Payne Weber doesn't allow that. Excuse me. No, Dan, you can't go in the coal business because you lucked out in the oil business, and God knows you don't know anything about coal. There's a stigma, and it's very important to make a concerted effort to, when somebody tells you no, even someone you respect, to sit back and think about it. Because I do. When people tell me no, other than a brain surgeon that wants to operate on my brain, I mean, see, no decision that anybody in this room is going to make is life-threatening. We have no brain surgeons. See, and you have to realize, you have to realize that. And it's an important concept. And somebody asked me something at the break. That is one of the biggest things that when you overcome your fear of the no word, your whole thought process changes. It just changes. I mean, and I don't hear no. I mean, I just don't. It's like water off a duck's back. I mean, and unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, my oldest son, Dan Jr., doesn't hear no. I mean, he is like, I spit and it grew up like me. And because communication is much greater, he's smarter than I was at the same age, and that's a problem. That's going to challenge, I mean, because he's figured out things that I was 16, 17 before I figured out. And he's only just going to be 12. And, to use the 90s word, that's going to be a real challenge for me and my wife as he gets older. But he has figured out no is yes as well. Whereas Derek knows no. Kelly, my daughter, knows no means yes. So, I mean, but it's an extremely important concept. And I can't emphasize it enough. Now, we want to talk about being focused now, because hyper-growth, quantum leap type of growth, the kind of growth where we were 5 squared times 5 squared, that kind of growth you cannot have without this laser, what I call laser beam focus, and you cannot have without total commitment. And we're going to talk about that burning desire. And we're going to talk about, not in terms of past failures, we're going to talk in terms of next time how we overcome that negative incident. Because there are no failures, they're just mistakes, errors on the way to your ultimate success. Now, it's important. Now, I'm a pretty optimistic guy, and I'm a pretty persevering guy. But one of my keys to my success is I don't waste time on things I can't change. Now, there's a big differentiation. I can't change my mother, so I don't spend time trying to re-educate her. I also can't change how the IRA thinks about the British. I mean, now those are big, drastic examples, but there's certain things in your business career that you're going to come in life, you will come in contact with that you have no possibility whatsoever of changing. And one of the things that I pride myself on is I don't spend a lot of time, if any time, thinking about things I can't change. And it's one of the reasons and that I'm not as concerned about some of the world events as other people. And that doesn't make me a bad person, that I'm not. I worry about Bosnia and the death, and that's an awful thing, but there's not much Dan Pena can do about it. I worry about the fact that the Catholic Church is disintegrating. It's been disintegrating in my lifetime and losing people, and it's tough to get priests and nuns. Even though one of my best friends is a Carmelite priest right here in town, Father John Fogarty. But there's not much Dan Pena can do to convince the Pope that he ought to let the priests get married, or ban or change the celibacy. Not much. So I don't spend any time virtually thinking about things like that. I have only recently started thinking about the women's movement because I'm going to do a project. My partner's here tonight, or this afternoon, Becky Richardson, she's sitting in the back, where we're going to do seminars just for women. And so only recently, and I mean in recent time, like the last 120 days, have I given that much thought. I now read Working Woman, and I read, but I mean, prior to that, I didn't spend much time. And prior to me teaching this last year, I didn't spend much time. I didn't give a damn what students thought. I just didn't. Now, a lot of people in this room have concerns about things that are important to them, and that's great. But you got to remember, and I think it's important to differentiate, there's one thing to have an intellectual interest. That's great. I have an intellectual interest whether the monarchy is going to survive in Great Britain. But that's where it ends. Intellectually, after I read a few paragraphs of a story, I don't spend a lot of time. And a lot of people in this room, and in every room that I've given this part of the talk to, spend inordinate amount of time on things that they will never change in their lifetime. Never, ever, ever. And to give you a couple of live examples, if I had not been successful with the little story that I give at Minister Modeh in Israel, that was it. I shot my last volley. That was it. Whereas a lot of people would have come back. In fact, I know Mark wanted to come back, reorganize, rethink it through, get some supporters within our camp that were Jewish to do this, to do that, and come back and do it again. Not me. That was it. I knew. Now, I was successful. There's other times that I haven't been successful. Another example, when I convinced the North Yemen, there's one Yemen, but when I was there was one North Yemen, the North Yemen government to allow us to drill. I used a similar tactic. It's a much longer story, which I won't go into right now. But if I had not been successful, I wouldn't have gone back to regroup. There's certain times, and we're going to talk about it a little later, that there's a time to fold your cards, there's a time to play your cards, and there's a time to bluff them. The guys, Walton, Gates, Ross, Perot, and those guys know how to play their cards. They know when to fold them, too. There are certain deals that you just walk away from because you can't change them. And it's intuitive. It's nothing that I can teach you, but there's certain things. Now, if one of the things I had not given any thought to the women's movement because I didn't have a reason to. Now I have a reason. And I think the way we're structuring it is going to be very well accepted. But it's important not to waste time on things you can't change. I mean, you've all had friends and relatives that you know that talking to them about A, B, or C is like spitting in the wind. And business is the same. And so it's important to differentiate that from being persevering. Now, as I said earlier, you've got to concentrate and focus on your successes. And it's not that I haven't had any failures, because I've come back from near death in business 5 times. Now, I'm also the only motivational speaker, financial motivational speaker that I know of. I'm about $40 million poorer today than I was 3 years ago. Plus or minus 5. But I still have more net worth than any of the other speakers. Now, I don't focus on the fact that I'm $40 million poor. What I focus on is the fact that I'm still got a higher net worth than any of the other speakers. It would be very easy for me, but when I said that, I can always tell by the look on the faces of the audience, it would be very easy to wallow and feel sorry for myself. But as you've witnessed already in a few hours, there's a lot of things that I do, but one of them is in wallow and self-pity. And so, for those of you that have had reversals, just put in perspective. I sat in a room in New York City last November with a gentleman that had just written off $247 million. He was $247 million poor. Yeah, but he still had quite a bit of money. And he didn't focus on the 247. The only reason it came up is one of the other guys at the meeting was bitching because he lost $5 million. So I popped up, and then he popped up, and so it kind of put the guy that lost $5 million in his place, and he shut up the rest of the meeting, and we made a lot of progress. So focus on your successes, and I don't allow my children to hang around. Going back to John Allen's example, with people that talk negative. I just don't allow it. Because you are with who you hang around, especially as a child. And I don't think we're going to have two miracles in my family in that I turned out all right and I'm a success based on how I started. There's one miracle of family, and I done had mine. So I don't want to take that chance with my children, and so I'm very strict, and I don't allow my children to hang around. I don't allow them to talk because a lot of people don't have respect for servants and things like that. If my children have a new friend that doesn't treat the people that work for us with respect, they're gone. They're history. I don't care who they are. So it's important. To achieve hypergrowth, you must divert avoidable mistakes and let your successes run. This is an important thing. Because what happens when everybody has some success, what do? We diversify. God damn, I'm going to go do this. I've been in the movie business. I mean, I lost more money. I made a movie with Richard Harris, Martin Landau, and Karen Black. Richard Harris and Martin Landau and Karen Black were names when I did movies with them. Couldn't lose. The movie was called The Last Chance, and it was more than that. I didn't realize it at the time. We lost, I think, $7 million in that movie. I did a country western special with Hoyt Axton and Dolly Parton. You cannot lose money, Pena. Lost our butt. I did the first Penthouse Pet of the Year awards with Bob Guccione. Well, that was a lot of fun, but we lost a lot of money. We lost a lot of money. Yeah, but that was a lot of fun. That one, anyway. Yeah.
You went bust?
Yeah. Bust. Yeah, that's right. We went bust. Very good. That's very good. In fact, I tell the story, and we rented the Aladdin Hotel, the entire hotel, which isn't a smart thing to do, but we rented the entire Aladdin because we were big in those days. I had a 42,000 barrel a day refinery that during the small refiners by us, we were making $14 a barrel. So you can multiply 14 times 42,000. And I was into my jet plane phase at that time. And so we rented the entire Aladdin Hotel. And we were going to bring in all the oil traders from the United States because I was doing this Penthouse Pet of the Year Awards. We were filming it, and I thought the oil traders would have a big party. And Linda and I flew in on the jet. Tony Curtis was the MC. And Bob Goulet, there were two MCs. Tony Curtis is hitting on Linda, and I mean it was crazy money, but then there was a tornado or something that kept a lot of the planes from flying in. So here I am with the Aladdin Hotel, I think we were paying $250,000 a day, if I remember correctly, and then we were on golden time because all the actors and actresses were going over. I didn't know what golden time meant, but that's basically it's a euphemism for getting screwed. I mean, and I don't mean in the physical sense. I mean, this money's flowing out of our pocket. So we did and so that was my last venture in the movie business. We undiversified, and it's important to let your successes run because what happens is when it becomes mundane. When it becomes easy, that's when we all decide we're going to do something else. My experience is to do more of the same. Do more of that more boring, more of that mundane crap. Just keep doing more of it. Now look we've got Exxon that went into the computer business that's now out of the computer business. We've got General Motors and various other companies that were in and out of the oil business. I mean, everybody can't stand being successful in their own business. They diversify. Now everybody, look Sears and Roebuck is getting out of selling off their gas. Well, they got caught cheating, but they're selling off their gas stations, that business. They're getting, I think, out of the financial services business. I mean, everybody's getting out of the businesses that they got into when they were making all that money. They're having to downsize, fire all these people, lay all these people off. We've got engineers with 25 years experience that now have to go learn to be a school teacher or whatever. It's because we don't allow our successes to run. So the key to real super success is just avoiding or averting avoidable mistakes. I've heard golf pros say it's not how many good shots we hit. It's avoiding hitting bad shots. Tennis players, professionals, you'll hit good shots in your business. In my judgment, my experience, all you have to do is avoid hitting bad ones. It's a simple concept, but very, very few people, myself included, now I know, but I mean, I had to go through those heartaches. And hopefully, you'll experience less heartaches by listening to what I've just said. Okay. Now, I've talked about being committed, and I like this piece by W.H. Murray. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans, that the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance, which no man could have dreamt would have come his way. I have learned a deep respect for one of Goethe's couplets. Whatever you can do, or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic. Now, there are things that you have that you want to get started in business, or you want to change, or whatever. And I'm going to ask you to talk about those later. But as the advertisements for a lot of these seminars say, they talk about taking action. And normally to them, it's taking action is writing them a check. And sometimes that is the start, though. And what people forget, and it's unfortunate now because there's a lot of gimmickry in this industry that I've just joined, that sometimes it is that first step to write a check, to do something to make your lot in life better. But there are things that you want to do, have thought about doing. I had dinner at the castle a few nights ago with a career British Royal Marine colonel and his wife that have been friends of ours for a lot of years. And she has thought about, since 1985, about starting the business. This is the last time I talked to her about it, 1985. It's now 1993. And and she asked me 6 or 7 times, well, do you think I ought to do it? And about 6 or 7 times, I said, I'm going to tell you what I told you in 1985. I thought it was a good idea in 85. I thought it was a good idea, I think, in 88 or 89, the last time my wife mentioned that you mentioned it. And it's still a goddamn good idea in 1993. And so she says, well, then that means you think I ought to do it. And I collapsed from the table, and Dan Jr. is sitting there. And he looks out the window across to the Lunan River that runs by the castle, and he just spins back around, look like Errol Flynn. He says, actually, I think that's what my father said. I think you ought to do it. And everybody starts laughing. But now I don't know. I hope she's going to do it. In fact, I'm sending her the seminar manual, and I'm sending her some other stuff. And her idea is really a good idea. But the point I'm trying to make is she's obviously hadn't been committed from 1985 because she hasn't done it. Most often, I've had conversations with women and men about, they're not happily married, but they can't make the commitment to get out or do something different. See, that's an easier and more graphic illustration that men and women understand than in business. But the same holds true for business. The same reason that people stay in bad relationships, this is one man's opinion, but is the very reason that people don't start or stay in bad business situations or don't start new business situations that would be more promising. Because it's easier and they don't have to make a commitment. And nothing, in my judgment, that's good can happen unless you start and you make that commitment. Okay. We are now okay. Now this is going to be something that, again, we have no brain surgeons. Closest we have is you, Judy, a psychiatrist. That's kind of a half-assed brain surgeon, isn't it? If you play with their brain, but you don't cut it, right? Okay. The consequence of a misguided decision is de minimis in the concept of eternity. For those of you that are texting, I'm going to put it a little differently. In the cosmos of time, any decision that you'll ever make will not be a fart in the wind. In the cosmos of time, I don't care what business you're in. I don't care what you do. 100 years from now, nobody gave a damn. Okay, if that's true, and if the closest we have is a half-assed brain surgeon here, okay, how and why do we labor so much on decisions in business? Why have I made 50,000 decisions, which is probably 48,000 more than the whole room put together? I want a volunteer, or I'm going to yank somebody up out of their seat. Why do you think that is? Why do we suffer, lament, bemoan, begrudge, sweat over making decisions when none of us does in this room, myself included? I mean, when you put it in the big picture of life, it doesn't mean a goddamn thing. I mean, I don't care where you've been, what you've done, what businesses you've started. No decision you're ever going to make. And that's why it's so much easier for me to make decisions than just about everybody in this room. Microphone. Rebecca.
If you want the answer, one of the answers, it goes back to what you were saying before. It's all about conditioning. From the time we're 2 years old, we are either right or wrong. And there's either one right answer or 40 gazillion wrong answers, but whatever you do, you don't want to be the one who raises your hand with the wrong answer, because everyone in authority, from your parents to your teachers to the principals to the officers to the whoever it is going to give you that look which says you are just really a worthless human being because you got the wrong answer. And so we're more worried about the wrong answer. We aren't even taught that there are 40,000 answers, possible solutions, breaking out of the box solutions to any given situation or problem that's presented to us. It's an educational process that people have worked at diligently our whole lives to teach us that more than anything else, okay, if you'll just not say anything, you're better off than saying the wrong thing.
That's absolutely right. We become more interested in being wrong than we do in being right. And unless unless you're in a life and death situation, which nobody in this room is, it doesn't matter. And the funny thing about it is, even when you're in a life and death situation, I was trained as an infantry second lieutenant during the Vietnam War, Fort Benning, Georgia, OCS. And you'd think in life-death situations this would be the opposite. But guess what? It's even more. You're trained as an infantry officer. Make a decision, Pena, even if it's wrong. Because hesitation costs lives.
But if you make the wrong one, God will strike you down.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you what the Lord knows here today. So it's so crucial. I mean, I could talk about this a whole hour. it's not about being right or wrong. It's about recognizing and seizing opportunities. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about seizing and recognizing opportunities. And very few people in business look at it that way. But I can tell you for sure, Gates, Jobs, all those guys that I've already mentioned, don't worry about being wrong. It doesn't even enter their mind. What enters their mind is, how right am I going to be? Kirk Kerkorian right now, a billionaire, I think he's Armenian, is building the largest hotel in Las Vegas right now. And I think Bear Stearns is part of the deal. I was at Bear Stearns' corporate finance meeting recently, and I have a vague recollection. I know Kirk Kerkorian's doing it. Everybody in the room told him he was wrong. People he's paying a lot of dough to all said he's mad. He's finally flipped out. He's 76 or 78 years old, and he's finally lost it. And he made reference to 2 or 3 other times that he did the biggest whatever before, and they all said he was mad, and the hotel it was overbuilt or whatever. And 2 or 3 other times, I think I made $1.6 billion the one time, and I made $600 million the second time. But I only made $350 million the third time. And it doesn't even enter his mind about being wrong. But he also realizes that even if he is wrong, he realizes that in the cosmos of time, it doesn't mean anything. It really, even to a guy like that. Yet, I know people in this room that spend more time deciding on where the hell to eat goddamn dinner, or what kind of birthday card they're going to buy their mother or brother. You're going to buy her 900 birthday cards anyway. Than some of the major things in their business or in their life. I mean, it's a terribly crucial point. I mean, it is absolutely ludicrous. When I was on Wall Street, I used to tell people that, and at that time, I guess it's still true, you know, just as I said, you spend more time deciding what you're going to buy your father-in-law than you do on an investment decision that could impact your retirement. It's crazy. I mean, it just is. I mean, you spend more time on what car you're going to buy. I mean, I can name a whole list of things you spend more time on than probably the second most important decision you've ever made in your life, for those of you that are in business, is starting your business. Now, one of the things that you probably have given a little thought to, and I talked about it briefly, is your exit strategy is going to be dropping dead. I mean, yet you don't give that as much thought as perhaps where you're going to send your child to college, which is an important decision. I'm not trying to demean that. But you've got to put these things in perspective. And what I find, very, very successful people have put them in perspective. They know what the priorities are. And that was Freudian. See, when they know where the priorities are, and they line them up real quick. And the people that are aspiring to do that don't either attempt to line up the priorities at all, or they've got them all ass backwards. Mike, please, for the gentleman. Yes, sir.
We all have to make decisions from time to time, and there's those littlest decisions, and there's those big decisions, and then there's those tough decisions. The tough ones come when you're affecting people's lives, not yours, but theirs. And if you're wrong, it can affect their welfare. It can affect their livelihood, their well-being. That's tough. You don't want to be wrong.
No,
you damn sure want to think about it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
But number one is the business.
Pardon?
Number one is the business.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of the business will take care of you. You can't get sentimental.
No.
And throw the business to hell.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is if you take care of the business is going to take care of your employees too. But you've been in business a long time? Okay. Now, would you agree that people spend an inordinate amount of time on things that really they don't need to? And that's the point I'm making. And that the people that are at that end of the continuum that we all want to, hopefully, all want to move closer towards, spend less time. And I'm not preaching to be ruthless, and because there's enough of that in business, and you can make a lot of money without being ruthless. I mean, because I know people. I don't know how to make a lot of money, balanced kind of life, but I know, because I wasn't ruthless doing mine, but I just never figured out the balance part until just the last few years. But what I'm saying is that much of the time we spend in our jobs and in our relationships are not in proportion to the significance of how they affect your life or your business. It's almost like we spend. This is just an analogy. Like we spend 3 minutes on every decision we're going to make the rest of our life. The life and death affecting our employees, buying a new tie, where we're going to go to dinner. I mean, our retirement, where we're going to go on our vacation, etc., etc., etc. And that's what we see more of. I can remember my father spending, had to be the better part of 3 weeks, trying to decide whether he was going to stay, I think, whether he was going to stay in the North Shore of Maui or the South Shore of Maui. Now, he was going to stay at Kapalua. I can't remember the names, the Kapalua Hotel or the Kanapali Hotel. You know, and he dreaded, Jesus, what if I don't like the rooms? Or what if I don't like that golf course? And I told him, if you don't like that, you just move to the hotel. I mean, you stayed there one night, you walk in the room, you just go up the street or go up the road. It's actually about 25 miles. But he went back and back, forth. And, I mean, and I've seen people do this in business. I mean, we've in Great Western, I mean, we lamented, or I had people that worked for me that would lament on a decision that really didn't mean anything. I mean, and I know whether you have a corner office means things to people, and whether you got 3 windows or 2 windows. And it doesn't mean spit to me, and I once moved a guy who ultimately I wound up firing. He had an inner office with no windows. And I've got a friend of mine who tells me, Dan, that's the whole reason that relationship didn't work out. Because I wanted him close so I could call him, because I don't use the intercom system. I didn't use to just scream down the halls. And I wanted him right there. And it was an inner office with no windows. It was a big office, but it had no windows. Now remember, your windows were onto the courtyard? Yeah. On the golf course, okay. Yeah. But, I mean, see, to me that doesn't mean anything. But the thing that means the most to me is profitability, execution. But we spend too much time, Auntie. We spend too much time not seizing and looking for the opportunities. Because we were talking about failures earlier. Failure is a resource. It helps you find the edge of your capacities. For those of you who haven't had failure, any failures, which I can't imagine anybody not having any failures, but if you haven't, it'll be tough. I mean, it's going to be really hard to make the first mistake. Now, if you've made as many mistakes as I have, I mean, it's not that I look for failure, but I'm not afraid of making a mistake. I'm just not. And when human resources are involved, I'm very conscientious. But still, at the end of the day, I can only give it my best shots. And one of the things we're going to talk about is I never second-guess myself, because I made some bad decisions in my business career, but I never beat myself. I've seen good men and women's career end because they beat themselves to death because of one bad business decision. I mean, and it's I've seen careers ended. I mean, that were on a path like that because they made one bad business decision. They were afraid ever to make another one. I talk about failure not in a way that I don't want to leave the impression that failure's all right. No, I don't want to leave that impression. Failure's not all right. It's okay to get to success. Because a life of failure isn't what I'm trying to preach here. A life of success. And on. Yeah. Now, along that line, or along these lines, and I borrowed this from Napoleon Hill. I just found this here recently, and I've added it to the seminar because I didn't really look at it this way, but the more I think of it, the more I like it, and the more I agree. And it's that magic of a money consciousness. When I start into this, I'm not saying that you do this in spite of everything, in spite of ruining careers, in spite of hurting people. That's not what I mean at all. Because I have a great deal of integrity, and a great deal of my reputation is really pretty much unblemished in business. But spasmodic or occasional effort will be of no value. You must apply until application becomes a fixed habit with you. Replication over and over and over, just like in athletics. Poverty is attracted to the one whose mind is favorable to it, as money is attracted to him whose mind has been deliberately prepared to attract it. Poverty consciousness will voluntarily seize the mind which is not occupied with money consciousness. Boy, that's true. A poverty consciousness develops without conscious application of habits favorable to it. The money consciousness must be created to order. That's what this seminar and seminars like this, and there are no seminars like this, but this is what, in my judgment, because this is not a spiritual, this is not what I consider a motivational, a personal development. This is a seminar about making your business, your life, your job, being more successful and being all that you can be. Because I would submit to you that most people in business and in life aren't anywhere near what they can be. And it's about developing what Napoleon Hill called 40, 50 years ago, a magic of money consciousness. And where it says poverty consciousness will voluntarily seize the mind which is not occupied with money consciousness, my way of saying that is that bad things will happen if you're not concentrating on good things. But the key is concentration, and the key is focus. And if you lose focus, and like I've said earlier, if Casey stays after it, he'll continue to be successful. If Casey loses focus and doesn't stay after it, all that, and by the way, losing focus is geometric as well. You have to plan and think and grow and visualize geometric growth in a positive sense, but it comes upon you like AIDS in a negative sense, because when the cycle turns the other way and you lose focus, you don't lose arithmetically, you lose geometrically. When things go wrong, they really go wrong. I mean, you get into the ass end of a cycle, I mean, like with a tidy bowl, man, you're spinning around, and it's ugly. I mean, because I've been in those cycles as well. Okay. Auntie? Okay. Now, I'm not going to ask this question. I used to ask a lot of these questions, but I know the answers. So, under no circumstance do I ever second guess myself. Never. And whether I'm right or wrong, I will go back and look at what made something happen that was correct, and I will go back and see what I did that was wrong that allowed it to get away. But in both cases, I never second guess the decision and beat myself to death when I don't make a right decision. And men and women continue to do that to themselves. Men and women, I could have done this. The example I love to use is, for those of you that are familiar with the San Fernando Valley, my father had the opportunity in 1953 or 4 to buy the corner of Topanga Canyon and Ventura Boulevard. Now, the last time that corner sold, it sold for $12 million. Now, he could have bought it for $3,000. Now, I remember driving out there as a little kid, and my dad said, God, the city's never going to get out here. But even I thought it could get out here. Dad, I mean, it's only 15 miles. Okay. He didn't buy it. Some guy bought it, and when he sold, first guy sold it, he sold it for $540,000. The second guy that sold it for $3 million. The third guy that sold it for $8 million, and the last guy that sold it for $12 million. Okay. Now it doesn't have a gas. It didn't have anything at that time. It had a gas station across the corner. At first it had a Chevron station, then it had a car wash. Now it's got a big, 30-story building on it. Now, forevermore, my father remembers that. Forevermore. Now, to say that the only time he was glad he didn't make that deal is when he divorced my mother, because she would have got half of it. That's the only time in his life that he was happy he didn't have that. But I mean, forevermore. I mean, he has second-guessed that thing. So now he's got he bought another piece of property, which, I mean, he will not be able to live long enough to realize a fraction of what that other piece of property. But see, he will continue to second-guess himself. And of course, while my parents were married, my mother continued to second-guess and helped him right along. But see, that's an example that, one, he can't change it, so why waste time thinking about it? Two, it's affected his whole life, the way he thinks about investments. His whole life. I mean, and there are people in this room, and if there aren't people in this room, there are people that you know that example that I just gave about my father, is true. And I know people, and some people that I know in this room, we know jointly people that, I mean, have continued to second-guess themselves. Now, contrary to what I've said all this morning, you won't always have the answers. And I urge you to take seriously the advice of people you respect. Now, that respect should be underlined, and it also should say in parentheses, people that have been successful at the thing that you're asking them about. You don't go to a guy who's been married 7 times for marital advice. And I have a good friend of mine, and when he sees this tape, I'm not going to mention his name, is a 7-time loser. I've got another friend of mine who's a 5-time loser. Now, now I'm happily married, but I mean, if I had a marital problem, I would not go to one of these 2 guys. Yet I see every week in business people asking people advice about something they have no idea. On the other hand, I also see people that will ask me advice. I'll give it to them, and because it wasn't what they wanted to hear, I was at a CEO club in Los Angeles. I think you were there, and I think you were there, Al. And I mentioned there are people in this room that have businesses that are mature that they ought to close them down. You talking about, there was 2 or 3 guys there that looked at me. Where did this psycho come from? What are we asking him to talk to us for? But it was obvious. Sometimes businesses become mature. The steel business became mature, and now they've revamped the whole thing. But the way the steel business was, matured. And there are businesses that mature, but you don't always have all the answers. And the people that you ask the answers, make sure they've been successful at the field that they're in. And we all hire, well, I don't anymore, but we hired consultants. They used to send in consultants, Arthur Anderson, Coopers and Lybrand, Morgan Guarantee. And, by the time I was 35, I had been more successful than the guys that I'm paying a lot of money for advice. And I would want to see gray-haired guys coming in that had been there. I even like consultants that had been in real business for real and then had either sold their business or retired and were coming back. I like that even better because I wanted somebody that had been in the eye of the tiger. I had wanted somebody that had been knocked down. It's not how many times you're knocked down, it's how many times you get up off your back. And the consultant business now, especially in the United Kingdom, they come in with guys that look younger than Auntie, and they're sitting down there, and they were merchant bankers, and I mean, John Allen knows, I mean, he was there, and they're giving this high-priced advice, and I normally faded. I did the exact opposite, almost always, of the advice that I was given vis-a-vis the consultants that advised me when I was growing Great Western, when we made acquisitions. Almost always. In fact, it became a joke. One of our lead lawyers from the UK, he was wrong every time. He gave good legal advice, but his commercial advice was just nothing. It was just abysmal. And it was a joke when Alan would come in. I mean, well, what do you think of this deal? He says, it'll never go. It's a go, guys. It's a go. Alan has blessed it. He put the blessing on it. And then after 7 years, and he's a very bright corporate lawyer, still is, and after 7 or 8 years, we used to ask him, he says, no, I don't have any opinion anymore. And we say, come on, Alan, tell us. He says, nah, well, you're right. And he used to call me Mr. Chairman, you're right, I don't like the deal. It's a go, guys. It's a go. Okay, I mean, don't worry about it. Now, when I talk about drawing on experience, but I've also... Yes, sir.
In your experience, have you found the worst advice you can get comes from bankers, accountants, and lawyers? And that's who most business people go to for advice.
Yes, well, for commercial, bankers and lawyers are pretty close for commercial advice. Yeah, and they just are. And but those are the guys that give advice. That's why I like to use, whenever I like to use people that have been out there and run companies. I was a graduate assistant in the School of Business, and the dean of our School of Business was a guy named Bill Raby, Dr. Bill Raby, Stanford PhD. We used to call him Rabbit Raby. I was his graduate assistant. And he had been executive vice president of United States Steel. He had been out there, you know. And when he would taught these management courses we all took, I reveled in every word because he had really been there. And there's the famous story that the next dean was a guy named Howard Shenson. And he was a young man. He was only 2 years older than I was. He was acting dean, I guess. And I was teaching one of his classes one day, a lab. And I was sitting up there, and he came into the classroom. He didn't like the way I was teaching. He dismissed the lab, which pissed me off big time. And he says, "Follow me, Pena, into my office." And so we trot off. And I was visualizing I was going to crush his head when I didn't have witnesses. So we get in there, and he starts reading me the riot act about how I was teaching his lab. And I said, "You know, Howard, Raby's gone now, and you're not a pimple on his you-know-what, but you've never been out there." To make a long story short, he quit that June. He went out, built a very successful consulting business, sold it to the Wilson Company for $14 million, and traveled around with Zig Ziglar, Joe Mancuso, for years doing seminars and how to build a seminar business. But the reason he went out was I insulted him. I made him so mad because he knew what I was saying was the truth. He went out and became very successful. Unfortunately, Howard Shenson just passed away from cancer last year or year before that. I just found that out in the last few weeks. But, there was all the difference in the world from having people that have been there, done it, as opposed to theorize. And the thing about this seminar is this isn't theory. You may not like everything I say. You probably won't. But I can tell you, I did it and it works. And it's not. This isn't a theoretical exercise. You know, the quantum leap isn't a game like Monopoly. Quantum leap is real life things that have happened to me. Not all of them good, but most of them good. And so, how you perceive the deal will normally be how it happens. Casey perceived success in his deal buying this a jewelry company from 1867. And I told him, from a marketing point of view, I don't know anything about jewelry. If you've been in business since 1867, if you can't make money with a company that says since 1867, you ought to blow your brains out. In fact, I was thinking how I could somehow link into that. Yeah, absolutely, John. What a track record. I said, you better get that company. I mean, we're going to do some things with that. Since 1867. I like that. I mean, you can't make money with that. Something's wrong. But perception is reality. The perception of that is stability, etc., etc., etc. I mean, quantum leap seminars since 1992. I mean, so the quantum leap seminars since 1867, or an affiliation of, or I mean, we'll figure out some words. But so perception is reality, and the perception allows you to acquire more perception. I bought Guthrie Castle, and we're going to talk about goal setting. One, because I wanted to. That was my exit, but it didn't work out to be my exit because Charlie Soliday passed away. But the perception to the UK investors. I lived in Great Britain. My daughter was born in Scotland. She carries a British passport. At one time, 35% of the company was owned by Scottish institutions. I could come down for a cup of coffee, drive down to Edinburgh and Glasgow. I could fly down, I could be in London in 3 hours. I knew if we were going to go public in the United Kingdom, I was going to be there a lot because we were going to raise a lot of money. And it's a lot easier, not a lot easier, it's impossible to raise a lot of money unless you're there, pushing the deal through. Right, John Allen? Okay. So I did that, and I became, it was like I was part of the family. It was a natural progression when I went from Brown Shipley to S.G. Warburg, which is the creme de la creme. But I was there, Dan, Laird of Guthrie Castle. They don't call them lords in Scotland. Laird of Guthrie Castle. But it was part of the perception. It's part of the length I went through to make Great Western what it was. And I'm not saying it was any great sacrifice living up there in a big castle, although I paid for it, contrary to what some of the shareholders used to ask me. I mean, it was part of the perception. And just think through, if you're a lawyer, if you're a psychiatrist, if you're in real estate or construction, just think of the perception of the people that you want to do business with. What's their perception of you? Is the perception of you of some of the things I've outlined, or is the perception of you their perception of you? And remember, whether it's true or not, perception is reality. I tell my kids, if you dress this way, I mean, you are whatever the people think you are, whether you are or not. When we're talking about earrings, green hair, and stuff like that, which they don't have. In fact, gave them a marine haircut recently, like boot camp. And, just to prove a point, Linda thought maybe it was too ugly of a point, but to prove a point, that they wouldn't die if they didn't have longer hair. You will not die with short hair. You think you're going to die, but you're not going to die. And we're going to show you you're not going to die. So, they thought they were going to die, though. Every time that thing went through, then they kind of liked it, It was easier. And
all three of them, or just...
No, not my daughter. No, it wasn't my daughter. My daughter didn't do that, but But I got another thing with my daughter. I like hair that's brushed, and my daughter looks like sometimes in the morning she wakes up and she looks like she's had a hard night, and she's a little too young to have had a hard night. You know what I mean? But she looks up and her hair's all frazzled, and she walks around and goes down for breakfast. And I said, "Go brush your hair." Well, why? And that's not a real good question to ask me when you're my 6-year-old daughter. She's not going to be 7. But I tell her, when people come over, I mean, you're going to be 20 years old and you're going to look like that. And so I make her brush her hair. And of course my son's like that, because that means I'm disciplining their sister, who they think gets away with murder, which is fairly accurate. But, okay, Auntie. Now, this is important, and this is, the things I did right were guided by. And we're going to cover a few more things, and then we're going to break for lunch. Now, This is me. This, and then we're going to ask you about you. So think about this. The things I did right were guided by mostly intuition and instinct. I'm here to say that 95 to 98% of the time you think of something, the first thing you think of is right. And it's even higher with women. I didn't used to like saying that, but now I'm, you know. Yeah, I'm getting, that's exactly right, Becky. I'm getting comfortable. But it's probably 98 to 99 with women. Okay. Second thing is seminars. I was guided. And I talked about two of the seminars I went to. Jim Newman, PACE, and I went to PACE 2. And he helped me redefine my definition for success. And for that I will always be beholding. And that's another great book to read. And I forgot. It's called Release Your Brakes by Jim Newman. And his theory was, and he invented the comfort zone. And if any of you have ever driven with the brake, emergency brake on, forgot to take it off, you know what it feels like. Well, he contends, because people don't feel comfortable, you go through life with your emergency brake on. You set goals like you have your emergency brake on. That was two seminars, and the third seminar I went to was a Dennis Waitley seminar, and it was, I think, one of the first ones he did, Psychology of Winning, and he really got me interested in seminars. And then I went to the two Newmans. So, I mean, those were the three seminars. I've been to gazillions of them since, but I mean, those were the three that really changed my way of thinking. Actually, the two Newmans, PACE. Third were mentors, and we're going to talk about mentors and how to pick them and how to get their interest. And fourth was hard knocks, mistakes. I made a lot of these. I quadrupled my failure rate. I didn't just double it. I mean, I made a lot of mistakes. And last but not least were my successes. Because I just continue to do what I did well. And I did more of it and more of it and more of it. And, you know, this will be different for everybody in this room. I would venture to guess, though, this will be high on everybody's list. And this will be on your list. This may or may not be on your list. This may or may not be on your list. And that should be on everybody's list, because everybody's had some degree of success. And no matter how small you think those successes are, blow them up. Revel in them. I mean, make them bigger than they are. I mean, talk about them. And it sounds like I'm saying brag about them, but I mean, talk success. When a successful ball team, or like in baseball, is on a winning streak, okay, that's all they talk about, boy. That's all they talk about. When a golfer's in the zone, I mean, and he's hitting them stiff as a pin, I mean, that's all he talks about. When a guy's playing real super tennis, I mean, he talks about it. I mean, and what I'm saying is, when you have a success, beat it to death. Now, we've been taught, well, that's braggadocious. That's not professional. I'm here to say that's crap. Beat it to death. I mean, like my wife will tell you, when Dan does something right, he rides it till its legs fall off. And that's true. In fact, I ride it past the legs. You know, when I did that deal in London, that $60,000 option and made it $50 million, I'm still beating it. And it changed the way they did business in London. There was a whole slew of, isn't that right, John Allen? I mean, it changed the way they did business in London. I mean, and I still get credit as being the most flamboyant, litigious man to set foot in London in the 80s. The real J.R. Ewing, entrepreneur of classic American design, Dominic Lawson, the Financial Times. Pardon? Yeah, larger than life. I mean, yeah. I mean, on and on and on. And I'm still beating it. But, you know, maybe I'm just a one-trick guy, you know, like poor Jobs. But if you've only got a one trick, I mean, beat it to death. I mean, if you've only won one tournament, or you've only had one success, talk about it, because that kind of talk is infectious, because people want to deal with successful people. How many of you would rather deal with a successful person in whatever area that you're talking about, or somebody that hasn't been? When you go to a heart surgeon, don't you, is DeBakey still alive, the old man? Okay, well, I go, his doctors are part of my group, or I'm part of their group, excuse me. And so, but when I was introduced to the group, and he comes and he interviews all the patients personally, and he's got his green thing. I don't know when the last time he ever did surgery. He's got his green thing up there, his hat, and he's Mr. Pena, Dr. Atar, who's my doctor, says this and that, and so and I said, why are we going through this little regimen? He says, because all these young doctors are around, because he's trying to set a model, Dan, of success. This is how successful people do practice medicine. So I had to go through, I had to drive down there to Methodist, and when you go into Methodist, you're like going into a big hotel. I mean, you got statue of him, you got like God, and then they've got these little guys with blue blazers running around, and you want a coffee, and they'll be serving drinks pretty soon there. But I mean, this is an edifice to him, and nobody revels in success like he does. Boy, he pats himself on the back like nobody. But that's good, because the people that he's training will naturally accept success that much more readily. And from tennis to golf, when you have instructors, that's why when my wife took up golf for a short period of time, Donna Capone's father at that time in the 70s was the finest golf coach for women in the world. Linda, I wanted her, if she was going to learn how to play golf, I wanted the best in the world. And so she started with him. And he just, my daughter won the ladies PGA 3 times, and the this and the that. And so it's important. It's very important to revel in your successes. Now, I'm going to talk a little later about my mentors. One was Newman, I already mentioned, and there's 2 more, a Mr. Gratsos and a Mr. Jerry Ormond, who's from Texas. But I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Auntie? Now, this is the different side of that question. The many mistakes I didn't make were avoided because. And I avoided a lot of them, not all of them. Again, intuition and instinct. Again, the seminars. Again, the mentors. And in this case, mastermind group, which I've been a part of. Tapes and books. Successes. Because every success, or every failure, I should say, that's possible in business, you don't have to learn yourself. This is a concept that should not be a revelation to you. You needn't make every stinking mistake from ground 0 to ground 100, or from floor 1 to 50 floors up. We think we do, but we don't. And that's why tapes and books do work. Not all of them. Most of them aren't worth much. Mastermind groups do work. Mentors do work. Seminars, the right ones, do work. And your intuition and your instincts play a huge part. Now, I personally am not a big believer in mastermind groups because they haven't worked for me. I know they've worked for many, many, many people. So, but if you're going to have a mastermind group, and that is, let's say 8 of us to get together, we're in different industries, but we want to play off one another's energy, brain power, etc. My judgment, they should be in different areas of expertise, not the same. And that goes against conventional wisdom. They should be different, not the same. Lawyer, accountant, priest, oil man, contractor. But they should all be similar level of experience. They're either all superstars or none. And the reason mastermind groups haven't worked for me is I wound up getting all my brains sucked out, and I didn't suck anybody else's brains. And so I decided the mentor, I would rather be somebody's mentor than be part of a mastermind group. But it's very important, in my judgment, they have to either all be superstars or none of them. You have to be on the same level of experience vis-a-vis your particular area. You have to have them geographically desirable. I know people that are trying to do mastermind groups, a guy in Philadelphia, a guy in Biloxi, Mississippi, and a guy in San Francisco. That's baloney. That doesn't work. You've got to be there. You've got to have the same time commitment. Is everybody willing to spend 3 hours a week, 3 hours a month, whatever? But they have to be similar because animosity forms if Marcia's in my group and she says I can spend 2 hours a month and Dan can only spend 2 hours a quarter, I mean, that doesn't work. No chairperson, and this is again, flies in the face of conventional wisdom because most people say there should be a chairperson. Nobody is superior to anybody else. That doesn't mean the specific agenda that you want to accomplish, and you should always have an agenda. You should have an agenda and a portion for free thinking, free talking. That doesn't mean one person can't make sure you get through the agenda, but that doesn't mean he's got any more to say as part of the mastermind group than you do. Okay? They have to all have exhibited successful traits more than your contemporaries. By definition, if you're all superstars, that's easy to define. But if you're not all superstars, and you're starting off in life, let's say second year out of school, or you're a fifth-year lawyer, but you have to want, and it's absolutely mandatory, that all the people within the group have exhibited successful traits more than your contemporaries. Otherwise, why have a mastermind group? And number 7, and this is where they tells everyone, don't be embarrassed to leave if growth process stops. Because it always will. You got to know when to suck up your pantyhose and leave and go to the next mastermind group. This is where I've seen most of them fail here because they become social. We become friends. Our wives go shopping. We play golf together. Are all those reasons to be in a mastermind group? No. But that's what happens. That's what happens. Now the mentor is obviously got to be significantly more successful than you, by definition. He's got to be a senior person you really like and respect. Vastly more experience, but accessibility desired, where you can go drop by and see him, you can call him. If you can't have that, then you don't want him. Same field of endeavor, most desirable. The opposite of this. Same field of endeavor, most desirable, not mandatory. Now I'm going to talk about my 3 mentors in a second. And something else in common outside business. Because you're going to be spending a lot of time with him or her, you got to have something in common. You either got to be able to play golf. It's a lot easier for Bob to be my mentor if Bob and I want to spend a lot of time with him. If we play golf, we play tennis, we fish. If we got nothing else in common other than I want to suck his brains, that isn't going to work in my judgment. It hasn't for me. Now, I've had the pleasure of having 3. I've already talked about Jim Newman. I'm going to spend just a few minutes on the other 2. There's a gentleman here in Texas named Jerry Orman, the founder, former chairman of Orman Industries. It was a conglomerate, American Stock Exchange company. He's still alive. Jerry's 75 years old, lives in Bel Air, California now. He was my mentor in the oil business. He and I are still best friends. I've helped his sons. And he gave me invaluable help when I was getting in the oil business. I couldn't have done it with a lot of his sage advice. And he's like my second father. My other mentor was a gentleman named Konstantin Gratsos, who was the CEO of a NASA shipping line. I met him in the late 70s. We did an oil deal together. He liked me. He was 80 at the time. And whenever I got the chance, I spent time in New York City. He was the head of the Christine Onassis Trust. He was the right-hand man for Ariel Onassis till he died. He had invaluable input into my career. I mean, he told me things that I could have never learned without making tremendous mistakes. And he talks about diversification. He says, Dan, never call me Dan, that's not wrong. Mr. Pena. He never called me by my first name, always Mr. Pena. Very European, very bright. And he says, he used to tell me when I come up with ideas, I tried that in 36, it didn't work. Tried that in 45, it didn't work. Ari tried that in 1916, it didn't work. But see, when he told me it didn't work, that was it. No, I didn't even try it. I don't know if it worked or not. But if you're going to a guy that runs one of the biggest organizations in the world, Onassis Shipping Lines, I mean, why was I, at 31 years old, going to decide after they spent $25 million doing it whether it worked or not? But he told me this. He says, we're talking about diversification. He says, Mr. Pena, we own this building, Olympic Towers. It's 40% empty. We don't know how to manage it. We'd like to get rid of it. But we decided to diversify into real estate. We used to own Greek Airlines. We gave it back to the government. We have 107 ships that are all paid for, cash, from a Bahamian port. We know that, and we have cash in the bank. What we know a lot about is shipping. We know a little bit about managing cash, and we know nothing about this building. That's the extent of our expertise. We don't do anything else. Period. Full stop, as they say in the UK, which means period. Quantum growth is about generating revenue. It's not about cost control. You can always hire somebody. When you're starting a new business, it's about revenue. Creating revenue. It's just like success. You can't have too much success. You can't have too much revenue. When I was younger, I used to say you can't have too much something else, but I know better than that now. It's revenue. Caught that a little slow, huh? Next. Now this was advice that he gave me. His definition on friends are friendship in trouble, courage in battle, and this is important, wisdom and rage. I've got a lot more wisdom now than I did 10 or 15 years ago. And I would suggest when you're measuring friendship in business that you think of those three things, because they're crucially important, and they could save you a tremendous amount of heartache. I think we're going to break for lunch now. When we come back, we're not going to talk, put the next flip chart up. What we're not going to talk about is theory X, theory Y, theory Z, which isn't down there. For those of you that have gone to the B schools or studied that stuff, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and if you put pink lights and soft music, the employees will be more productive. We're not talking about that crap. We're talking about what it takes to run a business. And I think that you'll enjoy it a great deal, because we're going to talk about how to run your businesses, whether you're a successful stockbroker. Is it stockbrokeress or broker? Oh, I'm sorry, financial consultant. Okay, well, I've been away. Okay, I've been away 20 years. Okay. Or whether you're a financial consultant, or you're a doctor, or whether you're in the construction business, or whether you're a student getting ready to go out in the real world, or if you want to build a practice or build a new business, and because there's some very crucial things that have to happen. And even though what they teach in the B schools about theory X and theory Y and theory Z is all true, we now see that some of those systems don't work forever like you're taught in school. We now see that the Japanese system has flaws. And Deming, who is given credit for quality management and total quality management and those kinds of things, in Japan they're having challenges now. And the IBM, old Big Blue, is laying off people, and nobody ran an organization more in the B school mode than IBM. And a lot of the things that we held and revered for years and years and years don't work forever. And businesses do have times where they mature and they stop. So we're gonna relate that back to your own businesses, to your own lives. We'll have a lot of fun. We're going to get some interplay. I'm going to ask you about your own personal challenges. As we left off before we broke for lunch, and for those of you that have done business with me, you realize that I am not a theory X, theory Y, theory Z manager, and that soft lights and music and not beating your employees and the things that have come out of the Industrial Revolution are all great, and that's nice, but that's not what we're going to talk about here. I'm going to take it from a more pragmatic point of view, a point of view that I actually lived through for the better part of 10 years. Now, most of what you learned doesn't teach you how to start a company from scratch and grow it to a large size. what you normally have taught, with few exceptions. The gentleman that founded Federal Express with his thesis for his MBA at Harvard. And then he took it, and that's how Federal Express came about. But there's maybe 4 or 5 of those cases, and there's been, 3 million people come out of the B schools, or 10 million people come out of the B schools, or however many millions. So it's more infinitesimal amount of people that have taken what they've learned in education at the higher levels and made it into something from scratch. So what we're going to talk about is what I call the life cycle of business, from entrepreneur to manager to versus leader. Now, I call it leader, but the B school and professional managers call it professional management. But if you'll just interchange, for the purposes of this conversation, leader with professional manager. Now, most of us that have started a business or building a practice, medical practice or a law practice or whatever, start here at ground zero. We have an idea, we have a revelation, we have a product, we have a concept that we're going to start with. Almost all businesses, by definition, start growing geometrically, because when you're coming from zero, it's not that difficult to come with geometric or exponential growth. Where it becomes very difficult is at these phases. When you go from an entrepreneur, and as we've already talked about, I started with a leased fax machine, a phone, myself, in the spare bedroom of my house in Palos Verdes. And the first year I was in business, I did $50 million in revenue. So obviously my growth was like this. But as you gain employees, or as it becomes necessary to have employees, you go from what I call an entrepreneur to a manager. How effective you are as a manager will depend on how effective you are in maintaining your growth. Now, most people that are in business for themselves never get beyond the entrepreneur phase. Most. Some people that are in business for themselves get to the manager phase. Even less that are in business for themselves get to what I call the crossroads, where you either stay an entrepreneur thinking person, you stay a managerial thinking person, or you accept and create a leadership position for yourself. Now, earlier this morning, I gave you the example of Eisenhower and Montgomery and pulling the string versus pulling the string and leading from the front. Now, most of you that are here today will get to this position of the crossroads, and most of you, except for the fact that you've attended this seminar now, would have stayed in the managerial role and will have never taken it to the professional manager or leadership role. Now, we've heard examples from Casey earlier, and we've talked about Burl and her successes, and I'm going to ask them to elaborate on them in a little bit. But it's a very important concept, and we all know businesses that stay in this mode. Now, how do we become a leader? Well, let me back up a second. We've already said that we become a manager after just being a straight entrepreneur because out of necessity we hire people. And we've got to have somebody working for us. And so we learn to be a manager normally by default. And normally the mistakes that we make are the normal mistakes. We either give people the responsibility without the authority. We very seldom ever give anybody authority without the responsibility. We don't make people accountable, etc., etc. Now, so if we become a manager by default, then how do we become a leader or a professional manager? Now, some people become professional managers because they've come up in big corporations. They've come up Gulf Oil, IBM, Xerox, or whatever. But the entrepreneur that starts a business normally doesn't have the luxury of that professional training. The entrepreneur that starts a business normally has to learn things the hard way. And we've already said one of the rules for success is to double your failure rate, as Mr. Watson said when he founded IBM. Well, at this juncture, doubling your failure rate may put you out of business. And, doubling your failure rate has put a lot of businesses out of business. Now, Auntie? These are very simplistic, but these are the normal methods by which companies are managed. Small and medium-sized companies. Again, I used to ask these questions, and I engage in a little intellectual discourse about how one entrepreneur would tell me how come this method was so successful, having everybody report to him. I'm not going to do that anymore because I know that doesn't work. But normally, entrepreneurs run their business where they have everyone reporting to themselves because they're used to making the decisions. That's natural. Didn't say it's right, just said it's natural. Or you can use one of the other methods, and obviously this is a two-tiered, 4 reporting to a CEO type or 3 reporting to a CEO type. Modern management dictates, or the B schools tell you that you can really functionally only manage 2 to 4 people. I've been successful and unsuccessful at managing 2 and 4. And it depends on who the 2 are or who the 4 are. It's not so much who you are. But less control, not more control. And I don't mean vis-a-vis financial controls. I mean individual controls is how you create quantum growth. Bless you. Geometric growth. Most entrepreneurs squeeze their businesses to death. They have to be involved in every bit of the decision-making process. They don't allow their underlings, their colleagues, their subordinates the opportunity to grow as managers. And the only way that managers grow is by making mistakes, giving them the responsibility and the authority to move forward. Where we are, and what is a concept that is normally extremely difficult to swallow, if you will, for somebody that started a business, is the less control versus more control. One of the reasons that Great Western Resources was such a success for many years, and one of the reasons that it grew so rapidly for many years, was the fact that it had less control, not more control from the top. And again, I'm not talking about financial controls. That's something else. Now, see, my theory has always been a CEO is to a company as a rider is to a bucking bronco. I always believed that you should have aggressive, smart people around you that want your job. Not everybody agrees with that. And some people say that if I had had a different scenario, I'd still be sitting at the head of Great Western Resources. That may or may not be true. But if you want quantum growth, exponential growth that we've discussed and what the seminar is all about, you want to find the smartest people, aggressive people that want your job to work with you. That want your job. And unfortunately, that may mean that one day you're going to walk out of the office and you're going to have knives in your back. But that's how you get quantum growth. Now, I borrowed another saying from Napoleon Hill. Most great leaders began in the capacity of followers. They became great leaders because they were intelligent followers, and that's true. I wasn't a follower too long, but when I was one, I was a very good one. And that's why my first career was a career Army officer, which, if you're not a good follower, you can't contemplate a career in the military, especially a career as a junior officer like I was. Okay. Now, what I'd like to do now, for this example, I gave an example earlier that we all had 100 IQ, and some of us I was giving you a little, and some of you I was taking a little, okay? We've already determined that it's not possible to have somebody 10 times smarter than us with 1,000 IQ. And we've already gone through the exercise, and then why in the hell are people 1,000 times richer than us? Assuming they didn't inherit the money. I mean, they made it. We've already gone through that exercise. Okay? We've also gone through the exercise about marginal shift in effort to get a quantum increase in output, i.e. the batter who hits 250 and the guy who hits 350, that's only one more base hit per 10, and yet one guy gets 4 or 5 million, one guy gets 300,000. Okay, we've been through that. Now, what you don't want to be is, I could have been a contender. For those of you that saw the movie with Marlon Brando, On the Waterfront, I think it was called. That's not what this seminar is about. This seminar is about to give yourself the break that you need. And in one of the Pennyisms, even when one thoughtfully and judiciously plans, more often than not, such plans are overcome by external events. Therefore, you can never underestimate how wrong you can be. You can never underestimate. Now, I'm going to ask Casey right now, who's in the middle of a transaction that I have some knowledge of. And just briefly, I would like him to go through. Now, I think he follows the guidelines in this book, with the book I wrote, better than I do. And that how the things that I exemplified in the transactions that I talk about, how screwed up things can get, and how he has walked himself through very well in a transaction that was really doomed from the beginning. So they told him. This was a deal that could never happen. So they told him. And especially not by a no-good SOB like him. For sure, so they told him. Is that all correct? Okay, I'd like you to walk us through it. Tell us the business you're in, where you are, and how it got started.
I believe it was the middle of May I discovered that they had gone around my back and were trying to take the company on their own. May 22nd, I went to Dan's seminar in Los Angeles, and I thought maybe there is a way. At that point, I was completely out of the deal. There was no getting it, there was no chance, there was no anything. They had the money, I didn't. They had the clout, I don't. Everything said that no, there's no way you can do it. The first thing I had to do was be ready to pay the price to action. I was scheduled to get married in October. I postponed that. I was supposed to have some plastic surgery on my chin. I postponed that. I'm not going to be able to talk for 2 weeks whenever I have that done. I missed my last 2 dentist appointments. I used to go to the gym 5 days a week. Now I'm lucky if I make it once or twice.
All sounds good to me.
But it's fact. Then as I finally get the principal back to the bargaining table, we make an agreement. A still unknown to me assassin comes at me from another angle in the jewelry industry and tells this guy that I'm not credible. I have 2 bankruptcies on file. I can't do the deal. I can't afford it. All of which is untrue. In the meantime, while I'm doing what I need to do to vindicate my reputation with this guy, I do find out who it is that he really wants to sell the business to. And I don't even know who this person is. I find him in Northern California. I search him out. I have everybody in the world looking for him. And I found him. I said, let's get this deal back. Make a long story short, he and I are in the deal together at this point. On a joint venture, I gave up 50% of the entire thing. On the retirement sale or liquidation sale, which should put between $100,000 and $200,000 in his pocket, and he's happy as hell. And then I'll still wind up with the company. Contract should be signed Tuesday or Wednesday.
Now, when things started to fall apart, and you were driving to your meeting and pounding the steering wheel,
Okay.
what you know, and relating it to, I forget which one of the models you use, Model 1 or Model 2, but the same things that fell in the toilet in the book, it was like deja vu. He was experiencing them because there's only so many things that can go wrong in deals. And $1 million deals are very similar to $5 and $20 million deals. Why don't you walk me through that?
I'm sorry, Dan. Real quickly.
Okay. When the deal was first disintegrating and you were on your way to the meeting and you were pounding the steering wheel and you were going to have to go in and talk to this guy and you were trying to relate it to what was in the book.
You know, I don't recall what part of the book it was and what part of my notes it was. But that
doesn't matter.
That's what saved my butt.
Yeah.
At that time, it was reading the manual and the notes I had taken at the May 22nd meeting. The whole thing had already gone down the toilet. I mean, it was flushed. You know, I had my hand down there trying to yank it back up, and I when I pulled up to the office, I was, and this Dan knows this guy. I told him I was pounding on the steering wheel. I was shaking all over, trying to figure out how I was going to yank this thing back, and it's just been from. And I can't recall exactly what part it was at that time because I've used so many of the tools that you've given me throughout this whole transaction. I really don't recall right now what transpired at that point. But I did get it back. And I never, ever, ever, ever quit.
It's, thank you very much, Casey. As I pointed out at the beginning of this, my methods aren't glamorous. My methods aren't for everybody. That's for God knows that. They work. And more than anything, it transcends being persevering. It transcends having tenacity. It transcends all those things. What it's about and what we've talked about and what we've tried to focus on are the things I've done right in my business career. I obviously did not write the things I've done wrong in my business career in the manual. That manual would be larger by a significant portion than this manual. This manual's got 118 pages. That would have thousands. I don't know for sure how many pages, and as other people have said, success leaves clues. And what Casey has done is he's taken like a Bible and he's worked this thing, and what it was acquisition number 2.
Yeah, you're right now.
Okay, it was acquisition number 2, and it was my Bow Valley acquisition, and how when Bow Valley walked away from the table, and and one of our senior managers let him walk away from the table, and that's what's in the book, and exactly on a smaller scale is exactly what happened to him, and how I went back and I threatened Bow Valley. I was going to sue all the directors, and I brought in a third party who was friends of Bow Valley. I mean, it's the same thing, different cities, different year, different kind of transaction, not even in the jewelry industry. But those are the kinds of things that you have to be willing to do. And as I said earlier, to suck up your pantyhose. I mean, it's very simple. And not everybody's willing to do that. And what he was talking about, a pay price to action, we're going to get to that in a minute. But it's gratifying to me when, and he's not the only, he happens to be here today, but he's not the only one in a very short period of time that has been successful. And I talked about some of the other people, Bruce Whipple and some of the other people that have used the techniques. And the thing I keep saying, and because I'm not that special, I'm just not. It's easy. It really is. If it were really hard, if it really took 180 IQ, I wouldn't be up here. I mean, it doesn't take that. What it takes is, one, that you're going to be comfortable with it. I told Casey that 1867 or whenever it was founded, in which I'm trying to think of a way to squeeze in on this deal so I can use the date myself. As I said earlier, John Allen, this thing with Russia, 1867, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here. I mean, I like that founded or since 18. You know, that looks good on stationery. The Russians will feel better about it or whatever. Okay, but I mean, it can happen, and that's why I stay in touch with the attendees, unlike some of the other guys that are too busy to return phone calls. And I hope that never changes, Auntie. Because even though he experienced some failures, as Napoleon Hill again said, every failure brings with it a seed of an equivalent advantage. Progress often masquerades as trouble. I've had a lot of masquerades in my time. Progress often masquerades as trouble. But it is progress. And any of the things that you've accomplished in your life that are meaningful. I've talked to Judy about going to medical school, becoming a psychiatrist. I don't know if relating life is the right terminology, but not as young as you might have been when you did it. And she had a lot of things to overcome, a lot of obstacles. John Allen Chalk, going to law school after being a TV evangelist. Did you used to press their head down and they'd fall down on the ground?
No, not quite.
Come on, John Allen. I mean, TV evangelist to lawyer to operating officer of one of the largest independent oil companies in Texas. And I mean, and he's practicing law again. But I mean, and he went to law school kind of later in life, I'd say.
35.
Yeah. And so, but I mean, it's, other people have done it in other things. And it just depended how bad Judy wanted to be a psychiatrist, and how bad does Casey really want to be since 1867. And how bad, I mean, and it's how bad, how bad did you want to go out with that guy or that girl that you coincidentally showed up in front of their classes and drove by their house hoping that they'd come out and you could say, I mean, those things we did as a kid, and because I see people smiling, we've all done that. How bad? How bad does Dan Jr. and Derek ask me, when do we get to drive the cars? They have little miniature Ferraris at the castle. I mean, if they ask me once, they ask me 1,000 times until they finally broke me down. They finally broke me down. It was like the Chinese water. I mean, one after another. And now the last one to break me down is my daughter Kelly, who's only 6, who can't reach the pedals, was driving Derek's little miniature Ferrari that goes 30 miles an hour, and they have 2 forward gears and 1 reverse gear. And when she was trying to explain to me how she could drive, and I said, honey, but you know how to drive this way? She says, yeah. The only problem is, Daddy, my feet don't touch the pedals. She didn't understand that was part of the driving, and that would cue me in on not letting her do it. Because she convinced me, you push the lever this way to get in first gear and then far. But then when I said, well, honey, your feet, and then she reversed field immediately. Oh, my feet don't touch the pedals when I wear these shoes. When I wear the other shoes, then they touch the pedals. Yeah, well, we gerrymandered something up, and we put a cushion thing behind her so she could be closer to the steering wheel. And I saw her, when I was getting ready the day before I left the castle, she was driving across the front lawns. So, but I mean, it's how bad did they want to drive those cars? More than life itself. So they kept after it. Casey's going to keep after it until he gets that done. And that's what we're talking about. And that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to instill, and I know that I will by the end of this evening. Now, when you're starting your business, if you have a failure plan, I guarantee you'll fail. You have to plan for success. No backup plans, no ripcords, no fail-safes, or you will fail. Absolute. When we were starting Great Western at the very beginning, and we were going after these acquisitions, and we were trying to raise money, and when I sent Charlie Soliday to Citibank for the financing for Bow Valley, I said, don't come back unless you get the money. Now, the way he ultimately did it, and we called him CB after that, Charlie Big, is he wound up paying, I think, $250,000 to Citibank just to look at the deal. They didn't promise they were going to do the deal. That was only to look at the deal. Then he paid Solomon Brothers $500,000 to look at the deal, which they ultimately stiffed us on because they didn't do the deal. Citibank did do the deal. Now, $750,000 to our size company in December 1986 was a lot of money. That's an understatement. $750,000 was all the money we had in the world. Now that's more an accurate fact. But Charlie knew that if we didn't do the Bow Valley deal, because some of the other oil discoveries we thought we made weren't panning out, like most of the discoveries that are made, I might add, that don't pan out to the engineering numbers. I mean, he knew we needed that deal. It also sent us into the next league. I mean, we made a quantum leap. We went to a company, that had $250 million in assets from a company that had 60 or 40 or whatever we had at that time. But he, bless you, he paid the price, and to hear him tell the story, he wrote the check like this, on his knees. That's how he wrote the check for Citibank to look at the deal. And they ultimately did do the deal, and we got it done. And I can't emphasize that enough. Because he had no backup plans. I said, don't come back. You will have left Coopers and Lybrand and that partnership retirement for nothing if this deal doesn't get done. Okay. Now, but you still have to remember, and I've learned this later in life, not early in life. The more you investigate, the less you have to invest. The more you look at a deal, the less deals you'll do. The more you will look at a deal, the less deals you'll do. There was a gentleman in the UK, and it was the second largest bridge building company in the world, and it was called McKay and Brown, or Brown and McKay. And we were trying to sell him a limited partnership in the UK. And I think John Allen, we were trying to peddle those doggy properties of yours, as I recall. And we're having dinner one night at the Hilton in London, and they had closed off the dining room area because Secretary of State Schultz was there, and as Linda said, with his niece, and Secret Service closed everything off, and McKay was in there, and we were discussing, and he said, "Well, I'll have to ask my partner, Mr. Johnson." He ultimately didn't do the deal with us, and a year or two later, I bumped into him at a restaurant, and I asked him, "Well, how is your partner, Mr. Johnson?" He said, "Well, Mr. Johnson died in 1941 over someplace. He was a RAF pilot." I said, "Wait a minute. You told me a year or two ago that you had a check." He said, "Well, that's just my British way of politely bowing out of a deal whenever I have to check with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson's been dead for 45 years. Because he had investigated, and he didn't like our doggy properties. John Allen, see, it's our properties now. Okay? He didn't like it. And I would submit to you the deals that you're involved in, the transactions, the more you investigate, and we're going to go through a whole checklist and a whole little packet of things that we're going to give you to take away to help you investigate and help you ascertain whether transactions are good or bad. And I guarantee if you follow these things religiously, the chances of you getting ripped are much lessened. I mean, you can't get around. People will still commit fraud. People will still lie. People are still going to do that. But I mean, on most deals, you will allow yourself a much, much greater probability of success if you follow the benchmarks that we're going to use. Okay, Auntie. Now, how many in the room have had pride of authorship or have had a deal that you tried to get done that you were unsuccessful at? Okay. Now, pride of authorship, before we get to this, has killed more deals than, in my judgment, AIDS will kill by the year 2000. The AIDS will kill in people. People get an idea, it's theirs. They're covetous of it. They're proud of it. They brag about it, which is all great. But when it comes to financing, well, I'll give you all the money, but I want 80% of the deal. Well, I can't do that. That's my baby. We've all seen it. They won't turn loose for what they need. They need capital. Almost everybody in this room needs capital for one thing or another. Nancy Ernest needs it to buy clothes, more clothes. Well, that was kind of a cheap shot, but it happens to be true, isn't it? Yeah. She's the buyer. She's a born buyer, you know. And my wife needs to buy clothes, and Marcia needs more money under management, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, what happens is deals used to get brought to us at Great Western that they want our money, but they don't want to give up any ownership. Or they wanted our money, yet they were willing to give up only a small part of the ownership. And when you're getting started, since I've already told you, the most important thing is the transaction. To have a transaction, to have a track record of deals, you're going to have to give up. If somebody, you know, we've talked about this briefly, if somebody's going to put up all the money, I assure you, you're going to have to give up control. I don't care what the deal is. The best way to do it, as Brill did recently, is to put up no money and still do the deal. And if Brill would share with us, do we have a mic? I'd like her to explain how she just recently did this, where you're from, what industry you're in, and that kind of stuff.
I'm from Ottawa, Canada, Cars, which is a little village outside of Ottawa. I own a land development company, and my husband builds new houses. When I attended the seminar in May, I must have been told about 50 times, I guess, by Dan, that I was choking the business. And
100.
100? Okay. Many times. Which I was, because I tend to take over control. My husband is very quiet, very shy, very intelligent, doesn't talk much, but what he says makes sense. And I tend to talk all the time. But anyways, Dan picked up very quickly that I thought I was the boss, but not really. And I've kind of got out of Doug's business altogether and just been working on my own. Since then, last year we did $2.5 million of sales. We have almost surpassed that since May of this year, since attending this seminar. Not built yet, but in sales that are being built within the next few months. The deal that I did that Dan spoke of was there was a subdivision. It's a 76-lot subdivision that being a builder you have to have land at all times to build on. We wanted this piece of property. I went in and talked to the owners. What I did then is we made them an offer with absolutely no money down. The market is not incredible in Canada right now for land, so there are some deals out there. I went in, I bought 76 lots, cost me not one penny. The deal is that when I sell a house on it, I pay for the lot. So I've got absolutely no carrying costs whatsoever for that land. Then I talked to the other people. There's 3 other partners, and what we're doing is they're going to pay for the model home. Now, in order to sell a subdivision of 76 houses, you have to build a model home. So we will be building the model at their cost. So we will have absolutely no money whatsoever in it, no risk. And we will be very successful because it's in an area that will sell. I also have done a couple other things that I didn't even get a chance to tell Dan that I'd like to share with you. And one is we're going after a 55-unit subsidized housing for the government, which is something we never did, that Dan suggested that we look into getting government contracts for housing. I have another very interesting deal which was brought to me by this. I got a phone call actually from this old gentleman. He's about 72, who has 100 units. For
those of you that are close to that age, she didn't really mean old gentleman. She meant senior.
Oh, senior gentleman.
Yeah.
Sorry. He has a 100-unit subdivision, and his forte is in sand and gravel. It's not in development, so he really didn't know what to do. He called me and asked me if I could sell it for him. I took a look at it, looked at the numbers and the things that were available, and I said, I didn't think so. And he said, well, can you do anything with it? So what he's done is he's given me 50% of the deal. I'm putting absolutely no money in. I'm raising $400,000 from investors that will pay all the costs, giving them 30% of the deal. I'm keeping 20% for myself with no money, and the older gentleman, senior gentleman's getting 50%. So that's going to be a very good deal as well. And these are all by using Dan's strategies. And the biggest strategy, which I think that my husband and I have taken, is we have absolutely no limits. I mean, there are just absolutely nothing now that we can't do. Even if we don't have the money to do it, we're going in and pretending that we do, and it's working. And it's really incredible.
Thank you. And you know, my shtick is that I'm not one of the no money down real estate guys that does these infomercials, but when we talked, it just seemed to me, in the idea about the government subsidized business, it made sense. All of my ideas don't work. Believe me, I'd be Ross Perot if they all worked. But quite frankly, the last few years I was at Great Western, I wasn't, other than for problem solving, big problem solving, I wasn't in the business of idea generating. I had become a professional manager. And since I left, it's been a lot more fun having to think on my feet and outwit my fellow entrepreneurs, bankers, or whatever. And because now I'm thinking more like I did when I started Great Western. As you gain success, and this is something I also learned the hard way, always maintain your personal relationships on the same plane upon which they were formed. True friends will rejoice in your professional success. Allow them to enjoy them with you. Allow them to enjoy them with you. Do not ever reassess their personal and professional lives in terms of your own. I know this from my own personal experience. My real friends and your real friends will revel in your success and be happy for you. Those that aren't your real friends will be looking forward for the first time you stumble, and we all stumble. And I've stumbled a bunch of times. I have a lot of scar tissue. And I've basically, with a few exceptions, have got the same friends I've had for 20 or 30 years. Some of them dating back to when I was in grammar school. As Leanne will attest to, I talked to people that I've known since I'm 10 years old. And they're all happy for me, but that's important. And because I'm assuming you're all going to be more successful after today. And the people that you deal with, your true friends, will be happy for you, and the others, in my judgment, you don't need. Now, this is something I learned the hard way and I didn't really do, but I know it should be done. When you get rid of somebody, never ever give them a hook to get back in. Always make it clean and definable break. This one I learned the hard way. I mean, there's a couple of people smiling in the audience that know exactly what, but since I'm going to be going to court here in a few days, I just assume I won't talk about it. But when it's time for somebody to go, it's time for them to go. It's like being almost divorced or almost pregnant. There ain't any. I mean, when it's time for them to go, that's it. They're gone. And too many times it's easier to do it the other way. It's more because it's out of your comfort zone for whatever reason, or because other people have convinced you that, well, you really need that person and you really don't. And it's a very important concept, and as your businesses grow, and as you have less control instead of more control, you'll have more people, and that's where it becomes even more important. When you make those breaks, even though I've never been divorced, I've only been married 3 times, I already told you the same person, it's if that were ever to happen, I'm sure now knowing what I know, I would make it a clean, definable break. Okay. Okay. Now, we've heard about some successes, and as I told you, we should revel in them. And now we're going to talk a little bit about doing, when I say your first deal, I don't mean your first deal. I mean the first deal after the seminar. And that first deal may be you decide that you're going to leave where you're working. That may be you decide that you're going to go off and start your own practice. That may be you're going to go do something completely different. As a matter of fact, we've had people, in fact, there was a doctor, Enrico, the doctor from Chicago, Nelson. He's from Watts, but he practices in Chicago or Ohio or... Well, anyway, we recently heard from him, and I told him he's an eloquent public speaker. He's a very gifted young doctor, and I mean really gifted speaker. And I told him that there's got to be a way that you can make more money than practicing medicine, especially what's happened with medicine, which Judy can tell you ad nauseum at the break. But I mean that the same monies that were involved when they started medical school in the year one, and now that they're out, be it psychiatry, brain surgery, general practitioner, just aren't the same because of Medi-Cal, Medicaid, how the government is either going to subsidize or not subsidize the medical profession. So he, on top of it, being a gifted speaker, he's pretty damn disenchanted. And we sent him a fax and I had to apologize because I've been so focused on this that I told him I was going to get back to him, and that was in February, and I never did, and I apologized, and I told him that I would look forward to seeing him when we go to Chicago. And and I'm thinking, and he had asked me to think about, well, what else could he do? I mean, he's got 10, 12 years of education, college, and he's a 33 or 35-year-old physician. And I don't know him, but we're going to sit down and talk about it. So that decision you might make for your first deal is you might do something completely different. Quantum thinking in geometric and exponential growth often comes with a reversal of direction, complete, total. Doing something completely different than you've been trained to do, something that you've done. When I left Wall Street, that February I was going to be made a partner at Bear Stearns. I left in November before. They said I was a psychopath. Well, a lot of people called me a psychopath over the years. But they said, Dan, you are crazy. You're walking away from millions of dollars. Nobody walked away from the partnerships at Bear Stearns in those days. Okay. Now I used to be the second most famous guy to leave Bear Stearns because KKR guys were Bear Stearns guys. Kravis, Kroll, or whatever. Okay. And I left. They left a year before I did. And but I left, and I went into something completely different that I really didn't know anything about, which was the oil business. Some people in this room would tell you that I still don't know much about the oil business, which maybe I do or don't. It doesn't make any difference, really. I made a lot of money in the oil business, okay? Then when we did a complete reversal from what I didn't know much about the oil business, people thought, and to go into the coal business, which, if you thought the oil business was a rough business, the coal business makes the oil business like Disneyland. I mean, it's really tough. So, I mean, complete reversals. And so you might now interject into your thought process, you know, that thing that you fantasized about 3 years ago, or that thing that you always wanted to do but never did. This may give you some food for thought that it may be time. It also may be time to pass on, to those of you that are in that position, pass on your business completely. It may be time, and I gave this advice to somebody once and he didn't do it and his company's bankrupt now, to take your progenies out of the business. I gave this advice in 1987, and the company no longer exists, and this was a company that was in business 60 or 70 years because he turned the business over to his two oldest sons that just didn't have the same metal. I mean, whereas they say that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, well, this must have been a different tree, a different apple rolled down the hill, or I don't know what the hell happened, but they sure as hell weren't like their old man. I mean, and he came back out of retirement and he liquidated the company. That was his last task. So, I mean, just like we're talking about getting outside the box, I mean, think about things that you've never thought about. Microphone, please, for Becky.
Could you just do a little clarification, though, because earlier you had said that the biggest mistake people make a lot of times is in getting a little bored or thinking that what they're doing, even though it's successful, is mundane, and they just really don't think they want to do that anymore. But they should write it out because that's still where there's a lot of success and a lot of money for them. But yet, if the idea is, and I guess where it gets a little confusing is, we all think we want to do something different from time to time. It's the grass is always greener, and you didn't know anything about the oil business. You got into it, and you made a whole lot of money. You didn't know anything about the movie business. You got into it, and you lost a whole lot of money. Maybe this is a rhetorical question, but is there? How do you know when it's time to make the move? How do you know when it's time to leave what you've got? How do you know when it's time to take the shot at something you don't know? In hindsight, is there any way you would have known to stay out of the movie business, or anything that told you?
When I saw those big buxom women wearing not too much clothes, and I found out for real that there is such a thing as a casting couch, and I mean, if I thought that was all in the movies, but I mean that's all for real. And being influenced by my partners, or one partner specifically that was in love with that business, or he was in love with the trappings, so to speak, of that business. I mean, I should have had my brains blown out. I mean, and I didn't, but I still did it. I still made 3 or 4 movies. I mean, I should have learned after the first time. But again and again.
But how did you know you would make it in the oil business, and why did you make it in the oil business and not in the movie business?
Well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, I lost all my money in the movie business with other people managing it. Okay, and I stayed managing the oil company, or in charge of ultimately the managers of the oil and gas and the coal company. And I didn't, and I grew the oil company from nothing. So even though I'm not an oil man, I know a lot about the running of the business. A lot of things I still don't know. And my former chief financial officer, who's sitting in the audience, could get up here and talk ad nauseum about the things I don't know about the oil business. But I grew. That's the 10 doors. There he is, John Ernest. But I grew it from the beginning. What I did in the movie business, I tried to acquire a movie company, and so I know that isn't the way. The other thing is that I never felt comfortable in the movie business to begin with, yet I still did it.
Is it a case where you didn't investigate before
That's
you
exactly
invested?
Right.
Okay.
I let my partner do the investigation, and all he was investigating was how short their skirts were. I mean, so. And so, but I was younger. I'm not blaming it on being young and naive, but I was young and naive, And quite frankly, in the movie business, it's not such a bad business to have good-looking girls all around you. That's not the worst thing that ever happened. I remember Linda, my wife, coming in the office, and we had offices in Century City and swanky. We had a viewing room with state-of-the-art cameras to view clips, and it was unbelievable. And she came in one day. Now, my wife was a kindergarten teacher at the time. She comes in da-da-da-da-da-da, like Alice in Wonderland, and she's looking for people, and she says she's in my office, and I have this big, huge corner triangle office overlooking Century City, and she says, Dan, why is it I never see anybody never hear typewriters? Why is it? I mean, and it was a good question, and I mean, why you have a lot of people here, but I never see anybody other than drinking coffee. And because they're always, fantasizing a script, supposedly. And it's to show you, Dick Martin was the producer of all the Beatles specials, a guy named Dick Martin. I hired him. Well, I didn't hire him. One of the guys who worked for me hired him. We're sitting at the Aladdin Hotel when I rented the whole Aladdin Hotel at $250,000 a day. And we're sitting in a big conference room talking about why we're losing our ass, a hand over fist, hour by hour. And I said, Dick, well, when you manage these big deals for the Beatles, I mean, what did you do there? And he looks at me and says, what are you talking about? I'm Dick Martin, Dean Martin's son. That Dick Martin's another Dick Martin. I go, that's when I closed it up. That's when I closed it up. That was the end of my entertainment career. That microsecond. Boom! That was it. I turned to Tom Jansen, who is the chief operating officer. I said, Tom, come with me. We walked out in the hall. I said, fire every goddamn person here. I don't care what it costs us. He says, Dan, because the Aladdin supposedly was run by organized crime. Dan, well, this is big trouble. I said, I don't care what it costs us. that guy is not the Beatles guy, like everybody thought. Didn't anybody even check? And they said, well, we thought. I said, we thought my ass. We're out of this business. And so I'm walking down the hall, and of course, in the movie industry, you always have administrative assistants that look like Raquel Welch. And so they were running behind taking notes, and I said, kid, you need a pad, and I throw it on the ground. You're fired, get out. And that was the end. But, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, I didn't investigate. I left the investigation to somebody else, and that was wrong. And the other side is we were making so much money, and John Ernest can relate to this because he's worked for a big company, made a lot of money. At the time, $250,000 a day, quite frankly, wasn't a lot of money to us. It just, well, we were making so much money. I mean, everything we did touched the gold, and you get Potomac fever, you get Jesus Christ syndrome, where you think everything you're going to do is going to be right. John Allen's experienced it at Leggett. You get in this euphoria that you actually think you're as smart as the newspapers say. And you're not. Believe me. I remember when you bought that restaurant. Remember that? And I said,
later, I still remember.
Yeah, and I said, John Allen, why would you want to do something like that? And we're sitting and had those Italian tablecloths. And we're sitting there, and he says, Dan, isn't the food good? I said, well, the food's not even that great. I mean, what's that got to do with it? Why would you do it? I mean, we've all done things like that. When you when you're had a lot of success, you just think it's going to carry over into whatever else you do. And so you lessen
But that's part of what got you there in the first place. If you hadn't believed you could do anything.
But that's why you have to make mistakes to get successful. I mean, and then as you grow, you bring on qualified financial people like I did with Mr. Ernest, who was a world-class, he still is a world-class finance guy. And I mean, to put boundaries around your success, so to speak. And one of the reasons when he joined Great Western was to give us a world-class financial accounting system, which he did. He knew how to do that. He could do that asleep. Right? Yeah, most of the time. But I mean, you learn these things through experience. I only knew that I needed a world-class finance guy after I made a lot of mistakes in the 10 years prior. Some of you don't understand why the banks won't do your deals. So I've developed this little chart, and it varies from state to state, country to country, but in general, I think it's it holds true. Now, we're going to use for an example, you can call this idea or investment, there's 5 of them. And we're going to assume that all these investments have a potential rate of return of 30%. All of them. That's a minimum, okay? You can put 50%, 100%. You can put, John Allen put 400% over here because he doesn't deal in deals that you can't make 400 or 500% on your money in a month. I mean, so, and then we're going to have another column called risk factor. And this risk factor is based on experience, the times I've been in litigation or you've been in litigation, competition, the size of your company, the size of the deal. And we're going to list them, and this is what I call the risk-reward schematic. And the potential rate of return, if it's a 9 on a scale from 1 to 10, that would probably mean that that's got a 75 or 80% potential rate of return. And this would be like a 60, 50, 40, 45. And those are the kinds of rate of return just for this example. And on the other side, the potential risk, 1 to 10 being the highest, 8, 2, 9, 5. Obviously, the 2 is the lowest. Now, as an entrepreneur, we were probably more interested in investment number 1 that has the highest potential rate of return. As a banker or as a financial institution that is, let's call a secured lender, he is probably interested in investment number 3 because it has the least amount of risk associated with it. Now, and then there's a variation combination. In most lenders, financial institutions have a portfolio of investments. They've got some and they're taking, I understand they're taking less risk these days than they did 10 years ago, 5 years ago. But they have a portfolio. But now that portfolio, instead of having a mixed bag that looks more like this, they have a portfolio of threes, where there's a risk 2 on a scale from 1 to 10, and yet there's still a 40%, 45% potential rate of return. And we don't understand when we take our deal that says it's got a 300% rate of return potential, and oh, by the way, but there's also a 50% chance it won't go. Why the financial institution doesn't understand. So now there's one or two things you do, and I'm not recommending the first. You lie. That's not what my recommendation is. And you dress up, so to speak, or puff up, so to speak, the rates of return, and you minimize the risk. But we all do that naturally. We all think our deals are better, and we always convince ourselves that there's not as much risk. But there are financial institutions in this world that there's a place to fund every deal in the world. And I told you earlier about the example of sending out 700 resumes as opposed to 7. There's Hong Kong, Australia, South Africa, Chile, although the South American countries you might have trouble, well, a lot of the foreign countries have trouble with currency, and you got to make sure you can get your currency out, and I mean, there's a whole other myriad of obstacles or challenges, as they say. But there are places right now that, I mean, short of going to organized crime for your money, that you can find. But you have to understand who is sitting on the other side of the table and how he's looking at the deal. He's not looking at the 90 to 40% rate of return. He's only looking at this side and making sure that he can get his collateral and his security, be a secured lender, and make sure he get his money back so he keeps his job. Now, I said something at the break earlier. Why do you think 70% of financial transactions that happen in a year happen in the last 60 to 90 days of a year? That's part of it, but part of it also, and this is one man's opinion, not everybody agrees with this, but I've always found it easier to do deals at the year end because most people are on a bonus system and their bonuses are paid on the year end, and they are more likely to allow a transaction to go through, not saying they're doing less due diligence, but because it's at the year end. The hardest time of the year to get a deal done is at the beginning of the year. Nobody's got any incentive. January, February, March, April. First of all, March, April, it's tax time. So January and February, nobody's got any incentive to do anything. Of all the deals that Great Western did that I can remember, we only did one deal that closed in February. And all the other deals, and we did a lot of deals, they all closed at the end of the year. One, there's no incentive. I mean, bonus structures at banks are normally based on year-end calculations. So there's a whole series of reasons why you should wait to the end of the year. The end of the year is starting in late summer and working so you have enough time to close the deal. But remember that this is the way a financial institution is going to look at your transaction. He's not going to look at the rate of return potential that Chalk's going to try to sell him. He's going to look at how much risk is associated. In this $50 million deal, that's exactly what they're going to look at. The risk associated, and that they can't secure collateral because it's off in, where the hell is it? Kazakhstan. We'll get the money though. I got an idea, but anyway, I got an idea. But yeah, I know, John Allen. I know. But I mean, so think about this before you get down and you're sitting down with whoever you're going to try to get money out of. Think about how he's going to think about it. What do we talk about before you simulate? You practice. You know? Now, when you had professional finance guys, I mean, this is ingrained. They already know what the banker thinks like. They already know how they think because they've been doing it 15, 25, 30 years. Now you, with one exception in here, I don't think that are in that position, other than Mr. Ernest. You guys and gals aren't in that position. Whereas he knows how they think, and he knows how to kind of, I won't say dress it up, but make it look like they want it, and with the kinds of collateralization and the kinds of things that you can get away with when you're a bigger company and you've got sophisticated finance people putting these documents together. But for the most part, people that attend these aren't in that category. But just think of that. So when you're structuring your presentation, think about how he's going to think about it. And then be positive, be aggressive, assume it's going to get done. And as Burl said, it does get done. Okay. That was, we had that handout. Oh, okay. We have the overhead now, so we don't have the handout. I stand corrected. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to take a short break. The nurturing period, it's like building a business at any stage, and what we unfortunately have a tendency to do if we've been in business 10 or 20 or 30 years, we stop building. We stop, our priorities change, our kids grow up, whatever. But businesses are going two ways. You're either going this way or you're going this way. You're either accelerating at an accelerating pace or you're accelerating at a decelerating pace, and if you're accelerating at a decelerating pace, you're really going like this. So financing becomes a problem, a challenge to all businesses, be it a practice of law. I happen to know that my law firm in Houston has now for those of you that practice the law, as opposed to being lawyers, practice the law, they have a 94% collection rate. They collect within 45 to 60 days, 94% of all billings. I think I'm saying that right, which I think is pretty high. In fact, I think it's damn high. In fact, I think it's the highest in the country. I don't think it, I know, because Steve Sussman tells me so. But Steve, to his credit, in addition to being a brilliant trial lawyer, that's why he represents me, one of probably the best lawyers, and arguably the best trial lawyer in the country. He has run his law firm like a business, and he's built it like a business, and businesses operate off cash flow. And as far as he's concerned, that's what it's all about. Now, all businesses need finance at one time or another in the growth process. But this is an important concept when you get started. And it's one of my pennyisms. You cannot win at poker with a scared money. It gives off a stench that is repugnant to the winning hand. If you're going to play poker, leave your money at home and play with other people's money. And I don't mean play in the sense of like it's a game, but I mean use OPM. Because the first leverage, the biggest leverage item you have in your life is other people. To successfully lead other people, train other people, coach other people to do your companies or your bidding. The second biggest asset you have is OPM, other people's money, i.e. joint ventures, instant track record with Leggett, John Allen Chalk, for an example, instant track record with the Defense Fuel Center, which is the federal government, instant track record, other people's money, the New York Stock Exchange member firm that sold our tax shelters, instant track record with the joint ventures that we did with Texaco, the Japanese National Oil Company, the Israeli government, Chevron. That's their money. Okay. Now when you get started and you want to finance these things, once you get over the pride of ownership, which is a big thing, it's my idea, how can I give it up? Once you've gotten over that hurdle, that obstacle, then the next, not obstacle, but challenge is You will grow geometrically by definition if you're not using your money. Let me give you a simple example. We're going to do a $50,000 deal. I'm going to do it myself. I put up 50 grand. We are anticipating a growth rate of 25% per annum. Now, instead of me just doing the $50,000 on my own, I go to John Allen and I say, John Allen, we're each going to pony up $25,000. Okay. Now, forgetting the fact that I'm diversifying my risk into more than one deal, now I'm able to do a second deal. I take my $25,000 and I go to Marcia and we do another joint venture. Now I'm exposed to two arenas of potential profit. I'm exposed to the opportunity of doing and growing in two different areas. And you do it again and again and again and again. And it can be a 10% partner, it can be a 90% partner. The Kuwaiti government currently owns 32% of Great Western Resources shares. At a point in time, they had put up 78% of the money and they had 14% of the vote. Which tonight, when we have a few drinks, was one of my greatest coups that makes the $10,000, $50,000, or $60,000 option into $50 million look like peanuts. But the point is, I enlisted the monies of other people. That's why you go public. That's what being a public entity is all about. You're using other people's money to grow. Now, obviously, the more money from somebody else you get, the more your ownership and equity is shrunk. But if I hadn't raised all the money that I did, when I owned 15% of a company that was worth $425 million, so what if I had owned 100% of a company that was worth $10 million? How am I better off? Where am I better off? I'm obviously better off with 15% of a $425 million company than I am with 100% of a $10 or $15 million company. And it's a concept, and if there's somebody in this room that understands this, not somebody, there's a lot of people in this room that understand it intellectually, but it's emotionally having to give up equity for growth. And it gets back to that pride of authorship, that pride of ownership. It's very difficult. And I told you I've seen more deals die. But in addition to that, when you're dealing with your own money and it's all your little nest egg and you've got it all in one little deal, you know, and I shake hands with you and your hands are sweating. You know, you give a firm handshake. And there's water in my hand, and the water didn't come from me. My hands have never sweated in any deal. I tell the story, the first deal I did, the first big bank I had was Mid-Atlantic Bank out of New Jersey. And a guy named Frank Van Growski, who ultimately became, I think, president, we're doing a deal, and we're getting a line of credit to do drilling. I think it was for $3 or $4 million. And as he's signing the paper, he's signing over mine, and he's smearing my name. I said, Frank, what's wrong? He said, my hands are sweating. And I go, why? He says, because you make me nervous. And he said, well, why are you doing the deal then? He says, because it's a good deal, Dan, but you make bankers nervous. Just by definition, you make bankers nervous. And it wasn't his money. But I was going to another source because I didn't have the money. But even though I didn't have the money, I dealt and negotiated like Burl did as if I did have the money. Because too many times we see individuals, you've been in a deal where the guy looks nervous. Auntie's been in a lot of deals, conversations with me in meetings where the guy's obviously nervous. He's run out of money. He knows it. I know it. He knows I know it. And he knows that I know that he knows it. I know it. Okay? And all the puffery and bullshit, I mean, you still know. And it's tough to, you know, and it's not so I'm so smart, but I've been through so many transactions, and I've been lied to so many times and bullshitted so many times by some of the best guys in the country. I mean, I just know. I mean, you know, I walk away with a meeting with Auntie, and I said, what'd you think? And he says, the guy's scared. And then he'll tell me why he thought he was scared. And then I'll tell them, well, did you notice this? They say, no, I didn't notice that. Unless you're a professional actor like Ron Reagan, Mr. Teflon, former president, I mean, you can't help but fall into this. That's why I would suggest it. It's not because I suggest you're practicing with other people's money. Until you get it right, then you do it with your own money. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, number one, it gives you more leverage for growth. And number two, it gives you that multiple of deals to hit that home run. And we're going to talk about hitting home runs and grand slams and positioning yourself in the next couple hours. But number three, it also doesn't put you in a position where you're negotiating from strength, where you look like a weak link in a deal. Now, even when I didn't have money, I never negotiated from weakness, because I always pretended that in my own mind. See, I tell people I've always been rich, even before I had money. I was rich. I have gift the gab, which is already pretty obvious. And I've always felt good about myself. I've always had high self-esteem, good self-concept, by no fault of my parents, just by luck, I guess. And so I've been able to approach situations that way. But it's going to be a learned habit. And Judy, with a few drinks, will give you some advice. Talk to you about that. But she is in that business. She is in that business that about dealing with self-esteem or the lack thereof, and the lack of self-concept, the high self-concept. But let me tell you, if you want to be super successful, or you want to be successful, I can assure you, the guys that are successful today, the names that I keep on bantying around, I mean, these guys are self-confident. They started with other people's money, and they learned to put themselves in a position, because the more of other people's money you use, the more deals you can do, and the more deals you can do, the higher the probability that you're going to hit a home run. If I had really thought about it when I was writing this manual, I would have written it in the module sense instead of it's in a time sequence. It starts in 1982 and it ends in 1992. So the reason why I flip back and forth and I have all these little tabs that I think are so smart is because the manual was written one way, and I think it's more effective for the reader to read it from the beginning to the end. But the way the course, this focus group course, is taught is not that way. So if you wonder why I'm flipping back and forth and I have all these tabs, that's the reason. Now, I talked earlier about knowing when to fold them, when to hold them, and when to bluff them. Now, this is another difficult concept to learn or to understand, because we are taught from childhood, you tell the truth, you don't lie, you do this, you do that. I mean, Christian Judaic work ethic, hard work pays off, loyalty, and all those things. That's what we're taught. And for the most part, that's true. But when you're negotiating a business deal, truth, justice, and the American way don't necessarily mean the same thing. And if Bob and I are hammering it out, tooth and nail, he of course wouldn't, but I might puff my side of the deal a little. No, John Allen, I know. No. They don't do that in West Texas. They wouldn't puff the deal. might make my deal sound a little better and a little richer than maybe it really is. And my son Dan would say, "You mean you're trying to rip them off, Dad?" No, son, that's not it. Because, at the end of the day, most deals are a win-win, because they think they won and you think you won. And that's the way it has to be. But when you negotiate a deal, some deals are better to walk away. Some deals it's better to stay and play your cards. And some deals you got to know when to hold and not do anything. And that's a learning process that you learn. Burl handles banks and the competition different today than she did 90 days ago. There's no question. And when I go up there to do that seminar for her and her friends, and I spent a couple days with her around the clock, she's going to even be in a different place dealing with these people. she will have an unfair advantage because I'm going to try to pour into her head and her husband's head as much of the 22 years of knowledge as I have in dealing with people, banks, as the ads say about the seminar, I'm fresh from battle. I've been recruited, I've recruited. I've been in South America, the Far East, the Middle East, Australia, Mexico, South Africa, and done deals. I'm familiar with merchant banks, investment banks, various kinds of law, English law, Roman law, and that can't help but benefit her when I'm up there. And right now you're benefiting from it now. It's a learned process, and too many times when you get to be in your first heavy negotiation, your first entrepreneurial experience, you rely on the fact that your deal is a good deal, so you're going to stick to your guns. Most times, in the beginning, it's better to do the transaction even if you don't make any money. And I give you a point. I've given you one. I'm going to give you it again. I did $50 million in revenue my first year in business. That's all anybody ever remembers. When I was written up on the front page of the LA Times, August 1983, they only remember $50 million. Most people think that was my net worth in 1983. And remember that article when they came to Leggett? And you said, well, welcome my minority friends. Did something like that. And this was an article about rich Hispanics, and I purportedly was the richest Hispanic in the country in 1983. Wasn't true, but they thought I was. And but they only remember the $50 million. Nobody knows or remembers that I only made $90,000 on that $50 million. But I did that $50 million because I wanted to be able to put $50 million worth of float through the bank. And then that bank, I owned that bank. I owned him. Lock, stock, and barrel. I own him today. He's the president of a much bigger bank. But they only remember the 50. So I would submit to you that it's more important to do transactions and don't be as concerned, as I said earlier, with making money, but sometimes you have to walk away. And sometimes you have to walk away, and that's a learned experience. And the way you learn it is by making mistakes. And I've done deals, and John Ernest, who had to leave, he just stopped by to say hello. He said, Dan, that seminar, not 10 days, could be 20 days on the mistakes I've made. It was just 10 days with the mistakes I made with him while he was my CFO. And but I made a lot of them. But at the end of the day, see, and when you overcome that phobia, if that's the right word, for making errors, you'll learn that at the end of the day, it's the successful things that you're remembered for. It's the $50 million that I'm remembered for. Very few people remember the bad drilling fund that I had in 1984. Hardly anybody. I don't think anybody even knows about it. Very few people realize that the acquisition that I might have made that didn't work out, they don't remember those things. They remember the successes. So if they remember the successes, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, why should you remember anything other than the successes? Okay. Okay. Revenue. Now, revenue, as I've already mentioned this morning, is like success. You can't have too much. Now, I want to spend some time on talking about it versus cost control. I mean, in a fair amount of depth. Now, how many would say that? Well, how many of you have been in business less than 5 years at whatever you're doing? Okay, less than 10 years. Less than 15. Less than 20. Less than 25. Doc, come on, put your hand down. Less than 30. Okay. Okay. Now, So we've got 10 to 15 years is kind of a group. It's kind of like a bell curve, really. Now, I'm sure that most of you that have come out of big corporations, and even big law firms now, because they're very cost control conscious. I mean, when you do something on the Xerox machine, you got to punch in the account numbers for your account, and when you make phone calls, and when I'm up at Sussman Godfrey all day, day after day, I mean, I got this special code that's about 19 numbers long. That's me. I got to do these 19 numbers to make a phone call, and because they're conscious of cost. But one of the reasons that the Sussman Godfrey, as an example, and this is an industry I don't know much about, is so successful is because they generate so much revenue. The most important thing on Steve Sussman's mind is revenue. It's not cost control. Otherwise, he'd make all the partners flight coach. And I can assure you they don't. It's revenue. Steve Sussman in the law firm of Sussman Godfrey positions itself to get involved in the biggest plaintiff litigation cases in the country so they can generate massive amounts of revenue through contingency fees. When you start your business, since you're starting from ground zero, the most important thing to you should be the generation of revenue. And as your business grows, and as I answered earlier, it's only after your business is established. When I was generating $50 million in business my first year, I assure you I had no concept of cost control. I spent whatever money it took to get the business. I flew back and forth from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. more times than I can remember. Back and forth and back and forth. I was the first, I believe, million-mile man on American Airlines in the, Club, which I have a million-mile card now. I didn't worry about how much money it cost because I knew no expense was too low if I failed. And any expense I had wasn't high if I was successful. It's about this deal that John Allen's talking about. I can just imagine how many times he's been back and forth to Russia. I just know. And so when you're weighing how much you should spend, or perhaps the fee from the accountant's too high, or perhaps the fee from the lawyer's too high, don't measure it against the little, for services rendered, 2 hours this, 8 hours this. Don't measure it against that. Measure it against the long picture. Measure it against what you ultimately are trying to position yourself for. But instead, we're trained, we're conditioned to measure it against, well, why would anybody be worth $325 an hour? That's why lawyers love me. I mean, I'm a perfect, because I measure it against the long picture. I don't bust their chops, but they better be right, they better win, and they better be good. Otherwise, or they better have good malpractice insurance. Because, I've taken on a lot of law firms too. So, but I don't measure against that. I didn't measure against when I've hired architects or contractors or things. I measure against the long picture. If they're doing the job for me in 6 months when it should be a 3-year job, I don't measure the fact that I paid 150% of what I should have. So keep that in mind when you're trying to generate revenue. And the most important thing to you, as some of you that are neophytes in business, is the generation of revenue so you can show a track record to a bank. Okay. Yes, sir. Mike, please.
When we had the big oil bust, that came because the oil companies was living too high on the hog. If they hadn't been living too high on the hog, there might not have been the bust that we had. It wouldn't have been as severe. But some of the old oil men in West Texas was saying, we got by on $10 a barrel, we're going to have to learn how to do that again. But they were definitely living too high on the hog. They wasn't watching those expenses. Yeah. Revenue can cover up more sins than anything else. No
What-
question.
what can?
Revenue.
Oh, no, absolutely.
It
But-
can absolutely do it, but then it's not going to always just go.
No,
wow.
but we're talking about companies that are getting started. We're talking about companies that are getting started. We're not talking about mature companies that have been there 55 years. I mean, as and I made mention specifically when Mr. Ernest was here, then I brought in somebody to put confines and to give me financial controls when I had made the company big. But when I was starting out, I wasn't interested in that. Okay? Okay. And there's a big difference, and he's got a very valid point. I mean, the reason that independents like Great Western Resources compete with the majors is because our overhead structure didn't look like theirs. We could go in and lift hydrocarbons much cheaper because we didn't have 55,000 employees, of which 30,000 were in the corporate headquarters. That's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is when you get started, the most important thing is revenue. I mean, and then the next most important thing is cash flow, which is different than revenue. And the last, and I didn't, important thing, and that's not good English, is income, first before taxes and after taxes. But anybody that's been in business for himself knows with cash flow they live and die. I mean, I don't know many guys that run businesses that aren't public that give a damn if they make any money, as long as they have cash flow. I mean, unless you're getting ready to puff up the business to sell it, then all of a sudden your cost control and your expenses change, and then all of a sudden that changes. Oh. See, so I'm talking about people that are starting. Once you become a established, mature business, then you bring in people. You don't do it yourself. You don't choke it. I keep looking at Burl whenever I say choke a business. She's the professional strangler of businesses. I mean, she'd get in there, get it in the headlock, and choke it. Didn't let it breathe. Yank it around, choke it, so that's what I'm talking about. But you're absolutely correct, and I've heard that. And but mature businesses are different. Not many people in this room, if anybody, are running mature businesses that have been around 50, 60 years that have 25,000 employees. I mean, that's not what this seminar is all about. Okay, now, and he said that all managerial performance sins shall be always forgiven during periods of rapidly increasing revenue streams. That should have in parentheses when you're starting out your business. Okay. Now, let's look at it this way. You're not supposed to be concerned about what happens in the middle of a jump. You're supposed to be thinking about where you're going to land. They're not called broad jumpers anymore. They're called long jumpers. Long jump, when the guy hits the board or the lady hits the board and she's trying to go out 22 or 24, he's trying to go out 30 feet. What's he focusing on? Is he focusing on where he's going to land? Where he's going to be? He's not focusing in the middle of the jump. What we get bogged down into in the decision-making process and running our businesses is we focus on the flying through the air. I don't focus on that. Just as I don't hear no, I focus on where I want to be. That's why if I made any mistakes, I should have set my goals higher when I founded Great Western. That's why I've set my goals real high for this industry. And when we raise our children, we're more inclined to say, Johnny, I'd like you to be a doctor. Not, Johnny, every semester I want you to get an A in English, an A in geometry, an A in chemistry, because you need chemistry to be a doctor, an A in physics. Of course, I want you to be an all-American football player. We say, for those that I know that have parents of kids that have ultimately gone to medical school, we said in their mind, I want Johnny to come up with the idea that he wants to be a doctor. So what do? They send them to the things along the ideas of John Allen Chalk. I want my kids to go to military academies. Both of my kids have been to the NASA space camp. One wants to be a physicist and an astronaut, and the other one still wants to be a veterinarian. But they're going to go to the NASA space camp again. and they're going to keep going, and they've got a junior program that you can send kids to the Air Force Academy. They're going to go. You know, they're going to like that idea. I got pictures of me in my own uniform all over the house. I've got memorabilia from my military career because it's important for me. I personally think the military academies are some of the best education you can get in this country. And I'm going to do everything humanly possible without telling them you have to go to the Air Force Academy, you have to go to Annapolis. Well, it's the same. I'm focusing on the end. By definition, they already know. They're smart enough, just as you're smart enough to know that there's a lot of things that have to happen. And in business, we focus on the little things that have to happen instead of the big picture. Another way of putting it is, to be successful in an exponential way, you have to be macro-oriented, not micro. I already told you, when I was detail-orientated, even though I made a lot of money on Wall Street and I was very successful, I didn't really take that quantum leap until I changed to its generic. And one of the problems I'm having, well, again, this thing with my lawsuit is that I wasn't a detail-oriented person. I'm not. Wasn't then, never will be again. And now, you know, I'm being chastised for it. But it's focusing on the end. When John Allen and I did a lot of business, John Allen focused, see, he's talking about the $50 million. He hasn't told me about all the challenges, because I've already thought about 50, that to get that, when the physical equipment's going to be in a country that's been around about 3 years, and the banks are going to want security, so how do they claim security if they default and get the crap back? That's a big challenge. See, all John Allen focused on, and he was right, the opportunity of doing a $50 million. Well, I jacked him up from $35 to $50 million. The opportunity. And that's how I would suggest that you think. The opportunity. And not all the steps that you have to take in between, because there's a lot of them. And there's a lot more of them than you can imagine. And Casey has stumbled across, over, around, under a lot of things that he didn't envision that he was going to have to face. Okay, but focusing on the end product. The end product is what's important. Now we're going to talk about how you get people at banks, merchant banks, investment banks to do your bidding. How do you get them to do what you want to do instead of what they want to do? Now, a necessary evil, in my judgment, outside advisors. In order to really succeed in business, you need outside advisors. These advisors must be trusted advisors. To have trusted advisors, you need a very special relationship with someone at the firm. You need a mole. A perfect mole is someone who is motivated, aggressive, and ambitious, but not as bright as he or she thinks. And I don't mean this in a way that you're doing any, they call them backhands in the United Kingdom, paying anybody or anything like that. I mean, I've created more partners at major law firms. I've created more partners at major accounting firms. I've created more managing directors, CEOs. I've made more people rich in the consultancy business than anybody I know. I don't argue about fees. I pretend to argue. I let them beat me up a little and I roll over like a big canary. And those are my moles. I have people that I've done business with from Wall Street to London to Hong Kong to Australia that I have helped in their career in a professional way. When they change firms, I change with them, assuming the firm is bigger, more prestigious, and it's not a lateral or a downward change. When dealing with the opinionated and or egotistical, always give credit where it is not due. That's the hardest part for me to do. I know it works because I've done it. But I've made a lot of... One of the partners of Coopers & Lybrand, who John Allen might remember, a woman from Fort Worth, got promoted to partnership 3 years ahead of her, the curve, or whatever they call it, the zone. We dealt with the most prestigious, or one of the most prestigious law firms in England called Freshfields. When we went public, and when Tim Retallick, the senior managing partner, they used to say, they give you a lecture when you go to be one of their clients, and we had to be interviewed, and we had to have recommendations and all this baloney. And he says, we represent, if there ever becomes a conflict between the Queen and yourself, or the Bank of England and yourself, we will have to resign you as a client. Now, how there could ever be a conflict between the Queen of England and me, or the Bank of England, which is their Federal Reserve, and me, is beyond my comprehension, but that's the lecture they give. So what I did is I used to go around, which is true, Freshfield's been around since 1655 or whatever. They represent the Queen, the Bank of England, and Great Western Resources. Now, what's the perception there? The perception is we've been in business since 1867. I mean, Freshfields has been representing the Queen of England and the Bank of England for 200-300 years. So it immediately gave us instant credibility. But getting back to our molds, find somebody that's young, aggressive, probably just below partnership level, and give them a lot of business, legitimate business. And make sure when he becomes a partner, or she becomes a partner, that they remember how they got there. Don't ever let them forget. Never. Send them Christmas cards. Do whatever. And you'll get deals done in a professional way much easier, because you don't want to keep changing professionals. Because once you've got them locked into your system, it's like a computer. You just reprogram, and they spit them out. That's one of the reasons we were able to do so many deals so quickly, is because we had the same team do them over and over and over. And of course, and there's a comfort level, because they feel comfortable because, one, you've done legitimate deals, you've got a track record of deals, you paid them a ton of money. I used to, the former managing director of Brown Shipley's CEO was John Van Cuffler, who John Allen knows, who I helped orchestrate how he got to be CEO. He followed my model, and he chopped the head off of the old CEO. And with a little help from me, because I was his biggest client. We represented 40% of the fees for corporate finance that year. I was a big client. I wanted John to be CEO. Now, John still remembers that. He is now CEO of the largest financial institution outside the City of London, which we may have to talk to. I made a lot of other people managing directors and partners in a lot of firms. And we did a lot of deals, made a lot of money. We all made a lot of money. But for that kind of growth, I mean, and I don't mean it in a derogatory way, you want them to be smart, but you like to let them think they're smarter than they really are. And I mean that in a positive sense, not a negative sense. And it works. It works. Sussman thinks I don't have to let him know that he's smart. I mean, he already thinks, so I don't have much problem with him. I have no problem with him. I mean, now let's talk about praise. This is something I've learned in recent years, and it's important. And I've only developed this recently, and I didn't really develop this as a younger man, and I should have. But I mean, I made a lot of mistakes. And you catch your people doing something right and give them unlimited earned praise. That was difficult for me, and but it works. I'm better at it now than I used to be. And perhaps the finest gift you can give another person is that praise. And by the way, constructive criticism is not. There is no such thing in my judgment as constructive criticism, because criticism is a search for hidden beauty. And as we talked about how Napoleon Hill got people to understand what they were doing wrong through questioning. Catch them doing something right and give them unlimited praise. And people that are going to work for you are going to make mistakes. I've told Auntie, he's been with me 6 months, seems like 6 years, doesn't it? And I allow him to do a lot of things, and he's a young guy. He's just turned 22. And Leanne does a lot of things that probably she wouldn't do if she wasn't working for somebody else, one of which she has a power of attorney. She's transferred millions of dollars out of my personal accounts. I don't write checks. I just wrote my first 3 checks in 10 years. I got all excited. She was on vacation because I don't have a checkbook. I just don't. And Valerie also has power of attorney for some of my accounts, and she's transferred millions of dollars. And my business manager, Linda Pryor, also. And I just don't write checks. And so they've done all this, and so I don't know where my money is, and because that's not important to me. What's important to me is making the goddamn money, not keeping track of it. And when we were in our recent depositions, I don't think anybody believed that I don't write checks. I don't know where my money is. We found $77,000 in an account I didn't even know existed. I'm not saying that to be braggadocious about $77,000, but that's not what I focus on. I focus on making it. And I let other people keep track of it. My wife doesn't keep track of it too well either. My wife focuses on spending it. And she's world class. She is world class at that. I asked her, is that a new outfit? She goes, no. To my wife, new means that you buy it yesterday. And I said, well, where'd you get it? And she said, I got it in Amsterdam. When was the last time we were in Amsterdam? I don't remember you ever wearing it. She said, I never have. Well, we were in Amsterdam 3 years ago. Well, that's when I bought it. And then she'll come out with something else, and 5 or 6 days in a row, we used to go out 5 or 6 days in a row to fancy things. 5 or 6 days in a row, I never saw that. Is it new? They're always not new. Because new is the day before. Well, where'd you buy it? Well, I bought it in Paris. And I think, let's see, I took her on her 42nd birthday to Paris. She's now 44. That's 2 years ago, Linda. She says, yeah, but it's not new. And it's not new. And I said, well, but you never wore it. I said, and so now I don't ask that question. I said, have you ever worn it? That means it's new. See, I know now. I don't ask, is it new? Because to Linda, it's not new, because if it's been sitting in the closet for 2 or 3 years. But I don't focus on where the money is. I focus on how to make it. And Leanne, and I have other people do that. And I very seldom ask those kinds of questions. Now, and I'm not suggesting that you can do that at the beginning of your business. That would be giving you bad information. But ultimately, as a goal, I would set for yourselves, I want to be in a position in no time frame, and we're going to get to goal setting in a little while, where I just focus on the money I've made, not where it is. One of the things that we found out is that I have 7 offshore bank accounts, which is all part of the discovery, which I'm not giving anybody any information, which I didn't know I had 7. I just didn't. And I'll ask Leanne, who has power of attorney? Who can write a check in this account? She says, well, I think Linda Pryor and me. And well, I need some money to go over here. Well, she says, well, we got to get that from Val to go to here, and I just don't focus on it. And I think that really personifies what I'm talking about. And when it became time in the growth cycle of Great Western, I brought in a world-class finance guy, John Ernest, to talk about just what we were talking about. The oil companies got too top-heavy and made the oil bust last longer than it should have. John Ernest was controller worldwide for Gulf Oil. When it was acquired by Chevron, he went in as chief accounting officer for Chevron and then retired, and then he joined me and helped me. That's not true. He didn't help me. He did it all. He did the financial control system that we've been told is as good as any of the major companies. Okay. Now, this is kind of a not a summary. This is kind of a mini summary that, what we've been talking about all afternoon is we are imprisoned by our own weaknesses and liberated by our strengths. What we are going to talk about now are our strengths, not our weaknesses. Just as we've talked about our successes, not our failures. And just as I would suggest, I would urge, I would demand of you to focus on the things you've done right in your lifetime, not the things you've done wrong. Not the restaurant that you bought that has Italian tablecloths. Not the movies that I've made that I didn't need to make. Not the construction business that I got my skin ripped off like a banana. Not those things that I've done wrong or you've done wrong. Focus on the things you've done right. And for those of you that have raised children or are raising children, I don't know, Bob, if you're still raising your son or not, but he looks pretty grown up to me. But when we raise kids, we're taught to focus on the positive, aren't we? Well, then why don't we do it in business? There's no good reason. And as I told you, a lot of the things, it's hot in here. Yeah. Well, okay. Just as I've said, a lot of the things that worked as children we forget. We also forgot how most of us were raised, how most of us have attempted to raise our children. We focused on the positive. When Jim used to teach my sons tennis, it was tough to focus on the positive with one of my sons. Yeah, and it's hard for me to focus on the positive with my kids. I'm better at helping people with their business than I am growing my own children up, and which I'm working on. That's one of my challenges in life for the next several years, is to work on that, because I'm trying to get better at that. If I get as good raising kids as I did building companies, the kids are going to be, giants in whatever they decide to do. And that's what my goal is. One of my goals. Now, we've talked about sticking to our knitting and not diversifying, and which is another way of saying sticking to your core business. But one of the things a lot of you play games with your calculators is trying to estimate the actual rate of return. And I'm here to tell you it doesn't matter. I have not asked Burrow what the rate of return on her deals are. I have not asked. I'd be afraid to ask John Allen, because just to be so astronomical, it'd probably make me faint. I have not asked John Allen, but he's going to tell me before the days are, I assure you. I have not asked. Pardon? Yeah. I have not asked. People don't ask me what the rates of return were at Great Western. They focus in on, I started with 800, and at the height it was worth 400 million. And what you're going to see when you deal with other people on joint venture partners, and when you deal with bankers, and it comes back again on almost every example, they're going to focus on, did you do it or didn't you? I can't remember the last time anybody asked me a question, did I make money? When I bought Whitaker USA Oil and Gas Division, Whitaker's a big Fortune 200 company, nobody asked me, did it turn out profitable? All they knew is the company grew by 20% when we did it. Nobody to this day has asked me, was the Bow Valley acquisition for $160 million profitable? To this day, 7 years later, nobody's ever asked me that question. All they know is it took us from $80 million in assets to $280 million in assets. It took us from cash flow of X to 8X. It took us from 48 employees to 1,300 employees, or whatever it was. Remember that when you're doing your acquisitions, when you're looking at building your practice, remember that. Don't be as focused on, remember, this is in the beginning, this isn't a mature business, on the rates of return, because it's the transaction that's most important. And to succeed at anything, which you've already figured out, this is Dan Pena's philosophy, it probably doesn't apply to many else in the room. To succeed at anything, one must be focused to the exclusion of family, friends, God, and country, but not necessarily in that order. That's how I did it. I'm not suggesting that's the way you do it. I know that worked. I ate, slept, breathed, died Great Western blood. When they cut me, Great Western blood came out. But I also know Jobs, Gates, Perot, etc., 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 all the super athletes, Montana, All these guys, they live, breathe, eat, sleep, what they're focused on. And there's no in-betweens. When Jack Nicklaus talks about winning 20 majors, he talks about he ate it, he slept it, he breathed it. Now, he moved his family to Florida so he could be closer because there were more golf tournaments in Florida. So he could see some ball games because football for his kids was played at night. Golf tournaments were played in the day. But he still, he was focused. He stayed absolutely committed. And that's the only way that I know that it's possible. Now, in 1986, when we were growing Great Western Resources, oil dropped in January from $28 a barrel to $14 a barrel. The share price, and you have to remember, or you don't have to remember, I'll tell you, share price in the UK, they're penny stocks. They're not high price stocks. So it went from £1.20 to 58p, and that was the exchange rate between the dollar and the pound. Great Western shares were a high of £3, which was $3.50 in December of '84, when the company was worth nothing really, and they got down to a low of 50 pence, which was about 80 cents in June of '86. I put this chart up because it's an important principle. We made an acquisition in January of 1986. We bought a company or a series of companies, and we bought assets for about $55 million. Before the deal closed, oil had already dropped $10 a barrel. So we're already 30% we lost on our money before the deal closes. Now the natural inclination would have been to renegotiate the deal. Is that probably correct? I didn't. For a lot of reasons. It's an important concept. I didn't because when you're starting out, a lot of times your word's going to be your bond. When I tell you something, they used to say, when Dan tells you it's Christmas in July, you can hang your Christmas stocking. Now, I stuck with that deal even though I lost 30% before I closed. Because it was important that I knew when S.G. Warburg, who I ultimately wanted down the road, looked at my track record, they knew that I was willing to take a bath to keep my word. I mean, before the deal closed, I don't know if Leanne remembers that, when we bought L&B, the price of oil collapsed as we're signing things, and virtually anybody, the normal inclination would have been to renegotiate the deal. But I was looking down the road. I was looking at S.G. Warburg. I was looking at $100 million deals, $150 million deals, and I knew that I would never attract the kind of ilk of advisor that I wanted to get to $2 billion if I had a track record of agreeing, signing, and having interim financing of a deal and then back out. So I ate dirt for about, let's see, what's 30% of $55 million, whatever that is, $15 million bucks? 17.5 million bucks. Because, and at that time, I owned 44% of the company. So I ate dirt for $8 million bucks. Because it was more important to me to set up the institutions to have, so I would have credibility to do the next bigger deal. Now I made multiples of the $8 million when we did the next deal. And it's important, especially when you're starting out. If you start, and there are times when you can back out of a deal, but there aren't times when you can renege on a deal. Not in my book. There just aren't, even if it costs you money. even if it costs you money. It's an important concept, and if you want joint venture partners, one of the reasons that John Allen and I could do business again very easily, probably will now, is because John Allen and I know when I told John Allen this was it was Christmas in July, John just went and got his Christmas suit on, and when he told me the same, there was a rapport that exists because we had plenty of chances to, shall we say, take advantage of one another. When you smile like that, John, it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. The one that John Allen really made nervous was Mark Harrison. The other lawyer, see, I mean, because they thought all the devious ways that things could have happened, you know. But okay. Okay. Now, conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom right now, and we're going to talk about, because you always need a reason to overlook the obvious. People told me that I shouldn't go into the coal business because I didn't know anything about it. People have told Casey that he can't acquire a company that's much bigger than he is with no money because, I mean, it's against conventional wisdom. For geometric growth, exponential growth, you're going to have to look for a reason to overlook which is obvious. Normally, the most obvious rationale that will be given you, in my judgment, my experience, is wrong. Just as when the lawyer used to come in and say, there's no chance, we used to go, it's a winner. I mean, if you can find a guy like that, a benchmark that you can use, I mean, like I did for a lot of years, and he's a very successful, he represents Exxon and Barclays Bank in London today, very successful attorney. I mean, but it's hard when you're at the embryonic stage of your career. It's very difficult to overlook the obvious and to go against conventional wisdom. It's almost impossible. And what we decided, and what I told the newspapers, is we decided not to participate in the energy recession. We only simulated positive occurrences and acted as if we had no limits to our abilities. I would run around Great Western and I would only talk about the positive things, not about the times that we weren't successful. I mean, we overlooked the obvious, and we focused in on what we saw, the company's goals, just as you have to focus in on what you see. And you have to look way down the road. You have to set your goals, in my judgment, very, very high. Now, let's see. Because for those of you that know that we're in a recessionary environment, every time I'm in a recession, they tell me it's going to last forever. It's always the worst recession since in the last 35 years. I've been through so many worse recessions in the last 35 years. The bear market of 72, 73, when the Dow, the old Dow, or the current Dow hit, I believe, 570 in time. But I mean, it's always the toughest time. It's not really. I mean, I never lived through the Depression, but then now they say it's the toughest time since the Depression in a lot of industries. I know when we were building Great Western Resources, it was the toughest oil recession or depression that they had in 50 years. But the thing is, tough times don't last. What does last are tough people. And I would submit to you that that's the way that you will build your business. We're going to take another short break, get some coffee, stretch, and we'll be back in a few minutes. We've already talked about sticking to your knitting and to maximize the return on investment capital and deploying your asset, resources, and capabilities in those areas when your expertise lies. And I've already pounded to death, dream big, think big, be big. But with that comes big problems. If your problems are not being replaced by larger, more complicated problems, you're not growing. That's a funny concept to get used to. But if your problems are not being replaced by more complicated problems, then you're not growing, by definition. You're not. One of the things that that I've been more successful in instilling in my younger son is, and it costs nothing to aim high. He batted .650 this last year in Little League, his first year. Derek didn't know batting .650 was a big deal. And to his credit, his coach didn't allow the students to know their batting average during the entire season, to his credit. I'd never seen that done before. Never. He batted .650, and for those of you that know him, he never played baseball. He picked up his first baseball mitt and glove December 8th last year. And when we went out to at the castle for Christmas last year, both boys said they wanted to play baseball. So, and I didn't play baseball. But I said, okay, I bought a book on Little League, and I did all this stuff, and we're at the castle. It's cold, so we're out there practicing, and I measured out a diamond. I didn't know Little League diamonds were smaller. So I measured out 300 and what do you call it, feet left field, pitcher's diamond, whatever, was it 60 feet in the pros? 60 feet. And I had them trying to peg the ball in from center field. At first they couldn't get it to second base. And then they'd run like a javelin, and they could get it past second base, and then they finally could get it over the pitcher's mound, but they could never get it to home. Well, when they went for the tryouts at the Little League, I mean, they both looked like Brooks Robinson. A lot of you aren't old enough to know who he was, but for the Baltimore Orioles, played shortstop. I mean, they fired like cannons from shortstop to first base, and they hit pretty well. Derek hit super well. But what I didn't teach him is fly balls. I didn't think of that. So when Dan tried out for the team, he's overrunning the ball, underrunning the ball, and he didn't catch one ball. Derek, on the other hand, I took him immediately to the park because he had to do that the next day. And, well, we did nothing but hit fly balls to him. So when he did it, he understood. But Derek, you know, I told him, Derek, it's important to get on base every single time, even if you have to step into the pitch. I don't care what you do. Now, Jim, you know Derek. Okay. Yes, he did. I said, I don't care. And I said, important to get on base. To help your team to win, you got to get on base, boy, before you can get around the home plate. So Derek swings like Babe Ruth. I mean, he has kind of a little punch, and he swings with everything, okay? But he's also got great hand-eye coordination, as Jim used to be his tennis coach knows. And so he thought it was bad that when he got walked, and he played catcher. And he was the only catcher in the league that could throw him out at second base. He's the only one. He had an arm like a bazooka. But and I made him wearing wind sprints back and forth. And you know, I didn't know how you train for baseball. I mean, so when they got there, they thought training camp was a piece of cake. They thought it was Disneyland. I said, God. I knocked Derek out pitching to him because I was trying to throw the ball soft, but I still must have been throwing at 60, 70 miles an hour, which is significantly faster than they do in his league. And I knocked Derek out, and I knocked Dan Woozy pitching to him. But Derek, I mean, he's stepping to the plate, and he's catcher. He knows how to block that plate. And I said, it's like a linebacker. You lunge up into him, Derek, when you're blocking that home plate. Now, he was the only catcher in the league that did that. And I mean, when he was sick and he'd miss a game or two, the coach would have an attack. Well, where is he? I mean, what's wrong with him? So, but Derek, and they come in first place, and he was the star of the thing, and so, but see, Derek didn't know that it didn't cost anything to aim high. I told him you ought to be able to bat 1,000. And you better get on base every damn time. And he almost did. See, and it's where we set our expectations because it doesn't cost anything to aim high. Now, if you're experiencing no anxiety or discomfort, the risk you're taking probably isn't worthy of you. The only risks that aren't a little scary, are the ones you've outgrown. I'm going to say that again. The only risks that aren't a little scary are the ones you've outgrown. A high comfort level provides solid evidence that you're playing it safe, not growing, not really testing your limits at all, and not in the process of a quantum leap. If you're comfortable at work, if you're comfortable with your job, then by definition, you're not growing. By definition. Now, We're going to have a handout, the red flag checklist, investment checklist. After the first couple of seminars, I was asked, I'd go through these lists, and now we've memorialized them, and we put them down on paper. And if you want to realize exponential growth from investment in your business and your life, and of course you do. After all, that's why we're all here. But in order to succeed, you must be prepared to engage in the most difficult undertaking of your life. I can't do it for you, but here's a checklist of items you will need to consider up front to have any reasonable chance of achieving success in your investments in business and in life. And they are most of which we've already talked about, and I'm going to run through them very quickly. Investigate before you invest. Stick to your knitting. Stay laser beam focused. Plan well, but then implement and execute. Avert avoidable mistakes. Forget about that which you cannot change. Seek advice of those who you respect. Dedicate yourself. Base your search on information you have. Now, this is a checklist. I hire a lot of private investigators to investigate people before I go to business with them. Ross Perot does that. And he was chastised during the presidential election. But Ross Perot's avoided a lot of crappy deals because of that. Now, he took a lot of derisive remarks. I don't particularly agree with the people that chastise him because I do it myself. And I tell people I do it myself. I do it at various stages of the transaction. Sometimes I do it at the very end. Sometimes I do it at the very beginning. If I'm uncomfortable, I do it at the very beginning. It's better for me to spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, find out the guy or the gal is no good early on. Sometimes I do it at the very end, but I always do it. I may go 5 months of preparation, but I always do it, no matter what. And it's always money well spent. But we've then now listed some of the things, some of the places you can do it on your own. Check for lawsuits, voters' records, criminal convictions. You can check both the individual name and the company names. Libraries have a lot of information. Special licensing, if you're a contractor, you're a builder, you're real estate, you're a lawyer, you're an accountant. I mean, there's agencies that keep track of you. A dead giveaway is when somebody says he graduated from the University of Texas in 1971, got a PhD from Harvard in 1974, and was an Oxford scholar, and then you go back and you check that, and he attended Harvard or wherever I said to get a PhD, but he never finished. That's the end of the negotiation. There is no more. Don't call me. I'll call you. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Get out of my face. That is it. And it happens all the time. Mike, please.
You mentioned if someone says they got a degree and they don't have it, kill the deal. After you do these searches, what are the things that say, get me out, I'm concerned, and that's okay? Okay. If there's any lying, any falsification of their CV, as they say in England, or the resume, as they say here, then if they felt the need to lie or puff about their background, then they're going to feel the need when the deal doesn't go right to exaggerate, puff, or lead me astray or my people astray down the road, and they can't be trusted. Whereas if they say that, like I graduated on the dean's list when I got out of college, I don't say I graduated with honors, because I didn't graduate magna summa or whatever the hell the other one is. And I used to say, I know Leanne's corrected me, I know we've written some of these things where I said one time I graduated with honors, but that wasn't true. I was on the dean's list all the time, but I mean, I didn't graduate, and so I think it was Leanne who corrected that's not, and that's important to me. So now, and it's the truth, I graduated on the dean's list. So that kind of mistake is not a big, to me, is not a big deal, because I've made it myself.
it's a big deal if I said that I finished my master's in finance at UCLA, because I didn't. I didn't. I mean, it would be a bigger deal if I said I graduated from law school just because I had a scholarship to go to law school, because I obviously didn't. Those are important, and those are differentiations that I make. There's also mistakes. You don't make a mistake saying you got a PhD when you don't. That's not a mistake. You know? Well, I know it's more than a white lie. It's a white lie when your husband says, honey, I'll be home at 9, and he comes home at 3 in the morning. Okay? It's a black lie if he's got lipstick on his collar. Yeah? That's right. Okay. And there's differentiations. But I mean, it's the loss in confidence. Now, in my particular case, because my business career has been pretty much running a public company, it's a public record. I mean, what I did is a public record. I mean, it's a matter of record that the good, the bad, and the ugly. So, what I'm looking for, pardon? Well, it depends. You know, I've been in, I think, I don't know, a lot of litigation. I've inherited a lot of the litigation. The companies that I have acquired over the years have had 200 lawsuits attached to them. So, but I mean, like some of the personal development people that we talked about are being sued for fraud, breach of contract, fraud, tortious interference with a contract. Now, I don't want to be in business with those people. I just don't. Okay? I mean, in some of its experience, you ask a lawyer, I said, does this really mean anything? Because you can sue anybody for anything in this country. I mean, bankruptcy, it depends. I mean, if it's bankruptcy and they stiffed 800 investors for, $40 million, and he lives in the Bahamas, I mean, if he was bankrupt because he was in the real estate business and he got over-leveraged, that's one thing. A lot of people, I mean, Governor Conley, who I happen to know, or knew, he filed bankruptcy along with the Hunts, and I mean, so bankruptcy is not bad. It depends how the bankruptcy is associated. I mean, what did they do? Did everybody get ripped off and he filed convenient bankruptcy? And because there's different kinds of things, or like some of the guys that came to the New Jersey seminar, they had just filed bankruptcy and but they had started business again, and all the initial or original investors that went back with them the first time were with them again the second time. Well, that's obviously good. Either they're stupid, or it's a good sign that it wasn't their fault. It's still mismanagement of one sort or another. People don't go bankrupt unless they mismanage something or another. And sometimes the mismanagement they have direct control over, sometimes they don't. And you have to read. You have to differentiate. You have to take the time to do your research. You have to investigate. But bankruptcy isn't the end of the world. I mean, but it depends how. If there was, fraud in the inducement and that led to the bankruptcy. Mike, please, back there.
Do you hire private investigators to do that, or you mentioned like Equifax? Are there good? Well,
I happen to have a close association, I have some friends that are in the business, so I hire real ones.
Investigators?
Real live ones. And if any,
do you divulge who those are?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the tape. I won't, but I mean, I'd be more than happy to tell you to recommend various parts of the country: New York, Florida, Texas, Chicago, California, England, South America. I mean, Alabama. Yeah, I can tell you, and who are the real good ones. And to do some of these simple checks doesn't cost very much money. But to do some of the elaborate costs some money. And but if just to give you an example, if you were going to go on a joint venture and invest $5 million with a guy, it's worth spending $10,000. It's a cheap $10,000. And I can assure you, the other side is doing it for you. I am vocal about it, as Mr. Perot is. Most people aren't vocal about it, but they're doing it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an industry. The industry is not kept up by people, having people check on their husbands and wives. That's not where all the money comes from. It's what I call the white collar type stuff. I mean, law firms use them all the time. All the time. You can go to the county tax assessor. You can go to see property liens. You can go to the grantor deeds. There's a number of ways that you can to check out the person that you're going to do business with, and I would highly recommend it. And if you're not doing that, I mean, it's a recipe for disaster. I met with, I think, 17 people from the Abraham Protege thing. I met with, and I actually seriously talked to me about 6 or 7 people about deals. And I'm talking about this one deal who I thought was a pretty good franchise idea, and I got out of sequence, and I didn't ask one of my normal questions I asked. I said, has anybody been indicted in this deal? That's what the first questions I asked. But for some reason, this guy had been an assistant coach on the Olympic wrestling team, and I kind of got enamored with it, and I didn't do it. And I got down to, we were getting closer and closer, and I was going to start thinking about perhaps introducing him to some people. I said, by the way, why is this deal moving from Ohio to Texas? It seems to me that you ought to do it in Ohio. So we can't do it in Ohio. All of a sudden, my back got stiff, and I said, wait a minute, has anybody been indicted in this deal? Yeah. Well, who? He says, the chairman and the CEO and me. Well, who else is in the goddamn deal? There's only 3 principals in the deal. He says, yeah, well, we all did. I said, okay, well, this deal, and this was going to be a public entity, and I was going to introduce him to, I think, Bear Stearns, and I mean, forget it. I mean, I said, they just laugh at me. I mean, they call me and say, Pena, you lost your marbles? The brain got fried by the sun out there in California after all these years? What is this turkey you're sending us? And so, but I didn't ask that question. It's just like when and the people that heard me at the Abraham thing know this. In the late 70s, I did a deal. Now, the way I met Mr. Grazos from Onassa Shipping Lines, I did a deal with Talaveras, the then CEO of Mobil, Grazos, CEO of Onassa Shipping Lines, Imelda Marcos, and the Vatican, and myself. We did a 5-way joint venture. And the Vatican was represented by Cardinal Mancuso or Manchinko or whatever, the guy that got thrown in jail for the Vatican Bank, the stealing at the Vatican Bank. Talaveras and Grazos, both Greek, took me aside and says, Dan, you can trust Imelda and you can trust us, but you got to get the money up front from the Vatican. Now, I was raised a Catholic. My children are all Catholics. My wife's a convert Catholic. And this was just foreign to me. I mean, what do you mean? He says, Dan, you can trust us, but you got to get the money up front from the Vatican. What do they know? What the hell do they know? I didn't. I got stiffed for $250,000. I didn't even check the letter of credit, which I always do, because I was just happy dealing with a cardinal, your grace, Your Eminence, kissing his ring, and I should have kissed his ass is what I should have kissed, because that's what I wound up kissing, because I was up $250,000, and it came out of my hide, and Imelda Marcos paid, Mobil paid, but I mean, I stood the gaff for the Vatican not paying, and it taught me a big lesson in life, and that's about investigate before you invest, and sometimes you have a tendency to let your guard down. I would have wished that I had been a better athlete in school, and I wasn't. And this guy, Olympic coach, and he had been in the '62 Olympics himself, and all these things. And I got all jazzed up with this, and and then when I got down, and then I say, how many people have been indicted? And everybody. And the only reason they want me is because I was clean. And but that was the end of that deal. Forget it. In fact, I was going to introduce him to Earl Martin, who's in Houston, who's a big real estate guy here in town. And am I glad I didn't? I mean, because Earl, I think, respects my opinion. And I mean, you can only do that once or twice, and then all of a sudden your credibility is down with a tidy bowl man. I mean, but even I, who credit myself on being smart about things like that, you get taken away. And it's easier to get taken away in foreign countries. It's been my experience. I mean, I got my head handed to me in Mexico once, big time. a number of years ago. I got hit my head handed to me. Well, a lot of places. I mean, and it's just, you know, I can't count all the places I've got. I'm surprised. I'm like the Highlander in that movie, except my head must grow back. I mean, because that's how they kill the Highlander. They chop his head off, but you can't be too careful. You just can't. And the guys are the most charming about it are guys from the South. I mean, sweet talking. I mean, words just roll off their lips. I mean, John only sounds that way. You can trust John Allen, but I mean, he talks. I mean, he just those words roll off those lips, and just like when you were back in Tennessee, John Allen. But I mean, and so I got my head handed to me a few times in Mississippi and a few times in Texas, and once or twice in Alabama, and a couple times in Georgia, and
one time in Pittsburgh.
yes, and one time in Pittsburgh. That's right. Yeah, well, no, but in the north. But I mean, John Allen's talking about a little transaction that almost happened a long time ago. But you gotta. I mean, if you use this checklist, and it's important, and I'll introduce you if you like to people that can get it done in a fairly inexpensive way. You also might want to check when you're going to go to work for an employer. Let's say that you're not out on your own, and you want to know the real truth. I mean, how many lawsuits does this company have against for, illegal termination, etc., etc. You might want to know that. It might be important to you if you're going in at a fairly senior position. It might be important. There's a lot of reasons to use those kinds of things. Now, Auntie. Now, I've already said any problem solved will be replaced immediately by a larger, more complicated one. Otherwise, you're not growing. In dealing with other companies or other businesses, it's never time to count your victories until the deal is over, because he is not as dumb as you think he is, and you're sure as hell not as smart as you think you are. And some of the deals that got away from me over the years, it's because I was already counting the money in my bank account. Because I was visualizing, but I visualized a little too far ahead. I wasn't focused on the deal, and the deal wiggled off the hook, and it got away. And because I was counting my victories beforehand, it's like, again, with my son Derek, they were 5-6 games ahead going into the last few games. There was no way they could lose, be first place. They lost. They had never lost but one game the whole season. They lost 2 in a row to the team that was in second place. They were already planning the victory party. And then all of a sudden the coaches, from being very laissez-faire, let the kids do their thing, have a good time, just swing away. Now I'm sitting in there and they're screaming at Derek, who's the cleanup batter. Pena, and they call a timeout. They drag his little body over to the side, and these grown men are screaming down at him. We need this hit. You've got to drive those runs in. You've got to, Derek. You just got to. I mean, the whole season. And Derek looks up at me in the stands. He looks back and he looks up. You just got to, Derek. The whole season. And the parents in the stands are screaming, get a hit, Pena, get a hit. Derek goes back to the mound. Looks like the bone marrow's come out of his bones. He strikes 2 strikes. He turns around and looks at me and looks at them, and then he takes a big gulp, and then bam, he hits one into center field. And then he was a big hero, so at the end of the game he says, Dad, I hope that doesn't happen anymore. He says, Dad, the parents were losing it. They were losing it. And he said, and we were driving home in the car. We went to Chunky Cheese, or I think that's what it's called, some place where kids go crazy and they scream and run around and act wild. And Dan and Derek are discussing the fact that it's gone from have a good time, it's how you play the game now, whether win or lose, to life and death. I mean, these parents would have killed. I mean, they just went wild. And during that same string, I saw a grown man grab a 15-year-old umpire and pick him up off the ground for a call at home plate. And I started, because I thought he was going to hit the kid, so I and another parent started up over the fence because that's the last thing we need is a parent whacking a kid in front of 600 people on top of it. And it was unbelievable. Now they did win the next games, and so it was all right, and they won the trophy. But Derek said, "They're losing it, Dad. They're just losing it." So every problem will be replaced, but don't count your victories, because when your eye is on eternity, you can handle what's in the present. I told Derek this, and he told me this was a load of crap. He says, "Dad, those coaches' eye was not on eternity. Those coaches were eyes on Derek Stewart Pena hitting the ball right there." He says, "What if I would have missed?" And I said, "Don't even think about it. You didn't. Just focus in." And the rest of the season, he went 5 for 5 the last 2 games, and that was it. Just don't even think about it. But I mean, I was trying to think. These coaches aren't practicing the 5 credos. I mean, they're not simulating and so. But I mean, it comes down to Derek didn't understand how an adult could change like a chameleon. It was an interesting process, and if you ask him about it, if you ever meet him or when you see him, he doesn't understand that. He just doesn't. Okay. Now, in 1982, John Allen has kept referring to this guy from Pittsburgh, because when we were running out of some cash flow, I almost did something that I would have regretted all my life. Because no matter how easy it might be, never accept short-term solutions for long-term problems. 1982, we ran into a cash flow crunch, and I almost sold half of the company to a crazy man, wacko from Pittsburgh, named whatever his name was anyway. And I almost did, for a lot of reasons. I couldn't come up with more cash. We weren't selling our deals, but at the end of the day, I didn't. Again, in 1983, I had another opportunity. I came into another cash flow problem, which you can all relate to, and I almost sold 20% of the company for something insignificant amount of money. And I relate the story, I think I related it earlier, Bob Guccione almost selling 50% of Penthouse in the early 60s for £1,000 when he was sleeping on a park bench in Hyde Park. But he decided not to, and now Bob Guccione is still a pretty wealthy guy. It's not like he was in his 70s and 80s. But we will be tested. You will be tested in your business where you're going to make a short-term solution to a long-term problem. You will be tested. Somebody will want to give you something that makes a lot of sense right now that by definition doesn't make a lot of sense for down the road. I've been tested since I've been in this business to do joint ventures with purportedly the leading marketing guru in the country. A 50% joint venture. He denies it now, but I have the contract that he signed. I didn't sign mine. Okay? I've been given a joint venture opportunity with the leading guru, get your head screwed on straight guru in the country, to do joint venture infomercials. I was tempted because it would have taken a lot of the onus off me. I wouldn't have had to learn the business. But I'm glad I didn't. You're going to be tested. And remember that. And in a business career, whether it's 5 years or 25 years, you're tested and you're retested and you're retested. And the successful ones and the ones that promote long-term growth, geometric growth, over a longer period of time, withstand those tests. The point for planning for the unplannable is you can't plan for it. I mean, people blame me perhaps that I should have known that the Iraqis were going to invade Kuwait, or the Kuwaitis were going to the Iraqis were going to invade Kuwait because the Kuwaitis were my partners. Now, for that line of reasoning, that rationale is so piss poor. I mean, if our government didn't know, how the hell am I going to know? I was very close to them. I was their partners. We had done a lot of deals together, a lot of transactions. We had some good times, we'd shared some bad times. But you can't plan for a Berlin Wall. You can't plan for Hurricane Andrew, etc., etc. Yet you will be blamed. If you're the head of a deal, you will be blamed. Dean, you build a building or part of it and it falls down, you knew that it was going to fall down. Now, the fact is that you didn't know, but that's just it. That's the way it is. If you take responsibility and authority for something, you will be blamed. That's why I tell you to revel in your successes. Roll around like a dog in slop, or hog in slop, when you do something right, and give yourself accolades. Start the accolades yourself. Pat yourself on the back, so you can remember that and focus on that experience when it's suck up your pantyhose time. Okay. This is a question. How should planning occur? The boss sets the goals and everyone follows, or you ask the lower level employees to state their objectives and move the plan up to the next level until it reaches the top. How many are for A? How many are for B? Okay. Well, the B is the modern B school method. That's management by objectives. And B is the tyrannical entrepreneurial method that is supposedly dead and outlived and outdated. A, yeah, that A is not the modern way companies are run anymore. This is the way companies are run. In fact, all major companies in America are run this way. Fortune 500. I mean, it's not Lee Iacocca, who I think he's still chairman, he hasn't stepped down yet. It's not Lee that sets the goals. It's 3 or 4 layers under him, and they keep on going until they get up to him, and then they get final approval. That's not the way corporate America is anymore. Now, I'm here to tell you that to start a company, you can only start it this way. At some level of growth, the company changes to this way. Great Western Resources was just getting to this level when I left. And now it is at that level. Some would argue that the growth will not be the same. Only time will tell. But most people manage A in the A method, and as opposed to the B. Now, how many of you took a plane to get here? Okay. What's the first thing the pilot and the co-pilot, and if it's got an engineer, do when they get in the plane? Pre-flight. Check flight plan. 90% of the time, the plane, just like this rocket example, is off course. And it fails its way to the moon by continually making mistakes and correcting them. Those of you that flew here, I'll talk to you. Thanks. Okay. Okay, thank you for now. It fails its way to the moon. When you hear mission control, especially down this part of the world, what are they continually saying? Okay, adjust this, that. They're adjusting their flight plan, just as if you flew here on Continental or Southwest or however you got here. You continue to adjust, because even a 1% deviation, if you're flying from New York to here, where's 1% off? If you're 1% off when you start, where would you hit? Somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean and somewhere over Iowa. Okay, but you're continuing to adjust. And in planning, most organizations set a plan. If this is the plan here, and they put it, the chairman or the CEO or the entrepreneur puts it in the bottom drawer and never looks at it again. They never look at it again. And they never adjust it. Planning, as we're going to see in a minute here, is all about constant mistakes and constant correction of them. Constant. Now, to achieve quantum growth, tell me and I'll forget. Show me and I'll forget. Involve me and I'll understand and grow. What happens for most entrepreneurs is they don't involve their employees in the planning process. They tell them, or they even show them, but they don't involve them. Involve me and I'll understand and grow with you. And for you to get to where you want to go, you have to have your people grow and embrace your dream just as you embrace it. And become just as passionate as you are about it. Otherwise, the chances of its coming to realization or its fruition are virtually zero. When Lee Iacocca saved, and I like to use Lee because I have a lot of respect for him as a manager, when Lee Iacocca was brought in to save Chrysler, a lot of people don't remember he worked for $1 a year. They don't remember that. For several years he worked for $1 a year. They only remember now he was getting paid $20, $30 million a year. They don't remember that he saved, in my judgment, and in a lot of people's judgment, the auto industry. Not just Chrysler, but he involved his people. He made the passion live at Chrysler, and that made his job easier because he had, 106,000 employees, I think, all with the same passion he did. Of course, they were working to save their own jobs, but he made it bigger. They were saving the auto industry. I couldn't have done what I did at Great Western Resources without instilling that same passion. Now, they've forgotten that I instilled that passion in recent months, but we're going to get them straightened out in a week or two. But we made a film, a promotional film, where we have a series of people get up and say, Dan is Jesus Christ. He's the greatest thing since Napoleon Hill. He's this, he's that. We wouldn't be here. Of course, that's part of the evidence that we're going to use. But but I instilled that passion, and that's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm real good at that. I've instilled it in Casey. I keep talking about him because, my neck used to pound, my veins used to bulge like that too a few years back. I've instilled it, and I'm very good at instilling it. In fact, they asked me if I wanted to coach Little League next year, and I declined, gracefully declined, even though I think that I could instill more motivation in the kids than most of the coaches did. But the kids, I believe people and children want to be led, and they sure needed some leadership on that baseball league. There's no question about that, except for the one team. And then at the end, they all collapsed, because they thought they were going to lose the pennant. But you've got to instill that passion. You've got to involve the people that you're around. Now, I like to ask the question: how many of you think that the art of management is a science, as opposed to the art of management being, management being a science or management being an art? That's what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. How many think it's an art? How many think it's a science? Okay. Now, leadership, art. Culture, art. Decision making, more science. There are machines now in the big organizations that have eliminated 85% of meetings. All the data comes in from all the departments. You don't know who it's coming from other than it's at the department head. So when I, as CEO, look at it, I don't know what the son of a bitch didn't agree with me. So it's taking the emotion out of it. Then the meeting, and then they go through all the permutations, the decision making, and it comes up with the 4 likely scenarios, most likely to succeed. They have a short meeting, and they vote on those 4. Instead of all the debate, and they have programs like that, and they have and the IBM, Xerox, General Motors, and all the big companies use them. Now, Great Western wasn't large enough to use that kind of decision-making process tool, but it's getting more towards the scientific. Although at this juncture, it's still an art. Planning is scientific. Organizing is scientific. Control, if you do it the way Burl did it, it was an art. If you do it the way big companies do it, it's a science, because controls in companies you institute by computers. But in Harold Janine's book, Management, he states that reading a book is not the same as managing a business. A book is read from the front to back, whereas management requires starting at the back with a goal and then devising a sequence of short-term steps to reach a goal. Just think about that. You're going ass backwards. You're starting, again, remember, it's where you land. It's not in between. So you're starting with, I want to land there, $2 billion. And that's what makes being an entrepreneur or running a business so in my judgment, so dynamic and so passionate and so much fun, because you really can mold it the way you want. Now, I'd like to send out a handout, and this is an 11 steps from idea to execution. Again, before I started this was not memorialized, because I just did this by I just did it. I didn't think about it because I've done it so much, and we have put together an overhead and a handout that I think is pretty damn effective in explaining okay, and this is where we're going to do a little workshop here. Okay, you identify an idea, something you want to do. You want to take your company into a new venture. You want to identify a joint venture partner. You want to expand your revenue. You want whatever the idea is. You investigate it using the investigative checklist I've already handed out to see if it really is what you think it is. And then when you think it is, then you investigate it again. Again, you repeat the same process. You use a different set of people in your organization in the second investigation. You split it up. If they come back with the same answer both times, or reasonably close to the same answer, okay, then you go to the next step. Now you've made a commitment to the idea. You've made the commitment. Nobody else yet. And you build. If you can't get obsessed with the idea right then and there, shit can't. If you can't get obsessed right then and there, forget it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Because if you can't get obsessed with it, I assure you, you're not going to get anybody else obsessed with it. Then you go to step 5, the preliminary decision. That's you and your other decision makers, where you share the obsession and you start living it totally. You talk about how great it's going to be, how good it's for the company, how good it's for America, how good it's for Sears and Roebuck, how good it's for Mother and Apple Pie, how good it's for fighting against AIDS. That's all you talk about it. You live it, you breathe it. You talk about how it's going to help the church, how it's going to, everything. You just talk about it. And you share that obsession with your people. That's all you talk about. You don't talk about anything else. Nothing. Your whole life is that deal or that idea that you're trying to do. Then you investigate it again. This is normally when I do the private investigator at this stage. Then you put together a decision action plan, you and other decision makers. You further expand the obsession by bringing more of your subordinate decision makers in on it. You walk your talk, and you never, ever, 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 ever share a doubt that you might have about it. I don't care if you can't sleep at night. I don't care if it makes your hemorrhoids come out thinking about the deal at this juncture. You never, ever, ever share a doubt with your wife, your husband, your mistress, your goddamn... Never! Leanne knows the darker it gets in that tunnel, the more positive I am. Now, I may have a doubt, but I sure as hell never share it with anybody. Never. When Winston Churchill was leading... Yeah, I guess he was Prime Minister from the beginning of the war. He had a lot of doubts. Read his books. But you never saw the little drunken, short, pudgy guy ever share those doubts. Never. He was like a bulldog. This is where deals fall apart. Gee, Dean, do you really think this is going to work? Well, I don't know, Dan. Jesus, I think it's a load of crap myself, but and that's how it starts. And then it's dead. It's over. It's down with the tidy bow man. I had a lot of doubts building Great Western. I never shared one with Charlie Soliday, Mark Harrison, my wife, or anybody else. Ever. Now you put together a critical path where the other decision makers put it. You don't put it together. They put it together. Because they are going to have to comply with it. They are going to have to implement it, execute it, and be responsible for it because they have the authority. And if they don't get it done, you're going to put their head on a pole. So you don't get involved in the critical path at all. Now, you put together, part of that is a detailed observation of timeline, and you continually measure every single facet of that critical path. You don't, they do. Because it's their neck. Now, the other decision makers implement this critical path, and they keep focused follow-up at other levels. Those are subordinate levels. They are now focused on their subordinate levels that are doing what I call the grunt work, the real worker bees that actually do things. Now you have focused follow-up at the decision maker level. So this level is focusing on the two levels below that. Then with the execution, your laser beam focused, you don't deviate. The racehorse, why does it wear blinders? That's all you can see. You don't look at anything else. Right now in Casey's life, there's only one thing in his life right now. I know that. There's only one. And I know I have had that feeling a lot of times in my life. That's it. Then you lead from the front by never second-guessing yourself or your subordinates, because they'll make mistakes at this critical path level. They'll make mistakes at the implementation level. And the only time I ever stepped in and overrode my subordinates was when I thought it was going to take the company down. You cannot have people grow and grow in a quantum way unless you allow them to make mistakes. You cannot. Not mistakes that, Dan, don't go run out in front of the bus and let him get killed. You've got to allow your people to grow, because you can't grow geometrically without them growing geometrically. Then you reevaluate, the reevaluation of the monitoring process, and you start all over again. Mike, excuse me.
When you first started at Great Western,
Yep.
you were the principal and the decision maker.
Yep.
So you did all of this, all of the spots where it says other decision makers,
Yeah.
that was you. So it's
That's
just
right, yeah. We're going to get to another plan, Auntie. When I was doing it all by myself, another handout. Is it? Oh, they have it? Okay. When I was doing it by myself, and I had nobody, I like to abbreviate things anyway, there was an outcome, a desired completion I wanted. I made a commitment. I did, Dan Pena, which meant my wife and Dan Jr., who was alive, they made the commitment, they just didn't know it. Because I made it for them. Then that commitment, there was a pay price to action, which we're going to see in the next chart. That means the price that I was willing to pay. 1987, I was willing to pay 242 days of being away from my family. The reason we know that is because we have to keep track for the Inland Revenue Service, because I pay taxes in the UK. That's how come we know it's 242 days, because she checked those days off. That's a lot of days to be away. Okay, then I'd measure periodically. I would measure the results. And I would modify as I saw me being off course. And I'd change the plan as necessary, and then I'd measure the modified plan. What did I mean by pay price to action? These are examples. We all want more revenue. We all want higher net worth. This is for the guys who used to run, be a 3-hour marathon or lose 20 pounds, have a well-adjusted children. We all have problems, but we don't want to solve all our problems. See, you only think you want to solve all your problems. You don't. Now, I could go down one by one, and you can tell me your 3 biggest challenges in life, and probably at least 2 of them you don't really want to solve, because, it depends on the cost to solve, or the pay price to action. What's the cost to solve that problem? We want to be wealthy, problem, but we don't want to pay the price, action. We want to be fit. Problem, but we don't want to pay the price. Have to get up at 4:30 every morning. We want to be a concert pianist. We want to be a champion tennis player. We want to be a lot of things. But are we willing to pay the price? That's why I said earlier on, and I got some funny looks, not everybody really wants to be successful. More people just like talking about being successful, flapping their lips, watching the air bounce off their teeth. It's the pay price to action. You don't have to know how you're going to get there, but you need to know where you want to go. It gets back to, you don't know, you want the landing spots, and you're going to fail your way by adjusting until you get there. Now this is important for the intellects in the audience, and there are always some, the people that are going to go back and analyze my words and what did he really mean, and that's really not true, and pontificate about this. Absence of evidence is not evidence of their absence. Just because you've never experienced it doesn't make it not true. Plenty of guys have experienced it. Some have written books. Nobody that I know is doing this like I'm doing that has experienced it. I made my money not selling books, tapes, or putting asses on seminar seats. I made it the Vince Lombardi way. Okay, another handout. Yeah, that's there. No, yeah, another handout. Quantum leap plan. God, it scares me when I'm on time. Put that other one up about absence of evidence. I saw some people blanched. Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean it's not true. Remember that. The object of this exercise today is that now you will have developed a sense where you will appreciate when you have experienced it. Okay, let's get to the handout. Okay, now this is, again, because of the questions and the people that have asked, well, how do we put together a quantum leap plan? And I would strongly urge, I would beg you to complete this before you spend $1 or 1 minute of your time on anything. And if you can't answer these questions, I mean, you know the difference between BS and, if you can't answer them, then I would suggest that the idea or plan isn't worth pursuing. In fact, I would tell you by definition, I can absolutely guarantee that the idea is not worth pursuing if you can't answer all those questions. And I mean not yes, no, maybe answers. I mean real answers. Like number 7, can our laser beam focus on this vehicle? Here's what I'm willing to forsake for its success. There are no free lunches, ladies and gentlemen. There just aren't. What are you willing to forsake for this success?
Dan, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Laser beam focus. You're talking about one deal at a time. For someone like myself who has maybe 5, 6, 7 going on at once, do you laser beam focus as a whole, or you have to
No, what you
laser
do
beam in
is,
each deal?
is you handle challenge by challenge. And sometimes they'll all come at once. And you have to be, because you're in a business that you can't turn down selling properties. I mean, and you take them one at a time. I mean, sometimes they'll all come, like you said, 6 in a day and a half, or whatever it was, 6 in 2 days. And then you've got to exclude everything else, and you've got to handle those as they come, one at a time. Sometimes some of the same problems or challenges that you'll have in 2 or 3 of the deals will be the same. Then you have the benefit of doing 2 or 3 at the same. Normally that doesn't happen. My experiences are always different problems, and I've got, I'm spread all over the place. There was a time frame back in 1985 that I believe I made 3 trips from Amsterdam to London, Amsterdam to Houston, Texas, 3 times in 5 days, if I remember correctly. Because we couldn't have board meetings in London because we didn't want to be a taxable entity there, so we had to do it from Amsterdam. And I had to keep racing back and forth dealing with the bank, and we were trying to go public on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, which we were also public on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. And none of the problems were the same. Every time I put out one fire and I get to Amsterdam and I have to come back to Houston, and by the time I got back to Houston the 3rd time, I didn't know if it was Tuesday, Monday, I didn't know if it was April, because, I've dealt with jet lag a lot of years and I've traveled a lot of miles. But I mean, that was pushing me to the limit. I mean, but I didn't know. I'd be in the meeting, I'd stand up, and I get lightheaded, and I didn't have the luxury of being able to bunch the solutions together. So you've just got to handle them one at a time, and handle as many as you can in a day. Get some sleep, and then just tackle them again the next day, and then just tackle them again the next day. And don't get deviated off on something else. Certainly don't start another deal until you get those closed up. If it's a sale, if somebody walks in and says, here's my money, well, then you take it like a vacuum cleaner. Like they say, you just hoover it right in. Then now you got 7 deals. But you don't go out and generate until you get those done. Because in sales especially, it's too easy for the deal to wiggle off the hook unless things have changed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I don't consider the little sales a deal. I mean, those will just come. I'm talking about the bigger ones.
Okay, well
Like land development, like some you have 4, 5, 6 of them on the go.
No, well, that's true. Well, then, I mean, you have to handle those just as I just described. Okay. You just go from one to another. You don't let up. Now, okay, another handout. How to avoid devastating reversals. I wish I had this 15 years ago. My book of mistakes wouldn't be 10 times bigger than my book on success. Someday, John Ernest said, he said, Dan, you ought to write a book on all the mistakes you made. I said, who'd buy it? I mean, other than the people that don't like me. I mean, he says, well, you got a lot of those, Dan. I mean, you might sell, have a million seller after all. Okay. This is kind of a compilation of things that we've already discussed in principle, not in principle, in a great deal of detail. And I can't emphasize enough that and the last one is probably the one that will keep you out of the most trouble, and investigate before you invest. Okay. Now, we're going to go through this fairly quickly because we've already spent a lot of time. We already know to shoot high. It doesn't cost anything to shoot high. And whatever your goals were when you came here, just multiply them times 10. Don't add zeros, just multiply them times 10. And when I say always, always, always pay yourself first, I don't mean first in that sense. I mean as you go through a business or a life cycle, you will have good times. Take money out. Because what you always tell yourself is, I'll take it out down the road. Taxes or whatever the reason. Down the road may never come. One of the reasons I was one of the highest paid executives in the United States from 1986 to 1991 is because I took it out as we were making it. I cashed in all the way because this is not my first life cycle from being successful. I've been successful 2 times before, and I didn't take it out. And it went all down with the tidy bowl man. This is my 3rd fortune I'm working on, and I got at least 1 or 2 more in me. And I learned the hard way. And so now I take it out, and I pay the employees the same as me. I got it made a lot more than them, but I took it out. I didn't believe in retained earnings that much. I believed in income, in paying dividends. That's an important point because nothing's forever. Glory is fleeting. Believe me, revel in it. Okay, Auntie. Oh, this is a different way. Omar Khayyam said it a little different, more nicely than I. But some for the glories of this world, and some sigh for the prophet's paradise to come. Take the cash and let the promise go, nor heed the music of a distant drummer. And I don't know what year that was, but it was a long time ago. But he had it right then. Take the damn cash. Take the cash. Okay, now this is important. Now these aren't coincidences. Now I use my castle because it's important, because you all know that I visualized, I read the Robb report, and I visualized that I was going to have a castle. I set the goal in April 1983. I started looking at castles in Thanksgiving of 1983, and I didn't have any money. We went to buy castles anyway. We went to the UK on Thanksgiving, and I remember I had bought that UK subsidiary from a large John Allen, who's gone, on New Year's Eve in 1983. Now, did I buy that UK subsidiary because I started looking at castles? We'll never know. We'll never know. Then I visited the UK company, remember, in the spring of '84 to see what kind of assets I bought. While I was there, I saw a huge opportunity to take Great Western public. Now, would I have been in the UK to find the opportunity to take Great Western public if I hadn't been looking at castles? We'll never know. I went back to the US and found something to take public. Didn't have anything to take public. Paid a guy 60 grand. Went public on my 39th birthday, August 10th, 1984. Made my final offer on the castle August of '84. Moved into the castle in September '84. Now you tell me, was it all a coincidence? No. Was it a coincidence when Napoleon Hill closed his eyes, poor little kid, in the creek in Tennessee, and visualized that Rolls Royce, and then someday driving back? No. What you think about most, what you are obsessed about most, you will become. This is the castle, Guthrie Castle, is the perfect metaphor for yesterday's dreams or today's realities. For those of you, well, John Allen's gone now, but Auntie's been there, and you've seen pictures of it. And that was my dream, my goal. And now I'm working on new dreams and new goals. And you have a dream. But I can tell you that if I hadn't been looking at the Robb report, I may have never gone public in 1984, and I may have never turned $60,000 into $50 million. We'll never know. Now, my wife and I know it wasn't a coincidence. We know. Of course, Linda, who I call a princess, she just thought you fall in love, you marry somebody, your college boyfriend, and you live in a castle. That's how Linda thinks. That's the way life is. I mean, now we've had some ups and downs over the last 20 years, so she knows it's not quite that simple. And it's a lot harder to stay on top than it is to get on top. But it's important for you to understand that, you know, and I'm not the first one to say this, and I'm not saying that Napoleon Hill and I are the only two guys that have any brains, but I mean, it works. I mean, Ross Perot saw him having the largest, whatever that kind of company he had was in the world. And I think he did. He got there. I mean, and it's what you think about. Auntie? We all know I had a less than stellar start, and so we don't need to go through that. You know, I like talking about me being in jail and stuff. Next. Okay. You can think positively all day long, all year, but it's positive action that counts. And hopefully from tonight and today and this morning, you will have come away with the will, the desire, the knowledge to know that you can make it happen for yourself. Because nothing in this world can take the place of persistence. Somebody famous said this, and some of you probably already know. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. I love that. Educated derelicts. I know a lot of them too. There's a lot of them here in Houston. Believe, but there's a lot in Los Angeles too. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. Who, by the way, who said that? Now, don't you answer no. Okay. Does anybody know who said that? No. No, Ray Kroc, who took it from Calvin Coolidge. But Ray Kroc, that was the motto for McDonald's. Burl, trying harder and harder starts producing less and less. Well, this isn't about trying harder. Now, Napoleon Hill said what I've said so far today in a different way. These are his 13 steps to success. I'm not going to go through all of them. But the interesting point about it is he always talked about towards riches. Towards riches. The name of the book is Think and Grow Rich. It's not Think and Be Smart. It's not Think and Go to Hawaii. It's not Think and Make your parents happy. It's not Think and Make... It's Think and Grow Rich. Because he was concerned when he interviewed those 500 men on how, why, what they did. Now they call it Success Leaves Clues. Now, for those of you that are strong in your Latin, nemo postes ex mire patrium, perhaps I can work with your dream. And I'm more than willing to. I know Casey knows that and a few others know it. The easiest way for me to do that is if we work on some project together, and I don't know what that project is. You think it up and you talk to me about it, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. But the fact is that I do. I think that it's evidenced enough here today that I do care. I want you to be successful. And it's not because I'm a philanthropist, because the more successful you are and the more people you tell, the more successful I'm going to be. I mean, it's not because I'm philanthropic. Sic transit gloria mundi. I bet you wonder where I get all this Latin stuff, huh? I certainly didn't take Latin. It's my priest friend. Okay. Because thus passes the glory of the world. And glory is fleeting. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have success. I've told you to revel in it. Wallow in it like a pig in slop. Because nothing's forever. There are people here that have made money in up cycles. And the down cycle comes. The down cycle comes. You're never at the top in golf, tennis, football. The cycle gets over. And I mean, it's fleeting, so enjoy yourself. In the book, I've listed some profoundly sad moments in my life. I've talked about leaving Great Western Resources. I've talked about this new venture, and there is a poem that I like to read towards the end of the seminar. And but before we do that, what I want you to do is I want you to get ruthless about doing something different. I want you to get ruthless with yourself. I mean, get mean, because the more ruthless you get with yourself, the higher the probability of your success. Because your doubts are not the product of accurate thinking, but habitual thinking. Your doubts are not the product of accurate thinking, but a habitual thinking. Just because it didn't happen to you doesn't mean it can't happen. There's a portion in the back of the book where I wrote the eulogy to Charlie Soliday, my former partner's at his funeral. I gave his eulogy. And it's all about winners and losers, and he was clearly a winner. And I would read that because the eulogy talked about somebody beyond question that could get it done in the kinds of things we're talking about. I also have in the back of the book a speech I wrote that really encapsulates or embodies most of the principles I believe in. I gave it at the commencement a couple years ago where I went to school. And this is how it ends, my speech. And even though I've told you to investigate, if you trust no one, you can't trust yourself. And you have to have faith in the people that you do business with. And one of the things that I've always prided myself is I always assume people are honest. I investigate a lot. I assume they're honest. I assume that I'm going to be dealt with fairly. And then when I'm not, then I mean, all the rules change. And in closing, just remember, if you're going to do more of the same, usually you just get more of the same. And this seminar should have opened your eyes that there is a different way of doing things, and just because you haven't experienced doesn't mean it hasn't happened. If you do not expect it, you will not find the unexpected, for it is hard to find and difficult. You've got to expect success. You've got to expect geometric success, because if you don't expect it, you're not going to get it. You've got to expect to be able to go to law school and sing at the same time, because if you don't expect it, it sure as hell is not going to happen if that's what you decide to do. You've got to expect that you're going to be able to grow your ladies' entrepreneur business or association. You've got to expect you can do the things that we talked about, attracting the lobby for the elderly. You've got to expect that. You've got to expect that you're going to be able to find somebody to joint venture and work along with to do the financial seminar. You've got to expect those things, because if you don't expect them, they don't happen. Now, I've been called gifted before, which I'm not. Most of the people in this room are probably smarter than I am. From an intellectual IQ point of view, read more books than I have. I told you earlier I only read 3 books. I read one of them twice. Now, I'm kind of proud of that. Now, I've read more books recently, but the people we call gifted are different from the crowd in one way, one very special way. They accepted their gifts. They let it happen. The high achievers, the person you admire, are those individuals who open their gifts. These winners have more gifts because they claimed them, took them out of the wrapping, and used them. Everybody in this room has the same gifts that people accuse me of having. Everybody in this room. Everybody in every room that I've ever talked in front of in the last 15 or 20 years. Some people open them, unwrap them. Some people leave them under the tree. Are there any general questions? Mike, please. Thank you, Becky. Yes, sir.
Do you know how your concept of what rich means to you evolved?
Yeah. I know exactly how it evolved. As you all know, and which I pointed out pretty in depth, I came from a very humble background. And when I saw people that I was absolutely positive that I knew that I was more intellectually prepared to be successful, and that I knew that I felt more successful with their trappings than they did, and they had them, I knew there was something that was wrong. There was a dichotomy someplace. So that dichotomy, the way I changed that was to change my economic environment. And how I changed my economic environment is I hung around with and I tried to model and pattern myself after very successful people. And the more successful people that I hung around with, the more my goals changed. When I had the pleasure and privilege of being around Konstantin Gratsos, CEO of Manassas Shipping Lines, he changed my way of thinking. It was very obvious to me that he would have 5 or 6 meetings in his room. He had an office about 3/4 this big, and he had little couches and chairs, setups around, and he would shuffle around from meeting to meeting, and he'd listen to that and says, "That doesn't work. Try it that way. That's no good. We tried that in 41." And he would just shuffle around. I mean, he'd only listen to them 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. Most. Sometimes you'd only listen 10 or 20 seconds. Now that gave me great insight. Here I was a guy that studied these goddamn things for weeks. I mean, for weeks. Now, one of the only things that I researched real heavily at that time is getting married. I was engaged longer than probably any human being in North America, according to my wife. I mean, another thing I researched real well is I waited 9.5 years before we had any kids because I wasn't sure I was going to stay married. But once I made that commitment, I've been married to the same woman now 3 times.